And we are live. Okay, good. Trying a different setup here. Okay. Very good. What do we have here? What's up, Teresa, Billy, KP Heathen, Daniel Berry, Redazzle, Nico Wolf. Outstanding. How is my audio and visual coming in 5x5? I hope so. Welcome everyone. Miss Grandma Hunter. I wanted to take it at a different level, to a different speed as well. I know I usually do trial by acts, prepared Irishman. Hey, I know I usually, it's trial by acts. It's hey, let's go. Teresa, visual 4, yeah, okay. But I wanted to get a little intellectual, get a little deep, in-depth conversations. And focus, kind of discuss things in a focused, in-depth platform. Blackbird, hey, so still in the tree, because I was just feeling some kind of way today, and I kind of serious, yeah, kind of serious. So, um, oh yeah, I'll show you what I'm doing. Well, maybe I can't. I have this broadcasting to my big screen over there, but so I can see it. So yeah, a lot less shenanigans tonight is what I'm hoping for. A more serious conversation. So yeah, I don't like the way I'm looking at the camera or looking at my TV, but there's the camera right there. And so, hi, how you doing? Uh, so I don't know. I'm sure this will change when but I can see chat perfectly. That's the thing. See chat really good. I can see myself good. Uh, if I'm dealing with the stupid phone, I gotta put these on. uh, it's right. Pants are required. Uh, right. I have coffee being made. Actually, it's made right now. So, please excuse me. Yeah, a more formal, informal type of conversation, uh, live stream. Uh, I'm hoping for little or no shenanigans, but hey, it's always going to happen because that's just the way it is. Uh, Black Leicester Fridays, it's all about having fun and freedom and shit like that. Expression, freedom of expression, dealing with conflict and issues, and expressing one's feelings, learning things. Right? We talk about a lot of different topics and subjects. But I wanted to be able to pick something tonight and have us all discuss it. And so, uh, really, really bug out from PJ's phone, rednecking it. Count Trumpula, what's up? So I really wanted to focus, and so I asked the family. I said, hey, you know what we should talk about? And this came up was how does a group defend one's property? You know what I'm saying? Say, and I can only kind of like homestead, the homestead idea of the movie, right? You have a group of people at your house on your property, and they're working and defending the property. How would you go about doing that? and some of the issues that you would face, the force on force, the aggressors. Who would the aggressors be? Just a big think tank of what if. And of course, this is all pure speculative kind of, you know, rhetoric as well, right? But it's things that we all think about, right? A man's house is his castle. Especially if you have family, you worked hard for that property. You pay taxes on that property. You grow things on that property. A lot of people have family kids that have left that property and come back with more kids, grandkids, right? A property is something that is special, right? It's ancestral. I too can think back to the day of my ancestral land where my aunts and uncles grew up on, and their mother and father grew up on, and so on and so forth. What's up, metal? But we could talk about, of course, obviously, I'm going to talk about the historical aspect of defending one's property, right? And if you can, actually, a lot of times you can't. So I wanted to get a little serious, right? A little serious, and yeah, hey, prepared Irishman, Ohio. That's right, right, Ohio. That's right. No booty bandits in Ohio. By the way, let me hold on a sec. Hold on, folks. Y'all got to see this. This is Ohio, Ohio, Ohio. Check this out, folks. This is absolutely Ohio sent me this. This I can only refer to this as a uh, uh, Old Norse shot glass. Yeah, these are horns. These are drinking horns. Look at that. That skull. Boom. Uh, thank you very much, Ohio. This is truly amazing. She said that she didn't go to great expense for that, and I hope she didn't. But this is absolutely amazing. I can see myself sitting around having a conversation, and doing little shots, or little drinks, whatever it is. Oh, hey, Carol Ann, I have something of yours here. We were talking about last night. This tobacco thrasher that you were talking about. This nightstick, Billy Club, if you will, that you gave me. I thank you for. I was talking about that last night. I don't know if you found seen that, but yeah, this is really cool. Thank you very much, Ohio. You didn't have to. Um, Count Derbula, that was last night. I don't know. We talked about many different uncouth conversations. I don't know. But here in this in right now tonight, I wanted to have a in-depth focused conversation. Maccabeus. So yeah, and of course I am going to open up the panel, but I implore you to please stay on topic. And I will be steering the topic. I will be steering the conversations, and we. This is how we learn. This is how we gain insight. Uh, in this kind of think tank arena, if you will. Uh, of course, we're going to have disagreements. Of course, there's going to be disagreements. Of course, there's going to be discord. But yeah, I see meat puppet. Uh, that's right. Still intrigued. So I wanted to just let everybody know that that's how this live stream is going to go. What's up, Maccabeus? How you doing, brother?
Very good. How are you, brother? I'm glad to hear you say that too, opening up. That gets to be a big problem. People walking on each other in the conversation and changing and going a whole
Right.
different direction. And
Right. But that is by design. I have to admit, it helps to. I love the chaos. It's useful, that kind of chaos, and I know it's annoying. It's very annoying, but It also deals with crisis resolution. It also deals how people deal, how people handle situations, how people go, no, 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 my turn, right? So I got something to say that's very important. Cupcakes, right? But I mean, I wanted to keep it. I wanted to have a formal kind of I'm in charge here, but everybody else has a voice here, and we stay on topic, sort of thing. So, but of course we can. That's my goal, by the way. I don't- shenanigans are always probably going to always happen around me. So, because I don't know, I'm kind of chaotic that way. What's up, Hoogie? But yes, what's up with you, Maccabeus? How is this weather treating you? And
Oh,
Skull.
it's steadily dropping. Supposed to be -1 tonight.
Woo. Yeah, it's been going downhill from Purple 101. What's up? It's been going downhill since this afternoon, and now it is howling winds, rain. Well, no, it's not raining anymore. It's icing. Everything that is wet, there's just a cover sheet of ice over everything, and it's snowing.
I haven't gotten any precipitation, which is okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah.
I'll probably be inside for the
Purple
next
101.
3 days. I won't be outside much.
Yeah, I went out today in the beginning of this storm that came in. The transition from rain, 40 degrees, to rain and snow, and the temperature starts to drop down to 32, and now it's well below 32. Kentucky Survival, DJ, what's up? So yeah, it's going to get worse and worse. Yeah, blue butterfly.
Well,
So, what are your thoughts? So what do you think about my choice of content for today?
well, so far so good. I didn't hear all your
Right, kind
opening.
of a
When I clicked the link, it took me out of the live stream, so I didn't hear the whole opening.
okay. How a kind of a force on force scenario defending property. Say you're defending your land and your group is defending your land. Kind of like the homestead movie thing, where you've got a group of people occupying a property, and there's a antagonist, another force that comes on, and what the dynamics that are involved in that, and could you, uh, all kinds of factors. I see prepared Irishism in there, and so we can talk about comms as well. I'd love to, any and all aspects, and of course, everybody's different insights and inputs.
Well, I think your property ought to have a lot of security, and not necessarily always manpower, but a lot of alarms and force multipliers, things like that. A person should have patrols out away from the property, like up to 3 to 5 miles, even depending on the landscape and the demographic of where you're at. That's very important. If you're going to have hostiles, it's best to try to engage them away from your door instead of right up on your door.
Right. Yeah. And I think that's a famous quote: "Is it's better to meet the enemy in the field than on your doorstep."
Yeah.
Ooh, that's hot.
I think you'd have to have
Yeah.
some good fighting positions set up.
Pre-made fighting positions, some strong points built in, foxholes dug.
Yeah.
And then when
Choke
you build a
point.
foxhole, choke points, foxholes, yeah, areas of denial. Of course, I look at it as a military, campaign, and how am I going to defend this fortress, this compound, right? Even though it's a property, and how many levels of protection can I get and put onto this property with my resources at hand, or do I have to get creative, right? Go steal a backhoe or something,
Yeah.
What's up, Holly, Don E? And some of the realistic things as well, right? So uh, everybody knows that most properties are very not that strong, right? They're not hardened. Some properties a strong wind is going to blow your house down. Fire, right? And anything, any kind of projectile, right? Bullets and stuff are going to go right through a house. Most houses that are stick built, made out of lumber, even if they're made out of like brick, they're really not that hardened.
Yeah. Fire is one of the reasons I built my building with everything on the outside metal. It's not completely foolproof, but it limits down, the chances, of it burning down.
Yep. Yep. Irishman, first question is is your position defendable under what circumstances? So, it's force on force. You're facing a force. It could be, a near peer force, or it's oftentimes than not, you're going to be facing a superior force, right?
Yeah.
Worst case scenario, they're showing up with armored vehicles and automatic weapons and explosives, and there's more of them than there is of you. But you have a group. Where would you put them? Where would you place them? And that kind of thing. So, Prepared Irishman, you're more than welcome to come up and ask. Ooh, I like this one. Limited entrance, make them come through in specific locations. Right? I mean, yeah. Deny aerial denial, choke points. Bring them in. Funnel them into your fatal funnel. Covered by fire. Stuff like that. It's a lot of people don't really, everybody's like, well, I got my deer rifle, my shotgun, I'll take him out from the porch, you know. Good luck with that. It's not, you're going to get off maybe one shot, if that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, as far as fighting positions, what do you recommend? Like staggered or what?
I mean, it's kind of case dependent on the property, but you definitely want some type of perimeter, right? Far away from your home, like you said, far enough away that if that position is getting assaulted, you still have all this background that you can go to and other secondary positions that you can fall back to. So you have your primary defense. Right?
Have it in
Say
layers.
you have foxhole. Yeah, yeah, and you have your strong points set up in the beginning, farther away, say at the road, say at the entrance, of your property, the absolute entrance of your property, which is at your property. You would like to have more. I would like to have more, and then plus, I'd like to have patrols going around outside the property as well, right? And using it, thinking of the property as like a command center, command post, CP thing, right? Thank you, Donnie. And then layers upon layers after that of strong points. That's just a hornet's nest where anybody that comes in is like, oh shit, there's a foxhole here. Oh, there's a foxhole, another foxhole back there. There's another foxhole back there. And of course your LOA, your limit of advance. Where do they stop? Where is their line that you have to stop them? Right, as far as that is, and of course, if you have to fall all the way back to your home, they're using your positions against you at that point. So you don't want to get to that point. You want to protect that, but you don't want that to be your last line of defense.
So you can set them up where they're having cross fields of fire, and you can also put stuff in the foxholes pre-planned that if you do have to pull out of them and they occupy them, then you got a little Betty in the hole there to take care of the problem. Hopefully,
that's diabolical. Yeah, for sure. But it's a dynamic thing. It moves back and forth. So you might have to retreat to your secondary position, start to push them back, and then now you can retake your primary position. So you probably want to keep that kind of, stay open to the back. That's been used a lot in construction. That the enemy, facing the enemy is a little hole or whatever, just a little, or a little. All you see is the top of my head and my rifle, but behind me there's all this room that I can run around. So therefore, people in the secondary position, if I fall back to the secondary position, I can engage my primary condition, and there's no cover for them because it's open in the back. That would be an ideal situation,
Yeah, and if they take your fighting position, then they got to be on the other side of whatever the barricade is. So you could set it up where it's not as pleasant for them.
Right? Yeah, but you also want to have economy of motion, moving back and forth. You want, and you want, say you've got the one defense area that your primary position is doing really good. So you've got runners coming up going, hey, here's some ammo. Hey, here's some chow. Hey, here's all this stuff that you're going to need because you're mowing them down there. You're stacking bodies in front of you. Nobody else, it's because the way it works, an attack, an assault, they could focus, they can pinpoint. You can route them into certain areas. You'll see how they kind of move. And so as they're trying to break through your line of defense, they will suffer. They'll start to congregate and pinpoint in certain areas, and that's what you have to kind of look at. Most modern homes won't stop at 22, right? Just some thoughts. Anything can be burnt down, right? There you go. Paint your roof blue. I mean, that's what FEMA's doing. That's what the Army's doing. They have blue tarps. I wonder why.
I didn't know that.
Yep, they got these blue tarps. They're really badass. I'd like to have some. It's your blue tarp, thick blue tarps that you see, contractor grade blue tarps, but they're enforced, fiber enforced in like a square grid, and then they can just literally just throw it over your roof, tie it down, hook it down, and that's your temporary roof, or make a temporary shelter tent kind of thing out of it. What's up, Rip Curl? How you doing? Death funnels, right? Yeah. Wow. I mean, yeah, a lot of people now this the LA fires thing. A lot of people are thinking, and there's companies out there, contractors out there that sell that as a service. Like, I will fireproof your house. Make it out of certain materials, create certain angles that it doesn't. All kinds of non heat insulating kind of materials and things of that nature. Risk versus reward, be able to evaluate the situation, stand or retreat. And that's the thing too. I mean, what kind of intel are you going to have, right? If you're assessing the battlefield, which is your front yard, or your driveway, is it defendable, right? Is it, you see 10,000 Chinese, you're like, oh shit, I don't think I have enough here to take care of that. Even if you have the manpower, I don't know. It's a possibility you'd be able to. What
like
is up, PJ? Go ahead, please.
Hey, it's Nolly. It's PJ. It's bugged out. I wanted to tell you happy birthday. I wanted to get in on this conversation with y'all.
All right, good. Very good. Welcome to have you there.
Got an echo
All
there,
right, let me.
BJ.
I missed the last 5 minutes of it.
All right, see if
She's
I
out
can
taking care of
do
some of
anything
her
on mine.
business.
Okay. Oh, all right. There we go. All right, go ahead and say something else there, Bug Out. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. Yeah, your audio is crunchy.
Oh, excuse me. Well, crap.
Oh, excuse me. Well,
The audio crunchy.
And make sure that all your make sure any other devices are off. Turn on your echo cancellation, things of that nature.
Okay.
So
Okay, give me a minute.
how much warning time do you have before the force on force happens? How far away are they when you find out?
Well, that's a good topic of discussion as well. How do you know? How do you find out? Do you what kind of resources do you bring to bear on that? Do you have a network, out of? Do you have a network that's outside of your property? Are you interlocked with your other properties? Do you have early warning systems? Right? Do you have a freaking radio or a video camera posted on your main highway 30 miles away? Do you have people with comms that say, "Hey, here they come"? Do you have lookouts? So, that's a good question.
Here where I'm at, I live in a little hamlet on a river. There's less than 50 people here. It's not an incorporated town anymore. And I would anticipate there'll be enough manpower here if something happens that we could have. I'm getting an echo back real bad.
Yeah.
Okay, how about now?
I would
better?
anticipate having.
I would
yeah,
anticipate having.
no, still got the echo.
Still got the echo.
Okay. How about now?
Testing.
Testing.
Yep, still an echo.
Yep, still an echo.
You hear it on your end, so you hear yourself again.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
How about now?
Hello.
Yeah. How about now?
Hello.
Hello. I can hear you.
Nope, I don't hear an echo now.
Yeah, it's on my end. So I had to turn off my my phone, so or my TV. So it was all on me.
I would put.
What's up, Metal?
I've got
What is
highway.
up, gentlemen?
How you doing, Metal?
Pretty
I've got
good.
highway east to west and north to south close by, and I would have at least at a minimum 2-man teams up each one of them highways. Probably at least up to the point of the nearest gravel road heading the other direction of whatever the highway's going. And that would put them roughly close to 2 miles out at any point.
Yeah, a good 2-mile warning warning system.
I think you're,
At a
That
minimum.
sounds pretty good.
I
But
think you're still
I also have
talking
little
about,
towns.
oh, sorry to interrupt. My bad.
There's also other little towns within like 4 or 5 miles of me. Little shithole towns that aren't incorporated anymore. And if something had went down, I have a plan to have contacts with all these towns. So that in a way acts as your intel, further out, as long as you're in good standing with, the other communities around. And that's why it's important to build community and networks and to get along with people.
Yep, I agree. I like this. Yep. And so comms, would you have comms, ham radios, Baofangs, GPRMS,
probably
cell phone.
Probably CBs here in this area because a lot of people have the CBs, and I've got a guy that I'm working with here in Missouri. I met him on YouTube, and he can set up a CB to talk like halfway around the world. And that's my overall goal, is to have him upgrade some of the stuff I've got. I've got some pretty old CBs. A couple of them's even got the old tubes in them.
Oh, really? Really, the vacuum tubes.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then I've got Balfang. I don't have a ham radio for myself anymore. I sold it. I don't really see a need in it. There's several ham operators in my area, and them are a resource too. You know, them other people. And I'm not going to get a ham license, is why I don't have one. And you can get triangulated real easy with a ham radio. So
kind of. Yeah. I mean, especially if it's stationary. Yeah, you can get triangulated real quick. Yeah,
that's kind of my thinking.
Especially if you keep track broadcasting. If you're mobile, it's harder to triangulate. You know, because they have to. That's why the plane or the vehicle, they have to encircle and find. They have to completely encircle your transmission and narrow it down. The more transmissions you make, the more stationary you are, the more they can pinpoint you. But if you're mobile and keep your transmissions to a quick minimum, they're just like, fuck, lost him again, right? So all right, you got anything else, Mac?
No, go ahead. You're leading the show here, man.
All right, Metal, how are you doing?
I am doing fine. And when I clicked the link to come in, you were talking about, okay, how are you going to be able to see the advancement of your enemy forces, right? Well, optics, binoculars, telescopes, everything. And I mean, that's just like old optics, right? Now they have infrared and they have this and they have that, right? You should be able to watch well beyond your perimeter with any even old ass optics, right? Old binoculars. You'll see when they're coming if you're paying attention and you have your outposts, if you will, covered.
Your LPOPs, your listening and observation posts.
Yep. So you can easily tell the group, okay, like they're 10 miles out and they're advancing here. Okay, so let's send a small force over there, but don't forget, that could be a trick. Watch all the rest of you. Watch your back, because that's how wars are won and lost. Look here, and then we attack you there.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, that's good. Yeah, exactly. And that's, your old school optics, your old school just manning that LPOP, that working that position and having comms going back to whoever, back to base and saying, hey, here they come. Yeah, I dig it. Got anything else, Metal?
Not right off the bat. So I can drop down if you got others coming up.
No, you can stay on, please. But I'm going to control the conversation, unlike last night.
Yes, sir.
But right, please. But I do want to address Mike, Hudson Valley Survival and Prepping. What's up, brother? How you doing?
What up, Mike?
What up? How's everybody doing tonight? Hope everybody's doing well.
How you doing, Hudson?
Good, man. Good to see you, Camel Carl.
I ain't Camel Carl.
That's Maccabeus.
Oh,
that's Maccabeus.
Maccabeus. I'm sorry. Jeez, Louis.
I got one eye.
There he is.
I got one eye.
I'm out of sorts here, man. I've been running crazy.
Here we go. Now I've got everybody's name up. It's my fault, really.
Now I can read a little bit. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, my screen got all messed up. I flipped the phone out of my hand. Just jumped in on the conversation, saw the link, wanted to join in on the panel and say, what's up, everybody?
Yeah. Oh yeah, good to see you again.
Yeah, but
Yes.
I hear you
So,
guys are speaking my language here. I'm hearing about LPs and OPs and long range optics, man. This is my language. So
yeah. Please. What are your thoughts?
give me a little slightly more context, Chad. My thoughts on I jumped
Uh,
in the middle of the
yeah.
conversation.
So
So
force on force protection of your property, kind of like the homestead movie scenario. You're manning a property. You and your
okay.
people, you and your tribe, your group, whole bunch of people. And what that entails. And in depth, focused conversation about force on force.
Mm,
Defending your property or not. And
I
whatever
think
aspects you can think. Even assaulting.
I think the best offense is the strongest defense that you can muster. Um, if you could put out barbed wire, razor wire, create your long distance perimeter, right? I think that's goal number one is
Yep.
establish your perimeters and your boundaries and know what far away is, know what intermediate is, and know what danger close is, and have plans for all of those. LPs, OPs are going to be super duper important. Comms, even if it goes back to like, you don't want to use radios. Like Macabus said, if he's not a fan of the ham radios because they can triangulate you, they can pin you down. Absolutely, absolutely. Experienced
Yeah.
ham
It's
radio
powerful.
operators can find you fast. And maybe it's as simple as all the way back to like the Civil War or beyond that, the Revolution, where you used like flag corps and signal corps and things like that. They had different flags
Right.
and different
Right.
signals for different groups. You can silently communicate over great distances as long as you have some, well, like you said, binoculars or something. Even if it's what the hell they call those things, a spotting scope, anything like that, to look at great
Oh, yeah.
distances to pick things up. There you go, a little telescope. I mean, perfect,
No,
perfect.
this is a spotting scope. This
Oh,
is an
even
old
better.
school. Yeah,
That's really nice.
I forget the range, but like 2 to 3 miles away, I can pull you up and see who you are.
That's incredible, and that's like the perfect tool for that job. Old school, super low tech. It's fantastic, man. But I think the more preparation you can do, the more you can really fortify and have actual tangible defenses, as opposed to just kind of throwing something out there and hoping it works.
Right.
I think
And so what would
planning
that
is the key.
planning? Yeah. So what would you think that would entail? That preparation, prepping your property.
Again, if you're talking about, like, say there was an invasion of the United States, and I decide that they're not coming past here. I am digging tank trenches. I am digging moats. I am stopping them where I want them stopped. It's as simple as that. I'll get the equipment and the manpower and make it happen. It's just going to happen.
Okay.
I think that would be super important. The availability of equipment to be able to stop something like that. When you're talking about like the U.S. military or somebody, they're bringing in dozers and track loaders and everything else, and making defenses, making sure that the tanks don't go past here because there's tank trenches, and then they can deal with everybody on foot after that.
Right. Right. Yeah. Right. And that's the thing too, is having the manpower. Having the
That's a big
manpower
thing.
and say, you've got 20 people or 10 people. And you say, hey, I need to build defenses, and we've got, the Canadians are marching right now, and they're coming down the Hudson Valley. Coming down the Hudson
Yeah,
Valley because you guys got better maple syrup or something. And so
we do. The apples are better too.
I was thinking apples. I don't know why. That's
Yeah,
probably why.
yeah.
Too.
It's the
So yeah,
apples.
you're coming for the apples, and so you talk to your group. Go, hey, who's got a backhoe? Who's got a bulldozer?
Yeah,
Like, hey,
exactly.
I work at a construction company. Hey, I'm going to go get it right now. Right?
Yep.
Kind of commandeer it. use it for
Mhm.
that purpose.
Yeah.
You've got a bulldozer / killdozer. So
Yeah, that's it.
that's a thing that I like to do is to kind of do my area assessment and how do I wordsmith this and preset my assets, right?
Mhm.
Locate
Mhm.
where are my possible assets? Where's that bulldozer at? Oh, okay, it's
Yeah.
over there. Right. Yeah, it's so and so's bulldozer. How do I get to this bulldozer? Right. Do I ask nicely or do I know where the keys are? What I'm saying, kind
Mhm.
of thing. That's what I like to do. So anything else,
Can
Mike?
I make it? Can I make it? Go ahead.
All right, real quick, Mac.
I'd like to make a recommendation. Becoming Dangerous. You got to come on up on the panel. I've known him for about 6 years. He's very knowledgeable.
Yeah, right. I know him too. Yep. I've thrown the leak out there. See what happens. So yes. You got anything else to add, Mike?
High points, man. Get to your high points. Get to your high
High
points. Gonna be
points.
your best vantage location. You want to make their avenue of approach the most visible for you. Don't let anybody sneak up on you. Don't let anybody sneak up on you. That's the big thing.
Yeah.
The places that you don't think they'll come from, that's where they will come from. 100%. So
And since you brought up high points, don't write off high points. Just saying,
Right.
right? They keep going bang.
Yeah. Hey. Sometimes that's all you got. Jim.
All
Are you
right,
still
I'm
with us?
dropping out. Thank you, gentlemen.
Jim.
Hi, what's up, Mac? How we doing?
All right.
Jim.
Sorry, a little sick here.
Who we got?
Well, some of us live in more of a urban / suburban area, and
Mhm.
defending your property may not be a choice. So having that intel, like you guys were kind of talking about, you guys hit some very good points, but knowing when to run, knowing when you can't defend it anymore, and having that comms network, no matter what it is, to get that
Absolutely.
information early enough to get the hell out of Dodge when you
Yeah.
can.
I knew you were the man to address this. As soon as I seen you in the chat, I was like, "Yep, prepared Irishman. Here we go."
Well, Mike has a hand license now. He's pretty good. I've been listening to him. He knows his stuff.
Right?
I know a little bit, but I gotta tell you, man, I'm not a know-it-all. And if somebody stepped in with more knowledge and experience than me, I would gladly take a back seat and be the man who's just helps him get shit done. I have no big ego about who the boss is. You know what I mean? Whoever is the
Right.
most qualified for the job, in my opinion, honestly, man or woman, it matters not.
That's an interesting thing to add to your group as well. Is to be able to be fluid.
Yeah.
A good leader is not someone that says, "Hey, my word is absolute," even though I don't know a damn thing about, say, construction of defensive. Say I don't know how to run a bulldozer, but that one guy does. So guess
Yeah.
what? He's in charge now. So this kind of revolving kind of hey, what's your resume? Well, guess what? That situation comes up. You're in charge, buddy. I like that, and so prepared Irishman. I want to keep I want to keep going with your thought process.
Well, for me, like I said, I live more in that suburban / urban area. So if something happened, intel is huge. Where I live, you guys, I live on an island, and basically getting off that island would be tough unless I had some really, really good intel to get me off way before the traffic jams start. So I'd probably go further out east where it's a little bit more rural, and we have people out there and a more defensible type environment where it's you stand a better chance.
Okay, so you're going to a property to
Yes.
take part in the defense of it.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. So that's basically kind of my situation as well. I'm in an apartment complex now. If I need to, I'm blocking all this shit down, and I'm recruiting people. Whatever. hey, guess what? You're in charge of this, and you're going to be standing. Hey, old man, I know you you were in the Korean War. Why don't you get on that fifth floor with that M1 Grand of yours and just pop anybody that comes that way, right? Yes, sir, right away, right? I know he's the man for the job, right? Hey, hey, Grandma, start making pies. We're hungry. Let's go. Right. So, having that meeting. But yeah, I'm going to be leaving too. But yeah, I like where this is going. Prepared Irishman, please continue.
That's basically it. Just having your plan, your bug out plan in place, your comms plan in place. I know comms is like one of those redheaded stepchild subjects of the community.
It really is.
Everybody says you should have it, but nobody really does it per se. So my biggest problem with the ham part of the conversation is very few people have the equipment / the licensing. Most people have the Bofang radios, which are great. They're a good little tool, but
right.
You'll start seeing once you need to get further out, you need to upgrade the equipment. And that's the most important thing. And then when we go out to different events, we've been to Trent's event, and yes, who here has a ham license? And I know you don't need a ham license to operate a push a button, but there is a learning curve. Go ahead, Mike.
No, I was just you said who has a ham license.
He's
I just put my hand up.
So there is a learning curve, especially when you get into longer distance communications.
Mm-hmm.
For me talking to Mike, even though we're in the same state, we're a few miles away. So you need that upgrade that to HF, which very few preppers have. Few do, but not everybody. But basically, that's my thing.
I want to get into HF.
Well, the good thing is now they're coming out with a lot of Chinese models that are cheaper. Usually, you're talking about $1,000 for a radio, plus all the other stuff.
That's one of the big turnoffs too, I think.
Yeah, well, now they have the Chinese versions, which they're coming around like for $500, half the price, with a built-in tuner. You build the antenna, which is cheap. You can build one for like $50 or so, and then it's just a matter of having the license and this practicing and getting it down, figuring it out.
Okay.
So
I dig it. So you're like me. You're going to be traveling to the property, to the base, right? So we have to work. We have to think on the what is my bug out corridor? What is the logistics involved in me getting to my destination? In the midst of this this conflict. And can I get there in time? Right. Or am I the cavalry? that could be an idea too. Like, hey, base tells you, hey, get here in 3 days. You're 4 days out. You call back, go, hey, I'm 4 days out, and then you're like, hey, assault the east side. Start assaulting the east side with somebody else that's coming in. You two take on the east side from and flank them. Right now you're the flanking maneuver because you're outside the wire behind enemy lines. So that's an idea as well.
Yeah, bugging out, it's a big one for me. I put a lot of time and effort to try to get it down. I'm always kind of changing things, but my biggest thing is when I hear people like the numbers they throw out as far as how many miles they're going to travel per day. If you can go on a straight route, which you probably won't, people throw out like, oh, I'll go 30 miles a day, 40 miles. When was the last time you did that? If
right.
You'd be surprised. 10 miles is a lot of miles. And plus, even if you can do it, what about the people with you, your family? Are they elderly? Are they young kids? I mean, it does change up everything.
Right. Good point. Yeah. So all together, gentlemen, very good points. Anything that anyone like to add here? Go ahead, Mac.
This is kind of an extreme. You mentioned 10,000 Chinese and the possibility of having to bug out, but there could also be a situation where forces are trying to organize, say, U.S. command or something, and they don't have the stuff in place. and they asked the local people to try to hold the Chinese, you know, at a certain position for so many days so they can get stuff in. Kind of like the Alamo. The Alamo catches a lot of flack, but that battle had to happen the way it did because they had to hold that army right there while the rest of them were organizing the rest of their military that they didn't really have. And I mean that's also an extreme possibility that falls into this, I think.
Right. That's a good point. I think as being a delaying force, you know, you have to be mobile, and that's, or maybe you're at that strategic point that the hypothetical Chinese, the Canadian Chinese, are coming across the border, and then you're in the right place at the wrong time, right? And you get the orders, hey, hold that line, right? Help is on its way, or it's your job to just hold them back just long enough so we can get our tanks up and running, or we got to refuel the jets or something, whatever, right? So yeah, I mean, that's interesting. You know, you know, we used to have this kind of civil defense type of mentality. You know, I remember, you know, the old timers back in the day when I was a kid. You know, it was serious. You know, I mean, it was serious.
Yeah, the original Minuteman concept, a lot of men took that serious up until the last probably 50, 60 years.
Absolutely.
Right. And, you know, I'm lucky to live in Ohio, and I lived in Tennessee. I lived in South Carolina, and there's still that infrastructure, and that, you know, they actually do train and do scenarios and go, okay, you know, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, activate. Right. And then everybody just hypothetically gets to their point and does their thing. They kind of do a walkthrough, really, you know, but you're just like, what are y'all doing? Oh, we're training. Fuck. You know, oh, well, but, you know, but it's good to, I think it's really good to just go through that. Like, what does this look like?
Absolutely.
You know, and
Absolutely.
I would think
it could be something as simple as, hey, everybody, I'm having a cookout. Why don't y'all come over? But, you know, plan your routes and run your route as if it's your bug out route, with all your bug out gear, with all your necessary LARPing stuff, things like that. So, you know, and then time it and work on your route. You know, I'm working on that. That's my thing, is I've got my bug out corridor, so to speak, my egress corridor. And, you know, what am I doing? Am I going to be, you know, maintaining and managing caches along the way? Am I going to have, you know, comms? Am I going to have a dead drop somewhere? Am I meeting other people to go into, you know, into the AO, you know, area of operation? So yeah. Anyway, thoughts, please, Mike.
Caches are the key to making your bug out lighter. If you have a destination in mind, I highly encourage you to plant caches along the way and travel light. Plan your caches in day, half a day, whatever it has to be, away from each other to make your bug out lighter. And you always have something to fall back on. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Because caches are often found, they're often stumbled upon, they disappear, and none the wise. Nobody ever knows what happened to it. But I would say if you can plant caches along your way, it's probably one of the best things that you could do.
Right. And so I thought about that as well. You know, how do I do that? Do I just drive down the road and go, oh, hey, I like this wooded area here. I'm just going to dig a hole in this land. You know,
I would definitely put more research into it. You want to find public land that's not going to be built on anytime soon. The last thing you want is to plant a cache and then have the bulldozers show up and unearth everything that you put down. Another big thing to think about is, where do you live? Do you live like where I live in the Northeast, where the frost gets 45 inches down into the ground? I can't exactly bury caches, like literally put them under dirt, for fear of it being so frozen when I get to them, I'd never be able to get them out. They'd be useless to me.
Right.
So think about like
a secure
brushing
cache.
things in, briar patches, places where they won't be found. Camouflage your containers. Definitely use metal containers, military surplus ones if you can find them.
Email.
Do it.
Email.
Do it.
Right.
I had a cache get dozed up back in the 90s.
It happens, man. It happens.
Yeah.
You know, you put things away and you tend to forget about them, you know, and then you drive by one day.
And my bug out location was an old, Air Force base in Myrtle Beach. It was all grown up and, you know, abandoned for 30 years. And I stashed all kinds of stuff out there. Found one of the ammo dumps that was underground, you know, basically a bunker. And I was like, this is mine. But yeah, they bulldozed all that shit and put a house on it. I lost guns, ammo, all kinds of gear. So anyway, the idea I have too as well is during my bug out corridor, on my bug out corridor, you know, not my route. Like say I'm taking my route, I have a corridor so I can be flexible and move in between. And I go from cache to cache. Is have I used to do this in the past when I worked on the road. Is I would rent a storage unit, and I have to. I was doing it in pest control, so I would, if I say I'm in South Carolina, I got to go to North Carolina. Oh shit, I'm away from the office. I need to get chemical. Well, I got some in the supply, storage unit, or in this case, friends. You have friends along the way on the route. Say, hey, can I put a tote at your house? Can I put a tote in your outdoor shed? And can I lock it and have a key? Like we both have a key, and you just, or hey, whatever. Can I just, from time to time, I'm going to come by, check on it, say hi, how you doing? Let's have a cookout, drink a few beers, and I'm going to add and subtract from my cache. And then in the middle of the night, I might just stop by and grab that on my way out of here. So you have a secured location for your cache.
That's obviously the best that you could ask for, is to store it in somebody's shed at their house where you're not going to bother them if you have to get it. And even if they have to leave, it's still there if you need it. You know what I mean? That's the best possible.
Lockers at train stations, at bus stations, places like that. You buy. There's a lot of stuff like that where you can walk. Even if you have a post office box along the way, and it's 24 hours, right? Yep. And you can just kind of, hey, I'm going to pre-send something to myself, and it's going to sit there, and it's going to sit there until I come get it, right?
Yep.
La holla, what's up? It's the goat, the Hafar Jarl, the goat Jarl. What's up, man? So interesting. In this conversation, anybody have Jim? Got anything to add?
No, those are great points. I have a question, and the reason why I'm asking it is we're on the subject with the caches. What would you guys put into it? And the reason why I'm asking it is there was something I was involved in. The people, like, the things that they were putting into the cache, it blew my mind. Like, why would you do this? Why would you do that? And the only other thing I would say is the items that I'm going to throw in my caches are going to be on the cheaper side in case they do get dug up. I don't want to put a $300 knife in there when I can put a Mora for 10 or 15 bucks. That will do most stuff. A cheap top, a Harbor Freight top, it will get me to my next point, or where I need to get to. But I was curious, what do you guys put in your caches?
I am totally with the same mindset, Irishman, that it should be cheaper stuff, and its purpose is solely to last you a couple of days to the next dead drop or cache or whatever it is you have, the next location, the next house. I mean, honestly, if you're bugging out with your family, you are moving 4 walls and a roof to 4 walls and a roof. Let's face it, your wife and kids are not going to cut it out there. Let's get real. They're not going to cut it out there. You want to go from house to house. You don't want to be in the woods. You don't want to be on the side of the road. Those are all really fucking bad ideas. I would shy away from that. But yeah, I'm totally of the mindset of cheap freeze-dried food. I'm putting water in there, or a means to filter water, purify water in the cache. Perhaps ammunition. I would not put firearms in there. But yeah, expandable backpacks. God forbid you had to ditch your stuff and run. I'd be able to resupply at least a few things: fire starters, ferrocium rods, maybe some magnesium. Expandable backpacks. You ever see the ones that close up like this big and you unfold them and it's a 30-liter backpack? Those are fantastic for caches and things like that. There's so many different companies that make them. You can find them on Amazon. They're like travel backpacks, little tiny thing. Yes, I'll go grab one.
Ooh, okay.
Cool.
All right. I just seen somebody try to come up on chat. Alex. Does anybody know Alex? Is my name Alex? No. Okay.
Nope.
This
Right.
little tiny thing, right? Little tiny thing. But when you unfold it,
Sure.
how big is this one? It doesn't say. Let's see if it says on the bag itself. Vision, what's up?
You know he's coming up. Stand by. Actually, I have to confess, he was the inspiration for this content.
I have a point to make when you have an opening.
Go ahead as he's doing this.
Yeah.
Nice. How many liters?
Whole backpack. I would say that this one's probably 20, but with all the bungee on the outside and the extra side pockets.
You gave me one. I got one of those.
I think I did. I think I gave you my green one.
Yes.
That was my favorite one too.
That's
awesome, man.
It's my backpack inside of a backpack.
Yeah, it's great. Even the lid has storage. I mean, there's storage on storage on storage with this little tiny thing. And you throw a couple of these in your bug out, your cache, your whatever, you've got an extra backpack should you need it. They're handy.
What's the price point?
Go ahead. Yeah, what's the price point, Mike?
These guys, I bet you could find these on Amazon for probably $20. You could spend more on a nicer one from like Eddie Bauer, LL Bean, or something like that. But they're travel backpacks.
Right on. Let me get to Maccabeus here, please.
One of the concepts that I've implemented, and it's area specific and how much money you got. But back in the 90s and early 2000s up here in north central Missouri, it's kind of a low rent area, as far as land and all that. All these small towns have old houses in them with 1 to 4 lots or something, and you can buy it. You used to be able to buy them real cheap, like anywhere from $2,000 to $5,000. And I got 4 of them spread across northern Missouri, and those are safe houses. If I got to leave this place for whatever reason, and I keep things in them safe houses, but I also have to maintain a level of maintenance on them because they're old houses. I mean, they're houses that most Americans probably wouldn't even live in now. So I have to make sure the roofs don't leak and shit like that to maintain it, and the security aspect of it. Bury your stuff under the floors, make secret areas to pull up, and you can put them under the floor, all your stuff under the floors.
That's awesome.
But like I said, that it depends where you're at too. Some areas you can't find properties like that are cheap. You can't hardly find them around here anymore.
Nothing here in New York is cheap. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Oh, Irishman, I would add to the cache list. OTC medications, perhaps some, if you're on prescription medications, stash just a handful of those in there as well. OTC meds, I would do like fever reducers, pain relievers, anti-diarrhea medicines, things like that. That's antihistamines. That's a big one.
I got
what I have is obviously ammo. whatever ammo I'm going to be using. Preferably, it's probably going to be 9 mil or 5.56. Probably some kind of cheaper variety, right? That's sealed up pretty good that it's not going to rust on me or whatever, corrode on me. And of course, a cheap pew pew. We all have multiple. Yeah, I'd like to have my primary, my primary Gucci guns. That's probably going to be on my person. But as you're doing your bug out, whatever, you might have to ditch it. It might get destroyed, damaged. You might get stolen, right? So it'd be nice to have something along the way. Like, you know what? I just got to get this little. I mean, Metal. He ducked in and out and said something about the high point. Maybe I throw a little high point in there, right? A little high point 9 mil, or I've got my my old antique family heirloom gun that was given to me, from my great grandfather's 9 millimeter, right? That's in there, whatever. Maybe I've got a shotgun, a double barrel shotgun, deer duck rifle, duck hunting, special. Maybe I've got a deer rifle. You know what I'm saying? Just something like that. Of course, wrapped up maybe in cosmoline, heavily oiled against the and Kim Creations. That's my thing too. Is the black or the blue barrels, 55-gallon barrels that have that clamp seal on it. You can take a heavy piece of because I did this at work. We would take a heavy piece of plastic, put that over it, and then put the lid on it, clamp it, and it hermetically seals in it. I mean, it's tough. Nothing's coming in or out of that thing. You put that in a ground, the plastic in the ground, no problem. It'll be there for 1,000 years. Anyway, who was going to speak? Was it Jim?
Yeah, Irishman.
Okay,
yeah.
go ahead.
One thing I also see too is when people try to bug out, they'll start on paper, which is a great starting point, but they never walk their plan. And once you walk it, you're gonna start seeing some problems that come up, and that's where you're gonna have to make your adjustments. I would also say too, look for, along with the caches, which I 100% endorse, also have resources along the way. People don't think about it. Fresh water, whether that's from a building that you can just tap a hose on, or a lake and having the means to kind of purify it if you need it. Places to stop that's safe. Me and Matt are more in that urban type environment, so it's you can't just stop anywhere. You have to kind of think it through. On one of my groups in Jersey, we did this, and he kind of winged it a little bit, and we started seeing all this stuff on his routes, like where he was more of a rural type area. I would say similar to Mike's, but it was like, where do we stop? He didn't think any of this through, so it was a good eye opener. So that's what I would recommend to people: walk it, so you know it cold.
Yeah, definitely check the resources on the path.
That's huge. If you can find natural springs in the wintertime here in the Northeast is a great time to locate these things. You can find them bubbling out of the rocks on the sides of hills and stuff like that right now. They'll look like big ice domes because there's no snow on the ground, so they're pretty easy to find right now.
Sister Marie, hey, what's up? Right,
like here in this area where I live, there's a lot of old dirt roads and gravel roads, just wide enough for a vehicle to go down. And up a lot of them, there's old houses that the houses are, like from 100 years ago, nobody lives in them. Old barns and shit. Nobody ever goes around them. Them are good places to hole up if you need to hole up on the way. Get out of the weather, whatever. Hide out for 2 or 3 days.
Yeah,
that's a great point.
Yeah, maybe you get hurt, right? Yeah. Maybe that's one of these safe houses. I love the safe house idea. I tried to implement that in my old job, and there, just get an old apartment and just stack it full of stuff, right? And there you go. Because you're in another state, it'd be nice to be able to go to my safe house and just hang out and wash my ass, watch some TV, eat some grub, right? Maybe resupply what I needed, and then go off on my way. And of course, have paperwork and comms there as well, right? So they can, keep up, that thing. I like that idea of the safe house. But doing a clandestine kind of cache is probably going to be what it is for most. Most people is going to choose that. Kind of a dead drop cache point, whatever.
Yeah.
And it could be in a rural area as well. That's another thing too. You're in that rural area. Say you have to go down 15 blocks of hell. Like warriors. Come out and play here kind of scenario. And then you get past that 15 blocks, you're stripped. Everything's gone. You strip down to everything, or it's been stolen or broken. And then you got that one cache point in that abandoned factory with all the graffiti on it, So I think that's another consideration. But yeah. Anything else on the bug out to the CP?
I would say I would add to it that I like your idea of the bug out corridor. I think that's absolutely huge. You need paper maps, you need a compass, and you need to know how to use both. They're going to help you exponentially. Because once you get out of your home field, everything is foreign. Every hill is a different hill. It's not the same hills that you've seen before. What's on the other side of those is completely different than everything you've seen before. The corridors are huge. Everybody's plans are obviously to get out of or get away from the cities. But you may be forced to go through the cities. Who knows what the SHTF is? Who knows what routes are blocked? I would say don't just because you're a rural prepper, don't discount urban preparedness skills or urban bug out skills. Be well rounded. This is something that I'm gonna work on a big video for here real soon. Because I'm as rural as it gets, man. I am prepped for this area. I am prepped for the woods, brother. I am prepped for the woods. I am not prepped for concrete. I am not prepped for blacktop. I am not prepped for skyscrapers. So that's a big thing. And my recent travels have brought me to places that I would never bug out to. But if something had happened, I would certainly have to get home through them. So don't discount those things that are outside of your realm of normalcy, man. One small leak at a gas plant somewhere, and you could have to run through New York City. Just saying.
Yeah, right. I mean, I'm from the hood originally. I'm from the streets, but of course, I like the woods. I like the field, but that's the thing in the urban environment. Most military campaigns, especially if they're in transit to whatever location they're going to, they want to absolutely avoid cities. Cities are death traps. Cities are choke points, right?
That's a huge lesson that we can learn from Ukraine, man. Is most of the fighting going on there is in places that would be my backyard. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. They're in the farm fields. They're out in the country fighting this war. It's not in the big cities.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
Another thing, is at bridges. Be aware where all your bridges are if you got to cross a major river because the bridge might be out.
Yep.
Right. Timing is everything too.
Absolutely.
If you get it firsthand right off the bat, when everybody's still going, "What the fuck is going on? I don't know what's going on."
You're already going.
You're focused and you're running. You're on your route. You're hauling ass 90 miles an hour. Maybe you got a few cops behind you. Because they want to pull you over, but you don't stop. But they're going to figure it out later on. They're going to like, oh, wait a minute, the Canadians are attacking. Oh shit, fuck that guy. Let's go. We got shit to do. So that's the thing is also on your bug out locations, your bug out corridor is to know it. To know it, to travel it, to know it, go, all right, and do it a few times. So you're intimately familiar with it. stop along the way, take a break, have a lunch, walk around the lake, go identify that lake, that water source, and just, walk your dog or, whatever, take pictures, go for a little hike, plan a weekend out of it. So, I like that. Getting to that point. Now, of course, this is all about defending the homestead, defending the property, showing up. I like where we went on this, because that's exactly what I'm going to be doing. Is I'm going to be bugging out. I'm going to be leaving the urban area, going into the woods, going into my the AO, and setting up the defense and doing all that things. So if we can discuss that, please feel free.
Knowing your area, knowing it cold, knowing like you guys said earlier, all your weak points, your strong points, how people will attack you. Most people who aren't like militarily trained, they're going to take easy routes into your places. They're not going to go through the sticker bushes and stuff like that. Just knowing cold, have a couple of retreat points that if you have to back up temporarily, you can. Stuff like that.
I apologize. I have offended the Canadians. It's a hypothetical situation. Okay, I could have said Mexicans. I don't know. The Costa Ricans are attacking. I don't know.
I got another question for you, and I'm going a little bit off subject, and I apologize. Before we said the Chinese, the Canadians, the Mexicans, what happens? Like, to me, somebody attacking us, like a large country like that, directly, is probably not probable. They'll probably be more of they attack the power grid. They, where society breaks down, and then we're into this type of scenario. So, how does that change things up?
Or, you're talking about scenarios. What about these millions of visitors that we just got? The fam fighting age males, and next thing you know, they've got their marching orders, and now they're outfitted and they're moving across a swath of land as a military unit. The attack. Yeah, right. The attack will come from within, and they're all screaming "Aloha snack bar." That's a scenario I think is probably more likely.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point. But wouldn't that be more like what just happened in New Orleans, like kind of hit and run type of attacks?
Yeah, but much grander scale. I think Irishman. I think if they were going to do something, they would pull something in just about every major city all at the same time. If you wanted to create mass chaos, public places, big cities, all of them within hours of one another, to where it was just mass confusion, mass chaos. And then the bedlam that would ensue from that alone, and the false reports, because we know how the fuck people are with their clickbait bullshit anymore. So it would be nothing but false reports and false rumors and very little facts getting out. And then you couple something like that with something like you said, Shad, where they hit the power grid, or even like the what was the Nashville bombing on Christmas Day, where that guy blew up? He essentially blew up an AT&T data center, is what he did.
Right. So
things like that. You knock out communications, and then real chaos ensues.
So there's a big difference, because say I'm defending my property, with my group of fellow LARPers. It's going to be one of two things. It's going to be marauders, or it's going to, could be absolutely disorganized meth heads looking for, junkies, whatever, gangs, maybe, possibly, or an organized near tier organized force, as like myself and like us, right? Whatever that is. Say it's an alphabet soup, whether it's a cell that just said, hey, let's get organized and let's sweep across this land during the mass chaos that's ensuing. right? You know, infrastructure failing, things of that nature, mass chaos in the streets, mass hysteria kind of thing. And then they navigate through that and start, you know, systematically going after, you know, key targets and key locations. You know, that's more dangerous, I think, because you're say you're in your rural area, right? You know, saying that that's your final destination. That's where everybody's going, right? You're kind of what's going on in that mass chaos situation doesn't pertain to you because you're secured in your location. You're far away from the chaos, you know, and now you have to worry about those that are going to come a calling, and they're organized, and you know they have capabilities that are just about as good as yours, right?
Well, and it could be a
Good point,
local
KY.
town or a municipality that's coming after you, somebody that you
Right.
was under
Sure.
kind of their jurisdiction before. Or
Right.
Absolutely.
like in Jericho, the town of Jericho and the surrounding areas went to war against New Bern, another town however many miles away. You know, it was basically a turf war. One town wanted to take over another. Those would all be possibilities, I think.
Yeah.
Right.
Fighting for resources or farmland.
Yeah.
Could be livestock, anything like that, you know, honestly.
And as far as these invaders that might be attacking, I don't think the cities are just the only targets that are possible. I think the rural countryside will, like, these small towns. My county seat has around 1,000 in it. After 2 o'clock in the morning, there is no deputy on call. It takes 45 minutes. If you have to make a call after 2 o'clock, it'd take a minimum of 45 minutes for anybody to show up. And if they do something like that on a Friday night, hell, more than 3/4 of that town is fucking drunks. You know, they're during the middle of the night, they're fucking passed out. The response time shit. You could roll into that town with 10 or 20 guys and just plumb mess some shit up.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
And that would the fear factor of that on the American population would be astronomical, I think.
Yeah.
Do you remember the Jade Helm exercises that they did back in like 2015-ish?
Yeah.
I happen to have some friends who wear the funny little hat in the Army that jump out of airplanes and do bad things to people, who was a big part of that. And the end result was that if these forces were to invade America, which is kind of what the whole thing was could the special forces take back areas of land that have been seized by whoever? And the answer was a resounding yes. Yes, and very swiftly at that. So
right. Camel Carl, what's up? How you doing?
What's going on, Shad? What's going on, pal?
How you doing, Carl?
What up?
Having a in-depth conversation here.
I'm sorry. I was just listening a little bit, and I thought I'd come up here and share some of the stuff that I've learned on this ride of this rock.
Right on. I dig it. You know the precipice here. You know, force on force, defending a property, so to speak. So yes, please. What are your thoughts?
Well, you know, I have a little more experience about traveling when you're being hunted or tracked or chased. All right, because I grew up a certain way. But I'll start this off with defending your property. You know, because I've said it before on panels. You know, it's I've caught a murderer breaking into my apartment. All right, literally red-handed. He's gone to prison. He's probably dead by now. He got life for it. All right. Wow. You know, you can't rest easy. You know, and you have to be very aware if you're going to survive something like that. You know, but what I will come up here to talk about was traveling. You guys are talking about bugging out, bugging in, getting home, all this stuff. You know, probably from about age 10 to 15, I was an incorrigible juvenile delinquent with a mother that was a cop, and I just refused to listen to anybody, and it ended me up in maximum security places.
Like me.
And well, you know, I've actually escaped from maximum securities. I've gone over the 25-foot cyclone fences with the barbed wire and got away. I've even been in the newspaper a couple times. But I've also been chased by multiple law enforcement agencies across 5 or 6 counties, and they didn't catch me. All right. This has happened more than once. So I've got a little experience on how to evade people, and it's not that complicated. It's just that a lot of people don't understand what that's like. All right. Almost every time I've ever been on the run with another person, that other person almost every time got caught. They didn't catch me because they had a lack of patience. All right. And, you know, when you guys are talking about buildings and stuff like that, in my experience, buildings, vehicles, anything that is prominent on the terrain, that's a focal point for a search. You know, if you want to get caught, you go in there. All right. Because that's where they're going to look. You know, you might be better off laying in the middle of a field, you know, where you think you might be visible, but you're not, because they don't look there. They look past that. You know, since I was a child, I've studied a lot of this stuff. All right. But, you know, I know for a fact I'm older. I'm a lot older than I used to be. And this would be hard on me at this age. But I know if I had to, I could cross the state without ever a human eye making contact with me. Oh, I got to also add that there's a lot of surveillance equipment and a lot of things out there today that wasn't there when I was young. But, all right, you know, it's I would never travel in the daytime, obviously. All right. If I had to cross a large area, that should be a given, because it's a whole lot easier to hide at night. Another thing I wouldn't do is I wouldn't walk on the road. I wouldn't walk on the railroad track. I might parallel them, but I would intentionally go into the worst, thickest shit that nobody wants to go in. Swamps and briar patches and all of that would be my way to go. All right. I would use the terrain to hide myself, meaning following ravines or up on the edges, never silhouetting yourself on a ridge. Since I was a kid, I've refused to wear bright clothing. And this sounds like, you know, maybe an insignificant thing, but white tennis shoes can be seen a long ass ways away. All right. And I've watched them give people's locations away in the middle of the night. You can see white tennis shoes. Another thing to think about is don't use your light, because if you've got a light on you, that's going to give you away. It's not going to help you see where you are. It's going to help them see where you are. You know, if you ever seen like military survival kits and in the pilot's vests and stuff, they usually always have this little tiny flashlight to just enough to read on the map.
Right.
But
You learn
to cut that. You don't flash it around. You hide that while you're using it. Your eyes will adjust to the darkness, and you'll find that you really don't need a flashlight or night vision. All right. Unless you have eye problems, I admit, you know, but you know, it's the way that I always got away was patience. I guess that's the number one thing I want to make clear is patience got, you know, whether you're bug bitten, cold, wet, I don't care if you got a snake in your boot. If you lay still, you're probably safer if somebody's looking for you. All right, just to stay still. The minute you panic or get up or run or start to move, or you think it's safe to go that way, that's when you're had. You know, you gotta, you know, there's a lot of military terms, you know, like silhouette, shadow, you know, all these things that you can learn to hide yourself. But man, if you don't have the patience to wait something out, if you suspect that's a bad way to go, watch it for a while. If you suspect that there's somebody in that house, that can see you or is waiting to shoot you or something, wait it out. You know, how long? It's a test of patience, and sometimes, and this is how I've learned this was from police officers. They really don't want to get out of the car. All right, they really don't want to chase you in the woods. They'll sit on the edge of a road, just out of view, and watch that road. And they only have an 8-hour shift. All right, you know, if you sit and wait things out, I can't tell you how many times they've given up their location or just left because I sat and waited. You know, I would, if you had to get home, all right, you were, you know, blocked in traffic or, you know, the bridge is out, but you still got to get home to your.
Well,
your
the purpose is I'm trying to get to my my group, my bug out location, which is another group, kind of the homestead kind of movie, the homestead movie kind of thing. And then we were touching on that is bugging is moving to that location, right? I'm in transit, so this is interesting, of course.
Well, you know, it's you'd rather get there late than not get there at all. You know what I mean? Don't be in a hurry. If you gotta run, run. But if don't give away your location. When I've had people say, Carl, I think somebody's stalking me, or I think somebody's watching my house. Well, I tell them to turn the fucking lights on in the house and get out of it. Go sit in the car and watch your house from a distance. Go sit in the chicken coop. Wait, see what you see.
Surveillance, right? Yeah.
Because, you know, they're going to give themselves away. You'll see their silhouette before they even realize you're not in the house. You know, it's
Right.
I would stay away from buildings and vehicles. Those things are a target. All right. They might be shelter, they might be warm, but to me, they're a trap, you know, especially think about the targeting systems of the military, that type of thing. You know, man, you guys are talking some mean stuff, all right, and it would get ugly, and it would be evil shit. You know, I really hope that none of us need any of this. I'm too old for that crap. I'm probably just going to stand and shoot at that point. You know,
and so might I say that everything that you're saying is great advice and great tactics. If you're being hunted. Right?
Mhm.
If you're being hunted, you know, if say, you know, the balloon went up and I have forewarned, you know, I already know, and there's a fog of war. Everybody's still kind of going whatever. I am going to take the most direct route, fastest route I can because nobody's looking for me. But along that way, it might happen that oh shit, I then went through somebody's territory. The eye is upon me. I'm being hunted. Kind of scenario. Then that would be a great idea to implement those tactics and procedures. You know, and you're right. You know, buildings. You know that they're always going to look. Thank you, Pure Blood. They're always going to look there. Always going to try to clear that. They want to clear a zone, right? So that's how they work. Is they set up the perimeter. It's isolate, contain, and isolate, contain, and capture, or isolate, contain, and destroy. And so you always hear about the noose. They like the noose, the Overwatch, the noose. They set up a perimeter far from where they think you are, and then they just start closing in tighter and tighter. And you know, trying to narrow your position, just the same way they do with the triangulation of signals. And we have a puppy on panel here. There you go.
It's the shadow.
Right. So, anything else that we can think of? You know, scenarios, problems. Let's think about if, say, you had to assault a position of this nature.
I would take a jammer with me to knock out any signals they may have to interrupt their security and their communications.
Okay.
Sorry if I interrupted you. I thought you was done, man.
No, please go ahead. Continue.
I got
that's a good point.
All I want to say is remember that most buildings are flammable, highly flammable. All right?
What is?
If you were to buildings, if you were to, stay in a building to defend it or to hide, it doesn't take much to light one on fire. All right.
Right.
That's one of the reasons why I wouldn't want to be in a building in a situation, because I know how easy it is to just burn it down. They've been doing that to people. Look what happened to Booth. Look what happened to James. Abraham Lincoln's killer. They burned him out of the barn.
John Wilkes Booth. Yeah.
There's not a whole lot you can, do against that. That's why I wouldn't want to put myself in that position.
Right. Maccabeus, you had a stream of thought. Go ahead. And then Jim, I think you had one too, right?
Well, you said if you was going to have to attack somebody else, and it works the other way too, where we was talking about defenses. You have to be aware of jammers, because jammers can knock out your signals for your security cameras, anything that runs off of a signal or wireless.
And your like drones.
Yeah, any of that stuff, right? So you'd have to be ready for that as a defensive, and if you're on the offensive, it'd definitely be a good idea to have them to knock out their communications. And now cameras that are hardwired can't be knocked out with a jammer. Just the wireless ones, stuff that runs off the air.
Right.
That was my point and thought.
Okay. Very good.
And what Vision asked me there? I don't quite get what Vision's asking. He says, "What device allegedly camo?"
Well, he was asking how does one go about getting a said device? Anyway, Jim, you had a thought.
I won't discuss anything illegal on here.
This is all hypothetical.
Right. Of course.
LARPing Minecraft.
As a kid, it was illegal. But I don't
how you acquire jammers, up to you, not me.
Yeah, right.
I mean, if we're talking about Bowfangs, all you got to do is scan, look for the frequency they're on, which I know there's a lot of channels on the Bowfangs, but it's really not that hard to do. Just press the button, tape it down.
Yeah.
Unless they have a backup plan where they're going on other frequencies, which you should, and a lot of groups, they use FRS for short-term, short distance communications. Like if we're hiding out in the woods or something and somebody attacking force them. So it's really that simple. As far as the hardwire cameras, I'm not sure. I could be wrong on this, but I know with the HF frequencies, back in the day, I've heard stories about this, where guys would go on to certain frequencies and open guys' like next door neighbors' garages and stuff like that. Screw up the TVs and stuff. Maybe the technology has come around a little bit where that doesn't happen anymore. So I'm not sure about the cameras and stuff, but I'm sure if you do enough research, you could probably figure it out.
On the garage doors, there's a wireless signal from it.
Yes.
On a hardwired camera. That's what I have here. I have Night Owl hardwired cameras, and I have tried a jammer on them, and they work just fine.
Awesome. I think there's no better way than to actually test these things yourself.
Yeah.
You don't have a HF radio? Do you have a high frequency radio?
All I have is a Baofeng and some CBs. I have some of the GRMS, them little family radios,
the handheld ones. Yeah. So the thing with the big ones, I think that Jim is trying to say is that once your licensing goes up, the amount of power that you can put out of those radios goes up. And if you get close enough to something, when I'm putting out 1,500 watts, not 5 watts from a Baofeng, it may be possible for them to overpower something like that.
If the wire's not shielded like properly.
Yeah. It can totally wreak havoc with it.
If what is it shielded?
The simple the wires. So your coax that's going to go from your camera back to your monitors. It may be something as simple as putting like those rubber connectors over them to make them like waterproof and insulate them. Because the radio signal, all it's got to do is hit something that can, conduct that frequency, and it'll just fuzz out on you.
Wow.
Like I said, I could be wrong on it. So
no, there's a whole slew of things that come in conjunction with being a ham radio operator. It's your radio is so powerful that it can interfere with other devices, like Jim said, garage door openers, television sets, anything that works on an RF frequency. It can mess with just a little bit. In some cases, it can mess with a lot. So you have to be very careful when you get into the higher powered radios. You can really hurt yourself or someone else. So be careful.
So
That's why the licensing is so important, to know what you're doing. Don't think you know what you're doing. Actually know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Well, so I'll give you an example of like things I hear on my radio. I'll hear my boiler clicking on and off through certain frequencies. I'll hear the washing machine go off with the HF rig. So I mean, like Mike was saying, it may or may not affect it. I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
I do have a night owl system, so now I'm going to have to check it out. I'll get back to you.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead, Mac.
So you're saying that my theory with the jammers, that there is jammers out there that could interfere with my cameras, is what you're saying?
Potentially, but it all has to deal with your particular wire and the amount of shielding it has from outside interference.
Well, on mine, my building's all metal with EcoFoil under the metal, and
nice.
The cameras, the housing of the camera is the only thing outside the building. All the wire is inside behind that metal, and maybe that had something to do with it. I don't know if that had.
Well, as long as you're shielded well, I mean, you can't beat it. You can't beat it.
I'm by no means an expert. I'm spouting stuff that has been personal experience, and even that can be wrong.
I think that's the best. I think that's the best, man. Is personal experience, actually trying these things out yourself, testing them out yourself, and seeing what the results are.
Yeah.
And Mac, I could be wrong too. Like I said, I've heard stories of this. I experienced certain things, so I have to actually see if that's the case. I do have a night owl system, so like I said, I will be using that. The other interesting thing is the drones. Now, in Europe, they're using these what are they, drone guns, Mike? Where they shoot them up and they either block the signal or EMP it. And
they basically just bring it straight down to the ground.
I've seen of them hacked too. Mm-hmm.
So that's an interesting thing too, because I know a lot of people that use drones, and that's part of their plan. So if you have the right signal and you block it, now my question is, will it drop like Mike's saying, or some of them are programmed if the signal's blocked, do they return back to
depends.
home base?
I guess it depends upon the user, because there is a short waiting period before my drone goes up. Where I can just take off and fly without GPS bringing me back to home, because they all fly off of GPS. I connect to like anywhere between 15 to 25 satellites every time I send my drone up. So my location is like super duper precise, and I'm looking at it on a map while I'm flying it. It is programmed to return to my takeoff point once the satellites lock in. But again, I can take off without satellite location and just fly kind of, myself free from the link to the satellites. So if I was most of the things you see in Ukraine, those guys are flying freehand. They are not returning to home. There's no data on that thing. They don't have it connected to anything aside from the controller. Those are one-way tickets. You know what I mean?
Right.
Those drones are flying away and they're not coming back. So they fly them without GPS connection. If you hit them with a blocker, I would imagine it would just lower to the ground slowly, almost as if it went into a landing procedure, disconnected from the controller and just land. So recovering it would totally be possible, and then take the chip and see what people have been looking at. Maybe you can catch the people as they take off, you know?
I got another question for you, Mike, on that subject. With drones, I know they have cameras, but do they have like the stuff that we can buy? Do they have infrared stuff?
Oh yeah,
you can absolutely buy infrared drones. They are extremely pricey, but you can buy them right from right now from DJI, which is probably the best drone manufacturer in the world. And not only drones, but just cameras in general. They've made cinema cameras for decades.
I heard that DJI has recently taken off the geofencing. They've taken off the geofencing. They've taken off the all the safeguards.
They took off everything that they said that that Chinese government was hacking. They removed all of. They were like, oh, okay, so you don't want us to have any of this stuff on there? Fine, we'll just take it all off then. See how you like that.
Now everybody's just free for all. It's like they just they what do you call it, jailbreak.
Well, I gotta be honest. You can just go into your controller and turn all of that shit off and just fly it. So it's really bullshit. If I wanted to fly it within a mile of an airport, I could.
And we've opened Pandora's box. You can literally go to the store and buy the components yourself and make your own drone.
And build, absolutely. Especially those FVP ones, the first person drones. Those are incredibly fast, and those things actually scare the shit out of me.
Yeah, I want about 6 of those. Yeah.
With the goggles and everything, you'd look like Ant-Man, bro. It'd be awesome.
Oh yeah, 6 of them. Even tie them to a computer that they can be synchronized. And then of course one large Overwatch quadcopter, with good optics.
So that's something that DJI did too recently. Was allowed all their stuff to be used open source. So. In reality, all I need to do is download a program to the computer, plan a flight path, take my drone outside, hit the power button, walk away from it, and then watch it take off and fly the path and come back home and land. And then I can just see where it was, just monitor from the station inside the house, everywhere it's going, everything it's doing, hands-free from the controls, completely autonomous.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That's amazing stuff.
It's cool, man.
Yeah, and having those capabilities at your AO, at your your defendable position, if you will, that's going to really be a force multiplier. For one, you're going to be able to gather intel. You're going to be able to see what's going on in real time,
miles away.
And of course, you can use it as a offensive, defensive, position as well.
It may be hacked. I mean, I don't own a drone, but I got to fly one, and I remember where it would hover right in front of me, and then you fly it out, and I flew it a mile away across the highway and over into some wooded areas and looked around. But then all I had to do was push a button, and it would return right back to my location. All right, it knew exactly. Is there any way that could be hacked?
Absolutely, because that's all GPS data. The best and the safest way to fly a drone is without the GPS link. Just don't connect it to the satellites. And you, again, like Shad was saying, you can build these things yourself, control them with a cell phone through an app, and fly them yourself. You don't need all of the fancy technology. They help a lot. Especially for an amateur pilot like myself, the thing will just hover when it takes off and stay there until I push a button, and then it'll go where I ask it to. But it's a learning curve, man. It's learning how to fly these things and your actual wingspan and stuff like that, flying through forests and trees. It gets a little hairy.
Now, when you guys are talking about radios, I've had some, ex-military teach me some things about that. But You know, and I grew up with, you know, police radios and handhelds and always had a scanner going and all that stuff. But I'm aware that it's very easy to triangulate a location once you transmit from a location. You know,
Kind of.
and
So,
well, that's what
I'll explain. I'll explain later. Go ahead.
Well, the one thing that I found this, you know, in the probably 91, I think I got my first set, and they're called ultra low frequency handheld devices. They're a walkie-talkie made for the U.S. military, usually used by LLRP or snipers. All right, and the concept is that they have such a low range and ultra low frequency that most devices, yeah, you can't pick them up by conventional means, you know. And in reality, you know, nowadays they're probably a little easier to find, but back in the day they were you know, high tech stuff. They were even very well known.
Right, but, and something very specific, like for a specific job, specific purpose.
Yeah. Yeah,
so these things are these things have not gone away. They have just evolved. Now they used modified Wi-Fi routers to create what they call LoRa networks, which are I don't know if anybody's ever heard the term mesh-tastic or a mesh network.
Yep, mesh-tastic.
You can create your own wireless internet outside of the internet with some programs on some devices and just a couple of uplinks with these little LoRa nodes that use almost no electricity, can run on solar for months at a time. It's pretty incredible how far the technology has come. These wireless mesh networks, if you guys look into them, they are just incredible. With just a few nodes in a city, you can create a whole entire wireless cellular network off the grid.
That's good.
It's really incredible, man. And they're really pushing the limits of this stuff with some of these Raspberry Pi programs and things like that. Where it's all open source stuff, and the people who are into this stuff are creating new things every day for it. You can couple this with programs like ATAX, which is a military, basically a guidance system, right? It's like everything all in one.
Yeah, it's got your navigation. It's got your location, enemy location, terrain features.
Yeah, and you can just add. You say, "Oh, there's bad guys here," and you just put them on the map, and now everybody that's in that network knows that. Oh shit, there's bad guys there. And these things run off the same signals as like any kind of smart device. So your wireless light bulbs, your microwaves, your TVs, your refrigerators, anything that has a Wi-Fi node in it, it all emits the same signal. So they hide in plain sight. So they really, right now, while the grid is up, these things can't be found.
So now that's an interesting, the mesh-tastic, and I'd like to explore this as far as using this as like at your location, right? You've integrated your sectors of fire. Now you're integrating intel with everybody on the property.
It's real time stuff that you add, and everybody is in the loop instantaneously, all in text communication. You can send pictures, you can send anything, just like a regular cellular network, but you're doing it over extremely low power Wi-Fi.
Right.
And you can encrypt it too. Encrypt.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's incredible. It's incredible what you can do with this new stuff.
I knew it from a business standpoint. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You know, like say a warehouse and everything. You know, that kind of thing. Or we had something similar in the pest control field. You know, tracking, and we had these little handheld things, almost like a tablet, and everything was updated and shown. And the manager had one. He could track everybody. You know, with his go, oh, hey, yeah, why are you off route? You know, and call you right up. Go, why are you off route? Or, hey, I've got a call back at this location. You need to go handle it. And, you know, and you could, of course, implement personal cameras, which is a big thing now as well.
Yeah,
everybody's got the chest cams, like the cops. Those are there's a lot of companies that are doing it. Chest cams, head cams. That was, that was a very interesting thing when that whole Hunter Warrior Seeker program came out with the Army years ago. And this is kind of where it came from into the civilian sector and business sector. Everybody's using that advantage. I think we've grown leaps and bounds, since those times, since my day in the military,
Shad, all I really want at this point, I want to get myself a nice CB radio for the truck, because I can remember back in the 70s, everybody used them to talk. And I remember talking to people in other states, long ways away.
Right.
If you had a CB, I had a CB, Vision had a CB, I could be talking to you guys, no sweat. I mean, I know the signal would reach you from here. It would be a cheap way for communication. And I think that's what I'm going to do. Really, that's the only thing on my.
I think I think it's great to implement that as well, especially if you're going to have patrols and early warning systems going out. You've got patrols going out. You got people running the roads, giving you early warning, or just gathering intel, or running supplies, if you will. CB radios, that'd be great.
For the folks who
all these new things out there, nobody even really wants those old handheld CBs. Remember them things that took like 20 different batteries to operate them and shit? I see them on marketplace. Nobody wants.
I mean, that'd be a great idea to implement those as well. One is none is two is one is none, and if you have five, interlocking interlocking ways of communication, tied in. You could tie in that CB to the mesh tactics. You could tie in the drones to the mesh tactics, to the ATACs, and have this basically a battle room where somebody's sitting there, watching all these monitors, going, hey, check the right flank. Hey, Rover 2, it's got a flat tire. Go get him. That kind of thing. So all this stuff, all the old school and the new school, I think is a way of just merging it all together. We're seeing this in real time being used in war, in conflicts. I watch a lot of Ukraine footage. I really do, probably more than I should. But they're using tactics that are just absolutely crazy. I seen one where they hacked a drone. They just hacked the feed where they're watching the drone. They had no control over it. They're working on trying to get control, and they're watching this drone fly around, on their computer. And then all of a sudden, the building they're in goes boom. Like, oh shit, that was the drone. And then so the way that the Russians started to counteract that hacking is they ran fiber wire right behind it. They have a tin. It's not connected to Wi-Fi. It's not connected. It's not, gathering or producing signals. It's literally ran by wire, 10 mile wire fiber cable behind it,
Wow.
And that's how they're doing it, just going backwards and, de-evolving, and using it that way. Yeah. Like a tow missile. Keeping it focused here, Mike, you have something to say?
So one thing I'd like to add to the whole radio thing, there is another level just below ham. It also requires a license now because they added more power to these radios, and that's GMRS. GMRS is a license that you can purchase from the FCC for $35, which is actually the same exact cost as your ham license, but you got to take a test for that. $35 gets you a GMRS license for 10 years. And it's not just you, it's your whole entire family is now licensed to use GMRS for the next 10 years for $35. GMRS, I think the max that you can put out is like 300 watts, I think. It might be 150, between 150 and 300 watts. And that's going to get you a little more regional. That's going to get you about 250 miles. As long as you're at a high point to a low point, GMRS can extend your range a little bit further than the average thing. And I think it was GMA Merkel that said Midland. They are the king of the GMRS radios right now. They make some incredible stuff for overlanders and off-roaders.
Right.
Little stubby, tiny antennas that get that same exact range. So don't discount it. Get a license and get a radio and start playing with it, man, because that's the best way to learn. I got to be honest.
Except I'm completely on my own. I don't even have really a need for a radio because I'm just me. You know, that's why it's like it's never been a priority. But like I said, if I had a CB, I could at least talk to people I know in the distance.
Right.
Right.
Most people don't realize that their Bofang transmits in GMRS. At least the older ones did, and FRS, and Mures, and ham bands.
Mine does. Yep. So the best way to practice with your old Baofeng radio is to look up your FRS frequencies, right? That's the family radio service. That's Radio Shack frequencies. Type those into your radio with your friends and use the frequencies that you can practice on now, right? Because you can use your little Baofeng radio on the FRS frequencies and practice with your neighbors, practice with your locals. See if you can get in contact with each other with them. Maybe somebody has to go up the hill and talk to somebody in the valley, or you both have to be on the same side of the hill, you know. But you have to practice with these things now, and that's the only way that you can really practice with a Baofeng radio is on FRS frequencies. Go on Google, look them up. They're all listed there. Write them down, give them to your friends, pick one, pick a day, pick a time, and practice.
I got a question on that redoing the internet boxes. What'd you call them? The router?
Oh yeah, the LoRa networks they're called, or Mesh-tastic networks.
I really like that idea. And how easy is something like that to hack?
I'm not sure. You know, anything. I always say that no comms are safe, secure comms. Everything should be planned out ahead of time. You know, if I tell Shad, hey, Shad, we got to meet up at position C, Shad's going to know exactly what I'm talking about, and we're off to the races and none the wiser. Nobody knows that we're meeting at the 7-Eleven down the road from him, but it's position C, and we're going to meet there. So,
that sounds like position Camo Carl. That's 300 miles north of Shed.
There you go. There you go.
But you know, something to that effect. Always have a plan outside of just, you know, jibber jabbering your plans over a radio. That's never a good idea.
How is that information easily available on the internet? How to change the router box?
Absolutely. You can buy them pre-purchased, Macabus, and they're little like Plano tackle boxes. People are 3D printing the boxes and making the nodes themselves. You can buy the pieces and parts and put one together for under $100.
Upgrade the antennas.
You can do so much to them.
Solar panels.
My
question is the range on those. They're not. When we were talking about it, it's not that far. So you really need a ton of.
You need a lot. Yeah, you need a lot of net. The more nodes, right? 6 or 8 miles? The more nodes you have, the more powerful your network is. So if you could make 50 of these things and place them all over the place, you would always have service. I would compare it to the 5G cellular networks. How the antennas don't go very far. They're very short. They have to be very close together for these things to work right. The same with these mesh nodes, because you're using modified Wi-Fi, and you guys know the signal on Wi-Fi. Now put a big antenna on your transmitter and receiver, and you can use your cellular device you have right now on these nodes. You just have to connect to them and then work them that way.
So basically, setting up a series of them, it's going to be like having a bunch of repeaters out there.
Exactly, Macabus. That's exactly what it is.
In a way, discernment files, they do. You know, the old walkie-talkies I grew up with, even as a kid, the old G.I. Joe ones from the 60s, they all had Morse code on the back of them. They had the diagram on what the Morse code was, and they'd have a button on them where you just Yep. And so
I mean, you got HF. I mean, you J8 call. I mean, that's all text. That's, I mean, that's
discernment files. That's you can absolutely text over the radio. You can send video. You can. There's so many things that you can do with ham radio. It's incredible.
They also have another feature called APRS, which basically it's a map of your location on the radios. So basically, let's say we're all bugging out and I want to know where Matt is, exactly where he is on the grid. It will show me where he is. Like, oh yeah, he's like 6 miles this way. He's northeast of me at GPS coordinates, blah, 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 blah. Bofang sell radios that do that too. The range on them, they're not the greatest, but, you know, mile or two, they'll work. So, I mean, it's just another option. There's tons of Morse. Like you were saying, the digital modes are awesome.
I felt that comment to the bone, discernment.
That one. So, all right, we're trying to let me bring us back in. That was a great conversation on comms and how we can use those and integrate those. You know, using old school.
Sorry to derail the.
I'm bringing it back. I'm bringing it back. I allowed it. So
needed. It's needed.
Yeah. This is great stuff, man. I've learned so much. I knew about Meshtastic. I just didn't know a lot about it. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, whatever.
It's really cool, and I see the applications, learning more. Yeah, especially
in this in-depth focused conversation about how to defend your property, your homeland, your area of operation. You know, I think Meshtastic nodes with all the comms, ham, HF. CB, everything, you know, even command and signal, S2. Oh yeah, exactly. Right. S2 underground. Right. So integrating all these things, ATACs. I mean, man, I would love to build a control room, a war room. That's what I'm going to do when I win the lottery. Just start buying all that high dollar stuff.
Call me before you do, because I want to be in on the cool shit.
Hell yeah, cool that's the thing. I know you guys. I mean, Jim's coming, Mike is coming. I mean, Mac and Carl's coming. All you guys. I mean, we're going to set this thing up, man. I love it. A vision. So everybody. But I want to bring it back to So now we've basically established comms on the AO. And now we have a integrated system.
You guys did, Chad, but I'll tell you, the only thing I have that's high tech in my possession is this one phone. And if shit hit the fan, this phone is never going to be found by anyone ever again. All right.
Okay. I mean, that's okay. I mean, same here. You know, this just be a something I yeet at somebody. Or it's gonna be a noisemaker. I'll play some music, and while they go check out that location, I'll be at the other one. Taking saying hi. But I want to get back. So we've established comms. We've integrated everything from intelligence to comms to Overwatch to early warning systems into our AO. Now we have to defend it. Now we have to think about tactics. Now we got to think about logistics. Is there enough food and water and ammo, beans, bullets, and band-aids, right? And what does that look like? We're all there. Camel car, you're there. Your big truck is parked by the house. And you're sewing away because I just ripped my rucksack or something, or I don't know. But my radio just fell out of my rucksack. So you're on the front lines. You're in the foxhole. You're manning the rails. So
I've got multiple layers to ditch, Chad. The truck is number one. Main camp is number two. 3-day camp is number three. And then I've got my last ditch kit, because if I had,
So I'm speaking in this scenario as you're on the hill with us, right? Thinking that way. That's where I want to try to focus this conversation as well. But yeah, I mean, all great points, of course, especially if you're out there maybe we have to go out past the wire, and do some type of operations. But defense, beans, bullets, and band-aids, logistics. I want to cover that if we can, about what that looks like at the AO. Go ahead, Matt.
Depends on which
One
part
thing
of
I
Gary.
would implement is
We'll get to you,
cannons.
Cannons.
Yes.
Cannons.
Yep.
Interesting.
And you can load them with anything. It don't have to be big balls, and they don't there's pipe out there that you can make small cannons with, and there's nails and glass and all kinds of different things you can use, and set them all up on a electric trigger so that you can fire multiple ones or certain ones at at the push of a button from another location.
Well, improvised munitions, incendiaries, and booby traps should be an entirely different show.
Well, I'm going to bring this up, and yeah, of course, but it's definitely something that we want to implement into our AO.
It's all hypothetical fantasy.
Yeah, hypothetical Minecraft LARPing scenario. So there's something that the French did back in during the Napoleonic times. Basically, what they would do is they would make a hill into a very extremely large cannon. And they would dig in literally the size of a house. They would dig up a hole into the side of a hill.
Yeah,
pack it full of highly quickly expandable material, i.e. explosives, and then just pack it full of rocks, nails, whatever. Kind of like a massive claymore mine. I forget what they call it. I don't know. Check it out in chat. But this was highly effective. And Napoleon used it. It was used against Napoleon. The Prussians used it. The Russians used it. It was extremely effective.
Because it was before you could get a federal rap for doing something like this. But when I was a kid, we used to have wars. Everybody played war. Did you guys like to play war? I loved to play war. We didn't, we kind of took it a long ways as we got older. And there was a time where it was the War of the Forts. People were raiding each other's. We would get all kinds of lumber and stuff and build tree forts and ground forts and underground forts. But then the rest of the kids in the neighborhood get together and they go raid it and tear it down and steal all your shit. And this got to be like a game. So one time, our shit got raided. And I was kind of pissed off about it, and so was my buddy. So we went to his dad's garage and went down into his workshop. He had a full workshop, and we found this cast iron drain pipe with a big cap on the end of it. This sucker was like the size of a cannon. And we went to the culprit's backyard while they were eating dinner, inside. And we pointed this cast iron thing. We shoved it with like 2 pounds of black powder and every nut, bolt, and nail and rock we could find to fit in the end of it. And we pointed it right at their fort and tied it into the Y of a tree, lit that sucker and ran like a motherfucker. And all we heard was boom! As it echoed over the whole neighborhood. And it totally
think on a larger scale.
Yeah, but it destroyed
like the size of the hill.
It shredded all the wood. All of it was unusable. We won.
Right.
And that you can always make it bigger, but that was before you could get in trouble doing that shit. We were kids.
Well, like I said, this is a hypothetical situation, right? This is just we're just wargaming. But yeah, using cannons, use of cannons, use of smaller cannons, larger cannons, the hillside cannons, the hillside claymore mines. I guess you could kind of. I forget that there's a French name for it, but yeah, and then having that just as you could put that on your limit of advance, right? You have your perimeter as far out as you can get it. You have your patrols past that. You probably have to, coordinate, with your patrols. Anyone that's out, that hey, watch out, backblast. Area all secure here. We're about to blow this thing.
Let me throw some safety clause in there after telling that story, because you should never mess with something like that, folks. It will kill you. It will kill others. And when you just don't light a fuse on things. There's a safety precaution I would recommend for anybody. You can if you can't go to an RC Hobbies or to a remote control place where they sell rockets and stuff, and you can buy electric fuses, make an electric fuse, because you can take a flashlight bulb apart and without breaking the filament, take a little bit of sulfur from a match, powder it up, add a drop of water, make a paste on a piece of glass or a mirror, and then dip that filament in that, and you have an electric match. And if you were to do anything like that, I would suggest getting long extension cords, put them together. Use that, because all it takes is a small charge to set off that electric fuse. Like if you were going to make model rockets and shoot them up into the sky, you could do the same thing with this. Just get don't be near
Lay conduit. Bury it underground.
Right, but even with an extension cord, it's a lot easier to hide, but you get away from it. And as long as there's no power to that cord, that fuse is never going to go off. All right, and you could take a 9-volt battery and make it go off. But until that happens, now you're already at the end of it and far away from the device. It's a safety thing, man. Just don't light a waterproof fuse.
Well, I mean, you can wire that up, using your battery systems. You could either install a switch, right? Or you can literally just kind of take 2 wires and put them on the terminal in that area. Have it labeled. You ever seen how the fireworks guys work? They set up this amazing show, and it's absolutely synchronized. And what they do is they plan it, and they have an area, right? So terminal 1 does this, terminal 2 does this in this area, terminal 3 does this in this area. And so when you make your range card on your property, you go, okay, that's the area that, and you might even have it marked, have a flag in there, have a paint a tree red or something, and between 2 trees, and that's your impact zone, right? And as soon as the Minecraft Canadian warriors come across that, boom, you touch that terminal, you push that button. I mean, you could go as far as even going mesh-tastic, and you're sitting in on your toilet with your smartphone going click. I mean, so think about the imagination. The possibilities are endless there. What's up? What's up, Trent? How you doing?
How you doing, buddy?
I'm sitting here listening to all y'all gurus and taking notes, and I'm going to download this live stream.
Well, Trent, this was, you gave me this idea, and I'm going with it.
And I see, and between Mike and the Prepared Irishman, y'all barking up my tree, right? Because y'all barking right up my tree, and I appreciate it. Yes.
Yeah, I thank you for being the muse, the inspiration, giving me a task, purpose, guidance, and direction on this one.
Well, we because we got a reason,
right?
We all got a reason, so But not to derail the conversation, but Mike, did you see the video I sent you about the inauguration?
No, I have not yet.
So allegedly, you know why they moved the inauguration indoors?
I've heard rumors of drone swarms and snipers.
DJI.
And dirty bombs. Yes.
DJI took off their safeguards.
Since you guys been on, I think he's taken over. He's on Air Force One, folks. So it means he's under military protection.
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Okay. Anyway, back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Trent, you have the helm. Trent, please give us your thoughts on this.
Well, the whole conversation, or on the medical part?
That's a good point too. I mean, because this is a in-depth conversation of all aspects of defending your AO, force on force, defending property. And you want to go medical? Go for it.
Sure. As y'all know, if you're going to defend your property, you better have a comprehensive and extensive triage space. Because if you have to defend your property there could be injuries, casualties, accidents, whatever the case could be. So you got to make sure that you have, number one, qualified people that can do, everything short of and not left to surgery. So if you have a doctor in your group or a surgeon in your group, that particular person itself would be the person I would say, you don't have to prep nothing. I need your skills. Show up.
Okay. So basically we've built this hypothetical AO this property. We've tied in the comms. We have fighting positions. They're far away from the house. Say the house is the CP. Where would you set up the? Obviously, you would set up the surgery room, the doctor's room, the MASH, whatever. I don't know. The medical in the comprehensive medical facility inside. We're going to be outside, away from the property. So we need to set up some type of, litter carrying, some type of transportation, getting the wounded to the CP and getting them worked on. So what are your thoughts on that?
I can call 3 stretchers.
Right, Carl?
Right. You got to have, first of all, stuff, especially if somebody's immobilized and you got to move them. You got to have a stretcher or a makeshift door with handles on it and get them back to the CP. But in the meantime, have everything at a point where you can get to, so that you've got bandages, you can stabilize them, and be prepared and ready to move them back to the CP, and just literally whoever's there, let them deal with what needs to be done. But you got to have something that's going to stabilize them, bandage it, stop the bleeding, or whatever. Go ahead, Mike.
Did you say that you just literally might have to have a litter?
Have a what?
A litter. There's like a few pages on making litters. You mentioned about, getting a couple poles together, using a blanket or a poncho to make a litter. That's good information, but there's a few pages people should read on that. You can make a drag.
You could take a door and make one, and a door and put some type of handles on it, or duct tape it and put poles on it and all of that. Yep.
Mike,
6 mil contractor bags with a frame.
Bug out bag weekend 2025 vision preparedness. I can give everybody a hands-on demo of the U.S. military Skedco stretcher.
Right on. I dig it.
We'll write it down. Absolutely.
There's 2 old school styles of stretcher. The old military issue one, they made them for World War I out of wood and oak and canvas, but then they went to the partly aluminum, part wood frame ones. But there's even a cooler one that, most stretchers, when they fold up, they scissor together and become one long 7.5 foot length. But there's one that you can pull apart in the center and fold that in half, and now it's, 3.5, almost 4 foot height, small little, U.S. military issue. Those are the nice ones, the ones that fold apart.
Yep. Allegedly, we won't have to make one.
You'd want your triage center somewhere where your clean water supply, near your clean water supply.
Okay, that's a good point. Would we want to set up a triage center in between, say, the perimeter and the house? Obviously, you'd have to have some type, stabilizing everyone. All right, stand by, Mike. There you go.
Skedco stretcher. This is the U.S. military good one nowadays. A little different. But Bug Out Bag Weekend 2025, you can come check this thing out yourself. I'll bring it.
That works.
The one that PA's talking about, that German, it looks like it has mountain bike wheels on it, and those are cool because you could transport hundreds of pounds of your gear easily down a single trail into the woods or something with one of those too.
Yep.
I want to continue this this kind of conversation, Trent, with the medical. Please continue. Setting up inside your, setting up your. Please, I don't even know the terms to use, right?
Well, first of all, you got to have a clean room. First of all, that only the person that is treating the wounded and maybe some help. The COO, who soon will be a registered nurse here, I'm going to leave that to her and just be the guy that gathers up and brings her and has everything that we need. But you want to make sure, especially everybody knows, and I can't say it enough, get some type of training. Allegedly, this is truly allegedly, we're going to have a Stop the Bleed course at Bug Out Weekend 2025.
All right.
Allegedly. But, your gear, out of all the medical gear that you prep, gauze, take it to the 10th million. You're going to need more gauze than anything you have.
Packing material.
I have too much. I have so much of that military issue, the large gauze pack. I bought a case of that off of Marketplace because it was dirt cheap. Now I got a whole bunch to trade you all folks for your extras when I come and see us.
Ooh,
right.
Awesome.
But gauze, you're going to need gauze, sterile gauze, medical tape out the rear end. It would not also be bad because I have enough staple guns as well as sutures. And again, medical training. Mike's guy is probably, if not the best, one of the best in the business. If you're in or near the New York area.
He'll travel, bro. He'll travel wherever you're at. If you can get enough people together for a class, he'll come to you. Travis Medic is awesome.
Put a bug in Travis's ear.
I will.
And you can either give him my phone number and my email, tell him to text me, and tell him to give me a price, and we'll make it happen.
Roger that.
Send him that link to the video Vision just did. He just did one on.
I'd rather have somebody that's in somebody's group do the training.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So
absolutely. Yeah. He takes it to the next level. He'll teach you to the standards, but then he tries to tailor things towards your group's needs. Whatever you guys need to know about, that's what he wants to teach you.
Okay. Well, let him know 15th through the 18th of May. And, of course, this will probably be the only paid course we have to charge because we gotta.
Yeah, you gotta cover the overhead. Yep.
Gotta cover the overhead.
Classes, man, I need those classes. Everything they taught me back in the day is outdated.
I'll tell you what. I will do everything in my power to gather enough funds to try and offset as much of the cost as humanly possible.
And I'll split that with you.
Wow, gentlemen.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
We'll
Let's get the people some training, brother. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Yep. Again, medical is I think
the best route to go is basic CPR, AED, first aid for as many people as humanly possible. Let's get as many people as we can ready to save a life if they can do it.
I'm with you. And I'll even do a separate page for that and add it to the registration that if you want to sign up for it, this is where you sign up for it, and if we have to incur some type of minimal fee, they can pay day of or get in touch with me, and we can take payments.
Roger that. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. But let's. I'll get in touch with Travis. Matter of fact, you know what? I'm gonna hop off this live right now, and I'm just gonna get the ball rolling, bro. I'm gonna do it.
Okay, I appreciate that,
gentlemen.
Thank you, Mike. And, I'll touch base with you tomorrow.
Make it happen.
Amazing. Thank you very much, brother. And we will be in touch. Great content coming from your end. Thank you. Thank you.
No, thank
Later,
you
bro.
guys.
Later, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
So Trent, yes. So setting up medical. You're basically going to have one person in the house that is just working on folks, right? And one or two people.
One or two. Yeah.
One or two people going and bringing people back, going and bringing them back. Right. One or two people, or is that going to be somebody that's designated for that job, or
I would say yes. I would make them designated, because those could be the ones that, let's say, aren't as proficient in handling a firearm as anybody else.
Right. Right.
Or maybe they don't want to, unless it's a life-threatening thing. But they may say, hey, I want to transport or get to and drive, and that's it. And that's fine. Those may end up being some of the people or family members that would show up to your house with nothing, put them to work.
Now, are we talking about transporting them in a vehicle or by stretcher?
Yes, vehicle.
Okay.
A vehicle.
If you do the stretcher thing, you're going to need several people for that. I did that with the contracted bags and setting up a frame for it, and you start realizing after a short distance, you start gassing out. Then you need other people to hop in and kind of rotate it.
How about a side by side or a 4-wheeler ATV?
Yep.
Just dragging bodies back and forth.
Well, push come to shove, you can throw them in a wheelbarrow. One man can
That's up to Travis.
One man could wheel a 250-pound man by himself pretty easy.
Yeah, but in the same point, we're trying to do it quick, especially if it's a life-threatening thing. We got to get them there as fast as possible. So I would say vehicle, side by side, 4-wheeler, ATV, anything like that.
I mean, hell, even a bicycle,
Right. A bicycle with a cart on the back or wagon or whatever.
Yeah. Maybe an e-bike. Maybe an e-bike.
Right.
Maybe a horse.
Could be a horse. Absolutely.
The resources available can vary from community to community.
Right. You use what's available to you, period.
Around here, there's only 2 side-by-sides in this little town I live in.
Gotcha. But, medical is very important. Stack as much over-the-counter OTCs as you can. Get the Tylenols, the Advil, the ibuprofen, because you never know who may need what.
Okay.
And especially if you're dealing with people that may be allergic and can't take ibuprofen or something, naproxen.
Okay. Right.
So, go ahead.
So how about personal IFAKs, for people on the line, people out there on the field, and that type of thing, like on the site triage?
Yes. Whoever is engaging better have a personal IFAK with them. I know allegedly that is a requirement of per se folks.
Right.
But bug out weekend, since Mike's doing the stretcher, I am going to do a class on personal IFAC, building your own IFAC. We will also have our DFACs, same thing, for sale. And we're going to do a discounted price because it is Bug Out Weekend 2025, and you can only get them while you are there for that price.
Wow.
You still saving those cravats for me?
Say that again.
Are you still saving those cravats for me?
Cravats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The the triangular U.S. military bandages.
Oh, yeah.
I need
Triangular bandages. Yes.
The cloth.
You need how many?
I need.
You need how many?
I wear them for a hat. That's what I like them for.
Triangular bandages, absolutely. Yes. But
green or brown.
They're brown. Everybody that is engaging should have an IFAC just in case something happens and you need to stop the bleed. You need to put on a pressure bandage. If for some reason you just got a boo-boo on your finger and you need to, cover it up so no dirt gets in it, then,
Right. Or,
I need one of them modern fancy tourniquets too. I got an old style one, but I want to get one of them new fancy ones y'all were talking about.
We need an old one. They've been...
Okay. So let's stay on topic here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So going on that, everyone has their own personal IFAC, and then of course, we're going to use that on each other, and then of course, there's going to be a transportation, the logistics of getting people off. Maybe there's somebody like a corpsman, in the group that's going, on the line. And of course, communication. Right, individual communication. Oh my God, I'm on sector C. I'm on sector C or whatever, and I just got hit. Need immediate evac. What does that look like? Walk us through that.
Well, depending on your comms, which everybody should have, and y'all got to figure it out if you don't. On comms, you'll give your location and a brief, reason why that person needs to be immediately recovered. And whoever is in charge of transportation, they'll have gear in the car, both for offense and defense, along with medical, preferably a dedicated driver. I forgot about that. We would probably want a dedicated driver, and they radio their location because we all know where everybody's at, and somebody goes in hot and heavy to get them, load them up, and get them out. Plain and simple. And if those that are in that area have to lay down some type of cover to get in and get out, so be it. Yeah.
Right. That's a fire. Would it be a good idea maybe to have two on the extraction? One shooter and one that's grabbing. I want to address their chat. I'm sorry. Let me interject for a moment. Chat is asking questions. Me, Puppet, and everybody talking about thermals. Structure itself will stop thermal, right? So talking about emergency full blankets and stuff like that. But I want to stay on the topic here. So you got anything else to add, Trent?
No, just make sure you guys. I will tell you if you think you have one IFAC for the family, you're kidding yourself. And you should have a minimum of 2 tourniquets per person in your family. Plain and simple, y'all. Because within minutes, somebody can bleed out and they're gone.
One of the things I've got IFACs, but I've got what I call a Mac pack. I've done a video on it, and it's an old military gas mask bag, and it's a mass casualty, somewhat of a IFAC, multiple chest seals, multiple wound packings. There's just redundancy of everything, and there's like 3 cat tourniquets.
Yep,
And
I've got 4 of those bags.
I've got a Camelback trunk there full of medical supplies.
Right. Yep.
So okay, I want to everybody on panel. You heard what Trent said, and I kind of like this setup too. Is there anything that the panel would like to add or subtract or ask questions as well on the subject?
I'll add something about the medical stuff because I got a pretty extensive medical kit, and I'm on my own. I know that I carry everything I need, all right, and I could probably help somebody, but I keep an eye on it, and I always check to make sure things are still sealed and they're not getting wet, and if you have medication, make sure it's newer, even like the water purification tablets. Those go bad after time. You got to kind of keep an eye on your stuff. Always update it, basically, is what I'm saying. There's things I'm lacking in my kit that I'm going to get, but it's just like don't just assume that you can pack it all up in a bag, put it on the wall, hang it there or something, and expect it all to be good. Keep an eye on that stuff. Some of that stuff goes bad. Some of it leaks, whether it's antiseptic pads or something that seeps into the other thing.
Good point. Yeah. Matt.
Yeah.
Anything you'd like to add, subtract, question?
No.
Okay. Jim.
Yeah. You know what? I never heard anybody talk about this. I came across this product through one of my training courses. Have you guys ever heard of Battle Wrap?
Battle Wrap?
Yes.
It's like a clear tape. Now, you cannot rip this tape apart unless you kind of pinch it with a knife, and then it comes right off. But it's something that's super small, about 4 inches. It's a roll, and you can use it kind of like an Israeli bandage if you have to. It will keep wounds clean. Let's say you take a piece of gauze. Let's say your forearm's cut. Take a piece of gauze, pack it down. You take that Battle Wrap, you put it around there. It's not coming off. It's a great little accessory that doesn't take up a lot of room in these IFACs that you can use.
That sounds bad.
And I also have a product that I use. It's similar to that. The best way to describe it is the tough skin that football players wear, the tape that they put on so that, when they hit the ground, they don't on turf, you don't get turf burns. That stuff will not come off even if you take a shower. It's called tough skin. And you can put that on it. You can put a gauze and then wrap it with that as well. And yeah, it ain't going nowhere. You can even use it to stabilize a broken bone.
And when we talk about these IFACs, for me, the biggest problem is my packs are big. I try to keep the weight down, but for what I need to have them, I need certain things. So I try to kind of minimize as much as I can. I don't really want to skimp on my trauma kit, but like instead of having an Israeli bandage, I'll use something like that you can put that on pretty tight too. Well, it will put pressure on it. So it's something that if you guys never heard of it, look it up. Take a look. I know if Trent has, but it's a good thing to have.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
That's one thing I do is like my last ditch bag, it has a small medical kit. I keep one little tiny medical kit that I could keep in my pocket or have it on my tactical fanny pack or whatever, but then my big medical kit's in its own bag. I could attach it to my pack. I could carry it as a shoulder bag. I could, leave it behind and come back for it or whatever, but also keep, hydrogen peroxide and alcohol. I get these little 1 pint military issue canteen. They're designed for air vest crew survival stuff. They're meant to fit in the pocket of a survival vest, and they seal up really good. And the plastic doesn't do anything weird when you put the alcohol or hydrogen peroxide in it. It'd be just like the same plastic they use in those bottles. They're nice. They're olive drab. They're leak proof, and they fit in packs real easy. So I always take and add that to those bottles when I buy a new supply.
Right. So as a on my end, as say, hypothetically speaking, I'm on the front lines. My priority for medical is if I've got a hole in me, or if somebody else has got a hole in me, my procedure is going to be stop the bleed, pack that wound with whatever it is, slap an Israeli bandage, maybe use some of that tape, and that's it. That's all I'm doing. That's all I'm doing, because I got to get back into the fight, or I've got to get them stabilized for transportation. So I'm not. Those things are nice, and that's good for long term. But I just wanted to just kind of put that mindset that when my thing is I'm doing the things. I got to get back in the fight, or I've got to stabilize myself or somebody else, and then move on. Go ahead, Matt.
Wrap them and pack them. You're not going to do anything else.
That's it. I'm not worried about hygienic. At that point, I'll shove a dirty shirt in there. I don't care.
Correct.
Dirty sock. Go ahead, Matt.
Well, and realistically, not everybody that gets wounded is going to be heading back to get worked on either. If they can be patched up right there, they need to be staying in the fight too, more than likely.
I agree.
That's right.
Yeah, I agree. That's my thing too. I'll pop a 5-hour, or something. Just get back in it. Of course, you got to assess the situation. Hey, okay, am I going to be able to stay in this firefight for 5 minutes with this tourniquet on, or am I going to be able to, because you think about hours for that tourniquet. Is my wound serious enough for me to get off the line? That's right. What I have to think about, as being on the line. Am I going to be able to continue, or do I have to go? Or does that person that I'm working on can continue or have to go? So that's good things to factor in.
And then you'll have people that may say that they want to go, and maybe they're not really that wounded, So you got to handle that kind of thing too.
Yeah. I mean, that's hopefully the people to the left and to the right of you have some grit, some intestinal fortitude to be able to just keep going, because those behind you are depending on you, and to the left and right of you. So that's another aspect too we can talk about is gaining that group that is willing to just fight tooth and nail. And just absorb damage and keep going, being focused, and staying in the fight. That's the whole thing, is because that group is trying to destroy your will to fight. And if all they have to do is just kind of wound a few people and they're gone, because they broke a nail, there you go. There's your weak point right there.
Yep. And I'm talking North Vietcong tactics, where they'd rather wound a person because it takes 3 people out of the battle, not just one.
Right.
And yes, you're right, Lady Smith.
If it's the guy's last moments, all you medical folk ought to keep a pack of cigarettes for the guy, where he could have his last smoke.
Right. Yeah, the last smoke. Yeah. Yep. Resupply call, right? Resupply. Need more coffee. I need to stay in the fight.
Hey,
Cha-cha in the house. So I don't know. Anything else that you gentlemen would like to cover? Something we might have overlooked. Like to interject?
No, nothing that I want to talk about on the interwebs.
I mean, it's my channel. You can say whatever you want.
No, I'm going well for OPSEC
Hypothetical
reasons.
situations. I mean,
Yeah,
we're only talking about hypothetical situations, LARPing
that
in
is
Minecraft.
true. Correct. LARPing in Minecraft, COD. You know, resupply of dispensed seeds is one thing you got to think about, especially for those on the line. I mean,
Supply call. Yeah.
allegedly,
So, yeah, let's talk about that. What system reset?
yeah,
It's supply
supply.
call.
Yes.
Beans, bullets, band-aids, hot chow, coffee, whatever case may be, cigarettes, right?
Yes.
Maybe sleep.
Yes.
Some people have to sleep. I mean, defending your property, it could be a long-term thing. Defending your AO, you might be on the line, and you say you got 10 people. If you go, somebody's got to sleep, and somebody's got to be up. So maybe you have 4 people up, and everybody else is sleeping. You're going 25%. Maybe you go 50%. Maybe you got intel, and everybody's at 100%. So, and of course, food. What does that look like? Is that coming? Usually, everybody's going to have their own food, like say an MRE or maybe some kind of nutrient survival, maybe whatever. But if you're in your fighting position or if you're patrolling, you're not eating.
No.
You're manning the rails there, you're manning the wire.
I'm probably going to eat, and I'm probably going to be picking leaves and stuff as I go, because you guys, I've said this a lot of times, but I think it should be said. I have, in my area alone here in Lower Michigan, I have found over 130 edible and medicinal plants, flowers, and trees. All right, there's a whole lot of stuff out there in the wild that actually is edible, and a lot of things that work very well in medical situations. I know you guys know about mullein and all that stuff, but there's a lot more. So I always recommend people. That's great reading too.
That's a good point too. We can
what if you're in an urban setting?
What's on that? Well, I mean, in this hypothetical situation, we're talking about a rural setting. The AO is a lot like the Homestead movie. Okay, out in the middle of nowhere, you've got your group. 20, 30 people, 10 people, whatever the case may be. Carl, I like this where you're going off the land and you're outsourcing from that to add to your supplies and using that in the resupply. So that's a really good point. So having knowledge of foraging and preparation, because there's other things out there like you were talking about, Chemical Carl, that could be used as medicinal. Or could be used as it has some type of nutritional value. Of course, I'm going to look at things as a construction value, right? Mac as well. Right. We can start looking at things. Maybe there's an old rusted car out in the middle of a field somewhere close to the property. We can repurpose that, take that off, take pieces off that, or use that whole thing. That's a good idea too.
I would recommend nature observation and wilderness tracking, and the edible plants one that Tom Brown, a guy named Tom Brown out of New Jersey, lived near he just passed away recently, but he's got some really good books. I recommend all his books, but he's got one on edible and medicinal plants that it's not just dry information. He gives stories and stuff along when he tells these things. So it's a better read for a novice, because most of the manuals out there or books on that stuff, they're very dry information, and they contradict each other. And I recommend getting an Audubon book, because the photographs in those for identifying plants are unmatchable. All right, so you can use like the scientific photographs and informations to help identify something out of another field book or anything like that, because there's a whole lot out there. And it's quite it's deep. All right. And all I know is, from what I've learned, I'm gonna fucking eat. All right. Whether it's tree bark or whether it's cattails or something that I use a snare to catch. All right, I'm not going to starve. All right, I will survive that. You know, I just want you to know that there's. I mean, everybody knows what a willow tree is. You know, a weeping willow. They're always growing by the water and stuff. That's aspirin. You know, that's pure aspirin. That's good stuff. I would use that over any pharmaceutical any day of the week. Right?
Okay, I like this. I like where this is going because we're talking about basically resupply. So repurposing materials that we see. Maybe we send out we have a resupply area. Maybe there's a small village or town. Maybe there's somebody that we're trading with. That we can rely on to get food, get beans, bullets, and band-aids. But of course, we want to have everything we need on hand. That's where that whole super prepper thing comes into mind. Having all the food for all your people for an extended amount of time, food, water, medical supplies. And the dispensary high velocity things, right? Having all those for all weapons and maybe weapons parts, right? Parts for the for your LARPing needs, spares.
Yep.
That's very needed. And hardening your structure. That there's a good point we can go across is hardening the property, hardening the structure, what that looks like, what we can use. I guess I'm just kind of going off of that whole old rusted car out in the field, getting drug up, put in front of the house or in front of the driveway, and fill it full of junk and sand, and there you go. There's your strong point. There's your cover. Gentlemen, please expound. Anybody have any thoughts or ideas?
I got a train coming. I got to mute.
Ooh, a train. That'd be nice to have.
Hey guys, I'm going to call it a night. Thank you for having me on, man. Appreciate it. Great conversation,
awesome.
Great topic.
Awesome, Jim.
Appreciate it,
Thank
guys.
Good to see you, bro. Yep. Take care, Jim. Yep.
Thank you, Jim. Have a good night, brother. So what do you think, Mac? Go ahead.
The question was basically about repurposing stuff for defensive.
Hardening your structures, finding things, old house, old car that you can drag around, and maybe there's a train. I'd love to have a train car. And just pack it full of junk and sand and dirt, and there you go. There's your fortification. Any other thoughts on hardening structures?
Yeah, it could be logs, from timber. Your
trees and chainsaws.
Them trash cans, them wheel around kind like everybody in the city in towns have.
Yeah.
Those are awesome home poor man Hescos. You fill them up with dirt. They're pretty square. You can park them next to each other.
Yep.
Barbed wire. I've got stacks of barbed wire where most guys around here, when they take out an old fence, the barbed wire is not generally bad. They're just going to put up a new fence because the posts are all sagging, whatever, and the wires have been broke or something like that. But they'll doze out the fence, and but some guys will go through and take out fence and roll it up, and then I've bought it in junk piles. I've saved a bunch of it. Barbed wire is handy for putting out or foot entanglements and area denial. I'm having a hard time remembering words tonight. Sorry.
That's all right. Sometimes it happens to me too. Right.
That's all good stuff. And nowadays, I think I'd be tying old volleyball nets and monofilament line all through the tree branches all up above me too.
Ooh, right. That's a good idea, like anti-drone kind of stuff. Yeah, that's a good point.
Also, nothing like taking a garden hose and putting 3 to 4 inch nails in them.
Right.
I used to make cow traps. All right, I'd take
stretch it out and lay it down.
I got a whole bunch of these really long nails. They were like 8-inch nails, and I would cut the head off of them, and I would bend 2 of them together and wrap it 4 times. All right, and it would make 4 points that I would sharpen down and then put little barbs on them with a file. All right, and if you made them all the same, they would stack together. Now you have these big caltrops, all right, that weigh quite a bit. You take 2 8-inch nails, that's a bit of weight. And any way they land on the ground, there's a point pointed straight up, all right, no matter how they land. So I could take them and I could stack them together. And I know you're going to appreciate this, Shad, but you can take them and stack them together, like 5 or 6 of them together, wrap them into a piece of cloth or like a big handkerchief, and with 2 ends out on a ball. And you could take it and pull it like a big candy wrapper, hard and fast. And I could stick all those in a pattern. They would stick in a straight pattern across the wall. All right. I mean, perfectly. All right. And if you had those on your vehicle where you could just throw them out the window as you were going, if they don't have run flat tires, they're done. These things, they'll pop tires. I was going to mention this earlier too about steel shank shoes. I wouldn't go anywhere without my steel shank boot. All right, because this is a rough world, and it only takes a nail and 2x4 to fuck up your whole day. So,
and I've had that.
Got that right.
Those are pretty efficient and easy to make. They're cheap. You could make it out of metal, steel rod, whatever. But and they're pretty easy. You just make them the same every time.
You could hang treble hooks out in the timber areas.
Yeah, I love treble hooks. I get creative with treble hooks.
Tetsubishi. Yeah, that's right, Tuck. Also known as Article Throne.
Broken glass sealed on the. Yeah, I've seen this too, becoming dangerous. I've seen it in Africa. Yeah, literally, you had broken glass sticking out of the mortar of a home, of a window, like the bottom of a window sill. Like, what the hell?
Same way in the Philippines and Mexico and most of the countries south of us.
Wow.
Yep, exactly.
Someone say candy. Right. Hardening fortifications. I love it. I love it. All these error denial caltrops and treble hooks and barbed wire. I love it.
Well, and there's natural stuff too, like the locust tree. That's some trees that get all them thorns all over them. And if you own a property long enough, you can actually plant them out in hedgerows. That's complete area denial. If you got a whole hedgerow of them, you're not getting through there, and nobody on special ops is getting through them.
Yeah, they suck. Yeah. You can. It's just not pleasant. It's really not pleasant. Yeah. I do have experience with that. Oh man, South Carolina. It's all about the yucca plants, and they suck. Oh my God,
yes, they do.
I'm going to go ahead and give you a cringe story for you. I was working with I was doing some remodeling work in South Carolina, and we were wiring up a GFI to a hot tub, and this guy had yucca plants all over, like all around his little enclosed patio. And I was told to do something, and I went down there to this GFI outside, and I don't know what I was gonna do, but had my tools, and I took a knee, and I always take a knee quickly, boom, and this thing stuck me right in the nethers, right in the schnuggies.
Ooh.
And I was down for like 3 weeks, just excruciating pain. Excruciating pain. It was just one. It only went in just like that much. That's all it took, man. I mean, I had to take antibiotics, and the doctors were laughing at me, and but it was a horrible day. horrible day.
A
And what they
nail?
would
Is
do
that what that was? A
is
nail?
it's yucca plants, just fucking yucca
Oh,
plants, yucca plant. And so what they would do is, especially this one guy had this, he had a junkyard kind of thing with a fence, and on the other side of the fence was a ditch, and people would jump, and he had pipes that the state had to make him have pipes that come off the ditch and cross the ditch. So they were running across this pipe to get across the ditch. So what he did is he greased the pipe, and on either side he put big fucking yucca plants. Well, talk about area denial. Nobody broke into his place there for a long time. So yeah, I love
don't
this.
blame them.
Yeah,
yeah,
briars. There's the
childhood,
devil's
dude.
walking stick too. That's a nasty, nasty freaking little tree bush. Just, I mean, some of the thorns are this long, and they are just absolutely brutal. Same kind of thing. They got that powdery substance on them that creates a nasty festering wound.
Yeah, you just took me
Not
about three
good.
different experiences of my childhood that I don't want to remember.
Fireworks, them big fireworks can actually play a role in some of the stuff we're talking about.
Right, mortars. Yeah,
I know propane is a big resource in the world we're talking about, but you can put tanks out there and puncture the tank with a shot from a sniper, and launch fireworks at, because the shot itself is likely not going to set off that propane tank. But you shoot.
So that propane tank, and I'll tell you about this because I dealt with them a little bit. They're tougher than you think.
Yeah,
they are. They're tougher than you think. They're built to not be punctured. So the best way, and there are videos, is to go into the connection where the nozzle is and rig up some type of knockoff device, right? Knockoff thing where you open that hole, pull that whole apparatus out, and there you go. They actually make a puller for it that you just kind of screw in, and boom, it pops it off. You could do that.
Yeah, you got different rounds. You could puncture it first and then use an incendiary or a tracer round to set it off.
Right, or have a secondary device on it that punctures it when you hit the button, right? And then of course there you go. You're off to the races. Then you can use your mortars as well. In propane, man, one those tanks that you see driving around with 18-wheelers is enough to take out a city block. Just flatten it. Whoosh. It is extremely expandable. Those propane is nasty.
Those smaller tanks, you can puncture them with like a 30-06.
Yeah.
Acetylene tanks, acetylene, all that stuff is even worse.
Yeah, oxyacetylene. I remember shooting at one of those. It took a 308, like 3 or 4 rounds to hit it, and that was just ball. But and sometimes your incinerary doesn't work. That's another thing too. So it's you'd have to test it, and you'd have to go through a battery of testing to get something reliable.
I like the idea of what you said about having a device to knock that valve off, because that saves you rounds too.
Right. You can screw in a blasting cap.
Yeah.
Into the tank.
All right. Once you puncture a tank like that, you want the gas in the air to catch fire, not the tank itself. So once you puncture something like that, it's filling the air very fast. If you hit near or around that, that's the ignition point.
Right. But I love the expandability of propane. That's what makes it so just brutal. And if you take that tank and pack it with a nail bomb kind of scenario, right? Hypothetically speaking, right? Then you've got
what game is it called? Minecraft.
Allegedly,
right? Minecraft. KP, it wasn't my nuts.
No, but really, all that stuff I did it as a kid before it was a crime. It's like Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, I don't do that stuff anymore. It's a crime. It's illegal. Don't do this stuff, folks. It'll get you in
Right.
trouble.
Don't do this. Yeah. Don't try this at home.
You can't put booby traps on your property or your things because you get in trouble.
Well, this is purely hypothetical situation. LARPing Minecraft world. We're just discussing things to do on a gaming type scenario on the AO of the property.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
I seen a guy down in North Carolina years ago, late 80s, and down there in the mountains. He built a crossbow, and it was on a 2-wheeled trailer, and it was made out of leaf springs and some pulleys and some other springs. It was like a big old crossbow. He had to use a big hand crank to cock it back, and he made arrows out of drive shafts.
He made a Roman ballista. Wow.
And I always thought that was really impressive. I don't know the range of it, what it had, but if it had a decent range, say 150, 200 yards, you could pack that with stuff, and that's an infantry denial system.
Yeah. I mean, even a vehicle, man, one of those bolts going through the door, or right into the engine. I mean, that's a bad day. And if you have some type, now we have the wherewithal in this hypothetical situation that we can add something to that where it expands greatly. But in physics, right? Right. So, I love it. I love it. That's a good idea too, is some of these, non pew pew, ideas, I like that. I going medieval on that ass. Right.
Such thing as what allegedly known as thermite.
Right. I mean, there's a lot of different things. Allegedly.
that stuff does have a shelf life. Once you mix it, it does have a shelf life. Shireen Survival done a video about that here about a year ago.
That's okay. You put one. Well, never mind. Yes, you put one inside the other that separates the two, and then you do what you need to do to make a mix.
Right.
Yes. Allegedly.
Yeah. It's a good idea. I wasn't saying your idea wasn't good. It was just that I was throwing that disclaimer in there. Not if once it's mixed, it's got a shelf life.
Absolutely.
Right. So, where are we going to go next? What do you guys think on this hypothetical situation where the Canadians are attacking, organized? Maybe it's Anquifa, maybe it's Aloha snack bars, whatever the case may be. Maybe it's your.
The Canadians, you could use beer for bait.
Them old school windshield wiper motors, the shaft that comes out of them runs like a cam, and I seen a guy do this years ago, and his was off of a certain model. I don't remember which one, but about any of them could be modified to the same concept. I think inside of the trigger well on a rifle,
bang, bang, bang,
mounted on your fenders type thing, or on emplacements above.
I'm buying a truck, right?
Careful now.
Look into the South African carjacking. I don't know what you call it, but they use fucking flamethrowers into their trucks to cook carjackers when they try to take them. They got all kinds of neat little things. You can electrocute their ass or burn them right up. They got some cool stuff we can't have here.
I've done the electrical thing for.
Yeah, allegedly there is a flame-throwing drone.
Oh yes,
that's
absolutely.
manufactured right here in the great state of Ohio, and they're legal.
Oh yeah, I dig it. So there's another aspect that we can cover too is I think we touched on it is how do you prepare your this hypothetical property, the AO, I'm calling it the AO, the area of operation. How do you prep that for fires, for things flying in the air, lots of kinetic things flying in the air. How do you prep that area against say fire or something of that nature?
I don't know, but back to the drones, I really do want one. I'm going to get one. I'm going to make it where I can launch it right off the top of the truck like Speed Racer had in the 60s. Remember the bird that he had? He could fly ahead
That's
of the
what I want. Yeah.
Yep.
Bare earth. I mean, would you do some raking? To get rid of fuel sources. Fireproof the property, fireproof the structures. What does that look like? What do you guys think?
Well, I've got some tubing from when I was doing fiber. It's like maybe 3/4 inch diameter, the orange tubing, and I saved a bunch of it. My plan is to run it along what would generally be called your soffit area on this building. I don't actually have soffit because I rolled my walls out like that, almost like Viking style, and attached it to the roof. There is no soffit. The wall and the rafters are actually one piece mechanically, but along that edge and then up on my tops of my roofs, run that stuff with a little hole drilled every so many inches and plumbed in already. You don't want to keep it. You don't want to keep water in it, because you'd have to drain it in the winter, that sort of thing. But if you're going into a battle situation, you may want to have it primed up to where you can start pumping it all the way. But just flip on your pumps and it starts covering your building with water. I mean, that's just one thing.
I like this, and that's you see the comment from Tuck here. I was thinking like outside the property, like outside the structure, around the property. But you're right.
Dedicated sprinkler system.
Right. I mean, I've seen this too. Like you've seen them on the roof. I've seen these things. It's a pipe that runs across the roof, and it literally just pours water down on the roof, putting out the fire, whatever. That's interesting.
Devil Dog proper brings something up good, like tripwires and perimeter alarms.
Yep.
You can't just use any basic string for a tripwire. Really, the Vietnam issue booby trap wire they give the guys. It was wire. It was metal wire because it's not supposed to. There's not supposed to be any give at all, right? The minute you touch it, it's a direct link. There's no stretch. But the perimeter alarms, y'all, if you're interested in protecting your property, look into something called a seismic perimeter alarm. They're one of the most amazing devices I've ever seen.
I'm familiar with these. With the ICE is using them, or immigration has been using them for a while. On the border.
Managed to get a 1966 Vietnam issue one, and it's a hardwire version where you have to use one piece of field wire to reach each drone. But it's good you can set it up for a couple miles of surveillance area. But nowadays they have radio wireless versions of these. And what it does is it converts the vibrations of the earth into a white noise. And you can literally tell if it's an engine running, an aircraft coming, a deer walking, or a human walking.
Yep.
Right?
Exactly.
So they're almost impossible to beat. You can't sneak past it. I don't care who you are, all right? And they're fantastic. They're expensive, but they're really worth it if you want to protect your perimeter.
Yeah, I that's a great point, and thank you for bringing that up. That I thought about that before. Those seismic things, and you could tie all that into your ATAC, into your ATAC, into your Meshtastic, right? And there you go, boom. Perimeter sector 2. You've got movement, and you might have you might send up a drone, or you might have dedicated cameras that just kind of, or you send somebody over and says, checks it out, right?
Yeah, make
Yep.
friends with the fire personnel in the local areas because most big, especially big town fire departments, they all have very elaborate, very expensive thermal imaging devices. So those would be good friends to have.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
Chacho makes a good point.
I actually used one when my brother was a firefighter here. Those thermal imaging things, those things are 10 grand a piece.
They've gone down. They used to be 30,000 a piece.
And they're amazing.
Yes, they are.
Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, the one I got a chance to mess with was over 15 years ago, so I can imagine what they are now.
Yeah.
Here we go. Let's get into this. Kentucky survival. What about power?
Solar.
Yep,
all day, every day. So, well, what type of power? You talking about electrical power, heat power, water? I mean,
there might be the position where you go off grid and you live like the Amish.
Right.
I don't know. What's this look like?
One of my future projects is an Alice Chalmers 4-cylinder, and it's a power plant. It's got like a bell housing on the back of it and a lever, so you can run stuff off the back of it. And I want to convert it over to wood gas just for such a scenario.
Okay.
It's a future project. I'm not in any position to even start that yet, but that's one of my future plans if I live up long.
You know, you can live a long time without power. If you got a wood stove, you'd be all right.
Yeah,
I'm looking at one as we speak.
But trying to maintain some power will benefit your life and probably keep you alive longer. It's like these headlamps I got; they're all rechargeable, you know. And I'm thankful I've got a way to recharge them, and I'm thankful I got headlamps. You know, I could be out here trying to do everything with a kerosene lamp, and you know.
Solar's the way to go, though.
Mac, this whole truck is I got a bunch of these outdoor solar lights, and I put the solar thing in the windows, and the lights are all on the inside. I get free lighting all the time. I've got multiple ways where I could generate power from the truck or solar panels, you know, and lots of batteries and, you know, crank flashlights. Yeah, I got enough stuff where I could always have light.
Yep. At Bug Out Weekend 2025, there will be a class on solar generators and solar panels. But everybody should have some type of solar generator. I don't care how big, I don't care how small, based on your needs and your situations, especially if you have to have life-saving medical equipment.
One of my post-apocalyptic plans, since I live on a river, and the farmers around here have them PTO generators.
Yep.
You know, that go on the back of their tractors. And
I got a PTO on this truck.
Putting a water wheel down here in the river to, you know, I think them generator heads are like 20,000 watts or some shit. I mean, they're pretty high. And
that's good stuff, man. This particular model of truck has a cast iron transfer case with the PTO takeoff on it. You know, it's this nice stuff to have. You could use it for many, many things.
I've got all the stuff around here to put together a water wheel. And
awesome.
I'm talking about, you know, like post-apocalyptic type thing.
Oh, absolutely.
Down, you know.
Yeah. Generate your own power with water. Absolutely. Chad, can you go back to stealing trees comment about what can one or two people do?
Right. So that's the question. I didn't want to derail the conversation though.
No.
And I was thinking when I seen it too. Go ahead, Trent.
But no, Maccabeus was on it. I mean, you know, if you can generate your own electricity, if you have the luxury to be near a running water source,
right?
You could, you should be doing that now. If you've got a river and you can throw a water wheel in there, and like Maccabea said, one of those PTO motor on there to generate your own power from water.
Dude, the chat is going nuts, man.
Yes,
I mean, we are solving the world's power problems right here in chat and panel.
Exactly. Yeah, Maccabeus, that's it. That's it.
The main problem with setting stuff like that up right now is the state conservation and DNR and all that.
Right.
They wouldn't allow it.
Correct.
There used to be a mill right here below my place. I live right on the river, and just less than probably 50 yards. My July 4th live stream, I was sitting on some of the rocks where it actually set at one time. But
wow,
it'll handle a wheel, and the river hasn't changed in the last 100 years. As far as the flow.
You guys ever see the generators made from broken washing machines?
Yeah. You can rebuild electric motors and turn them into generators.
Very easily. You can do it with broken ones. All right. There's several videos all over YouTube about people that it'll show you right there how to do it. It's super easy. You have everything you need. If you have a little stream or something going through, you can take one of those old broken wash machines, the modern ones especially, and it has everything you need to make a generator that will power all your devices. That will power your cell phones and laptops and stuff on its own, and for free. I mean, if you know how to do it.
Have y'all seen them shorts on YouTube? And they're from like over in Indonesia somewhere, and they're perpetual motion motors where they wrap this cord around it and they'll start it, and the wheels got weights on it. That thing will run a long time, power and shit. That's pretty. I screen recorded some of that because I want to build one day.
There's one I'm with you. With an alternator and an electric motor. You can actually, what it does is it provides enough energy from the alternator once the motor's going that you can, leach a little bit of extra power from it. So, I mean, there's a bunch of stuff like that, but also beware. There's a bunch of bullshitters out there. I'd say it's over 50% of absolute waste your time fallacies. Right? I don't know why they do that. But there's a lot of fake free energy guys out there. All right.
Yeah. Now there is a because I thought about this too in my earlier days. What's it? The economy of loss of power. I forget what it is. But the perpetual motion things, they have to get past that situation. Is that eventually you lose centrifugal force.
Right.
You eventually lose that. There's that I think it's called continuity. Yeah, continuity of power exchange. I forget. It's some kind of formula.
Yeah.
One of the eggheads in chat can tell me. But that's why there's not free energy. But there is the perpetual motion wheels. Those are badass. They have little counterweights that turn as well, right? Or they have the free. It's because you have so much friction, and that friction eventually stops that motor, stops that turning process. But if you have something that can perpetuate that motion, continuously recharge that motion, like say wind or water or somebody on a bicycle, right? I forget what movie it was, right? That everybody had to show up on the bicycle and get their cardio in, and what they were doing is recharging the batteries for the whole compound, but everybody had to run 30 minutes on the bike to get their exercise. So I still in tree. I wanted to address your question. He said that what can one or two people do, and I think Trent wanted to answer that as well. But I want to do that before we get to Cha-Cha.
Okay. Well, depending on if you're at home and not bugging out, you need to do the things that will make your house look as if nobody's home.
Right.
Black your windows
we're talking
out.
Overt. You're talking about covert. Right. Go into hiding.
Covert.
Yeah. Go into hiding. Hide all your preps. Hide all your stuff. Hide yourself. wait for them to pass through and carry on. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Correct. No, you're absolutely right. Cover your windows. If you have electricity, make sure no lights are out. If you have blackout curtains, wonderful, use them. If not, you can always take black trash bags to your windows or plywood and put the plywood inside the house against the windows, not on the outside, but on the inside of the house. Because if glass breaks, you want the glass to fall outside, not inside.
1967 vision here, just
yes,
north of
indeed.
Detroit. Growing up, I was taught to stay away from the windows and doors. I remember
absolutely
literally crawling past the windows. My truck's got what they call blackout curtains. They've got Velcro all the way around the window frames and these curtains that light doesn't go through. So, I've got a video on the blackout drive light system I installed, but with all the blackout curtains closed, when anything opens, the lights go from white to red, and it's fully blackout. That it's a mindset that most people don't even think about, because like if you're so many times I've had people tell me things like, well, there's somebody creeping around my house, well, you have the curtains closed. You have the lights on inside, but no lights on outside. That's like a fishbowl, folks. People don't even realize.
Right, and always understand, y'all, that home field advantage is the best thing you can have at night.
Right.
Yeah, turn some
because
lights on.
your house.
If you dim your lights inside and have brighter lights outside, you can see everything that goes on outside.
Yeah, it's called the campfire effect. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I walk outside my apartment complex and I look back at it, and there's people at night with their lights on and the windows open, and they're just doing whatever. I'm like, you guys are idiots, But okay, so and then I wanted to add to that as well is you can always dig a hole. You can always dig a hole and hide. What's that?
On the sidewalk and look over at somebody's house and they're watching TV. The whole family's inside the same room with their backs to you, and you can sit there and literally watch the TV program they're watching.
Right.
Those people blow my mind.
I allegedly lived in a 8-story apartment complex, and I had this urge to rappel down, and I did out of mine, and literally that's what I seen was people just sitting there watching the TV, oblivious to me, going past the window. So anyway, let's stay on. Let's digging a hole, hiding your preps. I just want to cover this real quick before we get to Cha-Cha. Cha-Cha is in chat, by the way, or on the panel.
Hi, Cha-Cha.
She has a question, but I want to cover that.
Hi,
just hiding yourself, hiding your preps. Cha-Cha, you had a question. How are you doing?
I'm okay, guys. Thank you. I'm going to stay on. I just wanted to, because it's a lot to type, so I'm just going to pop on just for the question. So you all know that I was in a wildfire. My question is the oxygen level to breathe, because my chickens, I lost 13 chickens and they weren't burned. They died from smoke inhalation. So I'm just curious how you plan on, you're talking about water and electric, but what about oxygen just to be able to breathe? Because the fire told me that if I had stayed, I would not be here.
Wow. Good question.
Well, first of all, Cha-Cha, can I get a team woot woot? Thank you. Had to. I don't care. I'm good. See, that makes that warms my heart.
I just wanted to say real quick, I went and saw my mother tonight, and she's not eating because she's, on hospice. I told you. But it was funny because I did woot woot for her, and she took a bite every time I did a woot woot.
Oh, that's great.
Right.
That's great.
Way to go, Mom.
And another lady was sitting, the same thing. I was feeding her also. she would only eat if I did it. I had them both laughing, and it was just so cute.
Oh my
Awesome.
God, that's a great story. That's great. That is awesome.
That's awesome. Well, so to address your question,
Yes.
to address your question, Cha-Cha, the first thing that comes to mind for me in just whatever would be a gas mask.
Yeah, but how long would you actually be wearing that you would, look at California. Look at how long these fires are lasting.
Well, they evacuate it.
Yeah, we're talking about a scenario where you can't evacuate. You're not evacuating. You're fighting.
Right. So every time I'm going to be outside and, if there's whatever's in the air, whatever, tactical gas mask.
And you're going to wear it the time in your house?
Not in the house, because the house will be sealed off.
And don't just get the gas mask, folks. Get multiple filters.
Yeah, but no, in the house, Cha-Cha, you're gonna shut down your ventilation system. You're gonna turn the air conditioner off.
Okay.
And all the windows are closed.
Vision.
Yes, ma'am.
My question to you is, because I know you mentioned like putting steel. I'm going to tell you, I spent a lot of money putting metal roofing and steel, not aluminum, but steel siding on all of my buildings. And every one of them burnt down to the ground. Every one of them. And that was steel. That was steel.
Well, it's like Chris McGrath said, if you were in an underground something that had enough oxygen for a while, that'd probably be your safest bet if you were trapped there. Otherwise, I'm leaving as fast as I can. I've been using the gas mask to be able to breathe while I leave.
What shot?
Exactly, on the outside.
How did you get out of there, Cha-Cha? What made you leave? How did you get out of there?
Who?
You.
When I saw the flames, I never, what made me mad was Pulse Point. I signed up for Pulse Point, which is emergency notification for anything and everything. And I would get tons of them all the time. Do you know that fire, I did not get any warning. I went outside and I saw 30-foot flames above the tree lines. And I knew I had to. It was moving fast. The winds were very high. And the flames were very intense. And I called my neighbors and told them to get out. And they actually came and helped me load up my donkeys, because I had 2 donkeys at the time. And so they helped me load the donkeys, and I grabbed my dogs, and they grabbed their child and dog, and we got out. And it was minutes. I mean, one person died, several people were burned. So you think you have all this time and you think you're going to stay. I had things written down on my computer of all the things that I was going to take if there was a fire. And I even was to the point that I would hook up every winter. I would hook up my plow, and then come spring, I would hook up my horse trailer so that I would be ready. If there was a fire, I could load my horses easily. And thank God I did do that. But I never even thought to look at my iPad for the list. It was things happened too quick.
Right.
You think you have, and I'm a preparer, I'm a planner. And so you think you're going to do things, and then things happen, and sometimes it just doesn't work the way you think it will.
Right.
People that have the false idea of that you can do all this preparation and still be able to stay and fight something, because that's always the case. Because I would have done everything to stay. And
those fires even kill the fire team. All it takes is a change of direction of the wind, and there's no saving them.
Yeah, and forest fires are a whole different animal altogether with.
And it took 300 homes. I mean, and the problem was there was another major fire going at the same time, so all the resources were at the first fire. And then because of the winds, they wouldn't put up the planes. And because of the smoke and visibility, they wouldn't put up the planes. And then they said, they don't fly in the state I'm in. They will not fly at night. I was surprised to see California does fly at night. but they won't do that here. And so my thought was, how scary is that if you have a wildfire at night and they're not willing to fly because ground crews cannot put out those kind of fires. They just can't.
Cha-Cha, you already survived bugging out. You already did it.
Yeah, but I lost everything, Carl. Everything.
Well, Cha-Cha, as you know, as I do, you have your life.
Yes.
And I thank God for that.
Every memento that ever meant anything to me. It's, you know,
yep, it's gone.
Everything is gone. Everything. And so, you know, even though, and there are things that weren't even of value. There were just things that were, you know, little things that people have given me, especially my husband, that he traveled and bought me little things and, you know, pictures, my wedding pictures, everything. It's all gone. You know,
right. Your stuff gone.
Those things may not be replaceable, but they're nowhere in the same area as your value of you. You know, I've already shed all those things. I did it voluntarily. You know, I've lightened my load, and
unfortunately, she didn't do it voluntarily, and I don't blame you.
It's still better that she's here. You know, it's like you were saying, and plus you saved the donkeys.
And my dogs. I am. You know what? I am thankful for that. That I was able to not only save my neighbors, but my donkeys and my dogs, and you know.
Right.
And you were worried about others and helped others. So I mean, that's
let's stay focused here. So fire,
yes.
fire on the property is like a forest fire kind of thing. That is a very destructive force. Not only is there smoke inhalation, there's oxygen that is depleted in the area. Like there's no oxygen. It's consuming that. So I was thinking, you know,
that's where a gas mask would.
Yeah,
gas mask doesn't work well in the smoke.
Can I see?
You're going to suffocate in the gas mask. If you have scuba gear, maybe. If you have, you know, maybe you go underground. A bunker would be something you can seal and have a oxygen system. You know, maybe you convert your basement over into something like that. You know, on this hypothetical property AO situation where we're, you know, hunkering down and fighting the Chinese Canadians. But yeah.
Yes, and that's just it, you know, and to be honest with you, a fire of that magnitude, the only thing I could think of is that's where you grab your mop bag, your move on pack.
Yes.
And you get out of Dodge. You don't have to like leave forever, but just go far enough out of harm's way, set up whatever, whenever, temporary camp or whatever until you can come back to the area.
What if your area is blocked? I mean, it's you're already you're facing a force, right? This is force on force. So I would use fire to drive you out, and then your escape and evasion routes. I'm going to cover that by fire. So that's the other aspect too, is thinking as the enemy, right? So you know, I'm going to use fire to drive you out. You're going to either go to ground or you're going to haul ass. And I know which way you're going to come because there's no fire there, and I'm going to be there waiting. I would try to, you know, prefaces that scenario with, you know, just going underground, hunkering down, having a oxygen source, having a secured location underground, perhaps until the fire goes out. Another thing is deforest the area around you. You look at major, you know. Fucking, I can't think. Damn it! Major camps, major forts, major, you know, bases, military bases. There's a lot of like nothing around them. No trees, no nothing. They have trees, but it's off in the distance. But there's a huge, massive, massive open field type of with nothing but grass, short grass. You know.
Problem with that for me was that I was in the wilderness, and across the road from me was just, you go right into wilderness and up up till you reach Canada, it was just wilderness. So,
Right.
and a lot of the land was owned by a paper company that particularly grew trees for,
Wow.
paper.
Right.
And so they lost significant amount also. But,
I'm familiar
here's the
with
thing,
that.
too, I'm wondering, I'm curious, because you're saying you'll hunker down inside with oxygen, but how long will that last before you actually need clean air? I mean, so the fire I was in, the next day I went back to my property and they tried stopping me and I drove through them. I was like, no, I'm going. So, you have the police too that are telling you can't go. I went anyway. But how long do
I
you think
don't.
oxygen is going to last you, that you don't replenish it with fresh air that you're having now, contaminated, air that you've been breathing for how long?
Well, I mean, you can have oxygen tanks. You can have there's oxygen generators. That you can literally throw in water. You use them for
Yep.
fishing. For keeping your bait alive. You can use that. You can use rebreathers, right? Scuba gear as well.
Yeah.
Just oxygen tanks. It doesn't take much. I think it's the saturation. What is I forget the saturation point for breathable oxygen is only like 13%. You don't need much anymore, and you start to pass out. Oxygen tanks can explode. Yes, but my hypothetical scenario is going into the bunker, into the basement that's sealed and it's protected by fire. Hopefully, the structure itself is constructed in such a way that it's protected by fire, and hopefully, I've done the fire prep around my area, my perimeter, where even if there's a jump, maybe the closest wooded area to me is almost half a mile away. I mean,
Okay,
I don't know.
I had a 30-foot fire break. Okay. I forgot what I was going to say. I'm sorry. So I had the 30-foot fire break. And so what materials do you think is really going to withstand that intense heat when my cement floor on my garage was crumbly? So cement doesn't do it. Brick doesn't do it. Steel doesn't do it. What are you thinking that's going to survive a fire like that?
Really,
There are construction companies. There are construction companies that build in this type of material into structures that withstand the extreme heat and the flashpoint of fire.
Very costly.
You're very
Yeah, but what you guys are making me think about is wind direction. All right, both of you guys.
Yeah.
It's I've heard guys say this for a long time. Like if there was a nuclear incident, somebody dropped a bomb, one of the most important things to know at that moment is wind conditions, because which way it's going is which way the fallout is going.
But Carl, that was the problem.
The idea is to get out of the way of that. And the same thing with a fire. If you
we're not leaving.
Oh, well, I'll be leaving.
We're not leaving.
I don't have any shelters. I'll be leaving.
You can't leave. You can't leave. In this hypothetical situation, there's no leaving.
You can't leave.
Let me put it this way.
Dig a hole as fast as I can and kiss my ass goodbye.
If I hadn't left when I did, both ways, 2 ways I had to get out, 2 ways I could get out. Both of them were on fire. So I wouldn't have been able to get out if I hadn't left when I did.
So when you say both ways to get out were on fire, meaning you couldn't see me, I'm driving through the fire. As long as the road's open, I'm going through it.
There's a video online of a cop in where I was that shows him going through the fire, and it's terrifying, and he was scared. He was terrified.
But he made it through.
He did.
Yeah.
But me pulling
that would be me.
Yeah,
with horses, that's a different game.
Because my truck really wasn't the strength to be pulling a trailer. I had a Dodge Hemi 1500, but it was, for pulling horse, you really should have something stronger than that.
Right.
How long do you think it took to burn all that down, Cha-Cha?
I'm sorry, what's that?
How long do you think it took for all that to burn that down?
Let's see. It only took 24 hours. There was still, well, no, there was still fires going. It was still continuing. You mean for my house, or what? What
Yeah,
is your?
for all your stuff. How long do you think it took for it to take all your stuff?
Well, I had an alarm system on my home, so I knew exactly what time that the fire breached my house. So by the next morning, I know it was ashes. So how long it took from the breaching that I heard at 7 p.m. on a Friday night until, the next day when I went there, I don't know. But it wasn't less than 24 hours.
I'm just wondering how long a person would have to wait it out.
Well, the problem isn't the waiting it out with it burning down. The problem is getting out and, being able to get out, because when you're talking trees that are on fire that are falling across the road, now how do you get out if you have trees that are on fire and you need?
No, I know. I would be leaving too. But I mean, like Chad said, you can't leave. So now I'm thinking, how long you've known you have the heat from the fire that you got to deal with, but there's going to be a lot of smoke for a long time, probably before the fire and after the fire. There's going to be a lot of smoke. So I'm wondering how long a person would have to endure some type of shelter before it'd be safe to come out.
Right.
Well, it took a few days before it, even a week. Well, that's the problem. There was still smoke from the fire that it continued. Just because mine burned out, because everything was gone, the fire still continued for a week later. So they were still fighting it up in the out in the wilderness. And
but was it thick enough that you couldn't breathe?
Right. It was still very smoky. Yes.
So, my solution to prepping, fireproofing the AO, the area of operation, would be to absolute deforestation. You have a massive buffer zone between the property, the actual structures, and any type of flammable material, i.e., brush, trees. Wooded areas you're just going to have to knock it all down. So you have this clear line of sight. Of course, that's going to help you tactically as well. Go ahead, Chacha.
So when I drove around the area to look at all the homes that were lost, there were some that had no trees around them. They were out in open field, and they lost their homes also. So you're talking about a break. But the people that had that break, that had acres and acres of clear land.
Okay. Yeah.
I had 5 acres of clear land, 5 acres of wooded land. And so, but it was different because the fire came from behind my house where the trees were and then lit everything on. But the people that were out in the fields, they lost everything also. And they had acres and acres of open land, and you're talking out in a forest too. You're talking wilderness. So you can't go wilderness.
Yeah, I mean, my solution there as well would be to build, non-flammable materials. Fire. Something that's going to deal with very intense heat. Something, because you're talking, and I know the physics of a fire are absolutely amazing. It's melting steel. It's crumbling concrete.
I've seen it melt cars right into the road.
Right. I mean, so getting something underground, deep enough that it's not going to affect it, and if you do have a structure that's above ground, maybe you make it so it's kind of sacrificial. Hopefully it survives with maybe your material that you use. That's going to negate that extreme heat. But I think being above ground is a death sentence for everyone involved.
Mhm.
You know, a mass. It's fire has always historically been a terrible weapon of war.
Yep.
Terrible weapon.
Yeah.
You know,
let's just
so
dig a 5 mile moat all the way around the house.
well, I mean, it's gonna the fire can get so hot that it
It
melts, it
evaporates the water.
evaporates and jumps right over. Because not only are you dealing with flames and embers, but you're dealing with super intense heat. To paint the grass blue, right? Yeah, that's the thing too. You know, I'm talking about really just facing a force on force peer near peer tier same tier kind of force or superior force. I'm not talking about like, you know, dues, you know, direct energy weapons and nukes and shit like that. I'm talking about a group of people coming onto your AO trying to do things, and fire burning you out is probably the easiest way to get you off that property, right?
Yeah.
Get you off that AO.
Well, I guess my quickest thing would be, since you said that they're coming to burn us out, well, those are the first ones you're going to take out.
I mean, hopefully, but you know, like you said before,
Yeah.
there's drones with flamethrowers.
That's
I
very
mean,
true.
there's ways and means. I'm looking at it from like both sides, right?
Yes.
What would
Yep.
I do if I was going to assault an AO, and then what am I going to do to defend this AO? So I got to think like the enemy too. Maybe they just launch. You know, they've got drones that have a Molotov cocktail on it, and FSP. You know,
Flame and
first
arrows seem to work really
FPS,
good in history.
right?
I mean,
Flaming arrows,
you guys
cannons.
are talking about a huge undertaking, though, with talking about going underground and getting water and supplies and everything down there that you
Yeah.
would probably need. That would be
Oh
huge.
yes. Yeah. I mean, that's an in-depth, you know, focused conversation. I'm loving where this is going. So it opens your mind of what would I need to do? What would we need to
I
do to
dropped the
defend this
ball,
property?
Chad. I told you. I
Right.
dropped the ball. I should have been building a space ark for the last 40 years.
There you go. You're off the planet, so you don't have to worry about it. You just got to worry about
Why not
meteorites and
just
aliens.
just build a stone castle?
Build a
But
stone
Cha-Cha,
castle.
that's good, Cha-Cha. I mean,
What?
you know, that's a good scenario and a good question, because to be honest, I mean, it's either you go underground or you fight your way out.
Right. Right.
That's all I can say.
So maybe
and
that's the thing too, is having. I'm going to let you continue, but having an
yeah,
egress, you know, and escape and evasion. You know, maybe we all have to Diddy Mao. Maybe we now we have to have a
right,
huge other secondary location to go to, or maybe we just
correct.
give up and just melt away.
I'm
Go
not
ahead,
giving
Fred.
up. I'm not giving up. But yeah, you bug out. Literally, you fight your way out. You fight your way out, and which is going to be extreme because I don't want to leave. But if they're trying to burn us out, and our methods of putting out such fire are failing, then there's a point in time where you say, okay, plan B or C, and here's what we're going to do. Here's where we're going. Nobody stops until we get to point X.
Okay.
I really
That-
thought metal roof and steel side on everything. That
Yeah, I'm with
it
you,
would.
Cha-Cha. You and me both.
I really did.
Yeah.
But that just
You know, I don't have the property, I don't have the house. But if I did, I've always thought about having an escape route, meaning I could have a tunnel that would take me across my yard in the back corner somewhere as an escape tunnel. Like if the house was burning and I couldn't get out the doors, or if I needed to get away from something that, you know, was happening at the house. I've always thought about that. And I don't think it would be all that much work.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there is concern. There is precautions you have to take in building tunnels of that nature, escape tunnels. Using the use of culverts, the corrugated culverts. Those are amazing but very hard on your knees, right? If you make it big enough for you to crawl through, you might want to line it with plywood on the bottom so you can have a nice, steady, crawl. The other concerns you have to have about, and this is the biggest one, is carbon dioxide buildup. That's huge. You will die in your tunnel, in your bunker, if you do not have the correct ventilation system, which can be easily rectified, right? So you exhaust the carbon dioxide and you provide fresh, clean air, and it has to rotate through that. Another concern is static pressure. Static pressure from water. If you have in tectonic plate movements, things of that nature. Another concern is pest. The pests will get in there and take over. So your tunnel, if you don't maintain your tunnel on a regular basis, you might find that there's 30 raccoons living in there and go, what the hell? And now you have, and they all have rabies.
Chad,
oh my God!
This gravel pit that I grew up near is full of tunnels, and we used to go down in them all the time. And there was one from like really 100-year-old tunnel that we went down in off of Drainer Road in Oxford, Michigan, and it was wood supports in this thing, so we knew it was old. And we come to a point where it was filled with water, and we go under the water because it was just to see how far we could go. And sure enough, we went past a point and we came back up into a little bit of air. You can hold your face to the concrete and wood above you and just get enough air to breathe. And when we did that, when we broke the water, the water in that tunnel, there was like 100 rats they were all over us. They were using us for buoyancy because when we disturbed that whole area, they came off the beams and started swimming away. And sure enough, we went and kept going, and it got to be more and more. Next thing you know, we're standing again in air, out of the water, and we're thinking, man, nobody's been here in 100 years. No, when we get to the very end of this tunnel, and there was a little fire pit with a bunch of milk crates around it and cigarette butts and empty beer cans. People that did it before, I couldn't believe it. But yeah, there'll be rodents under there. If it's down into a tunnel, especially if there's water, expect some friends and visitors.
Have you thought about how you'll get rid of waste if you're underground? How will you get rid of the waste?
That's a good question. We can explore that. You can actually have a septic tank, right? Put it in a septic tank, put in plumbing, and just like your house, same thing in the bunker underground. Or you can do the what do you call those? The compost. You do compost toilets.
Compost toilets.
Now, Cha-cha, back in the late 80s, I discovered a 1951 fallout shelter. All right. It had been unbreached, and I opened it up and I went inside. There were 70 30-gallon civil defense barrels, metal barrels, all olive drab with the civil defense symbols painted on them. In like 60 of the barrels, most of the barrels were filled with water in big bags tied at the top. And at the top of each bag laid a toilet seat. So the idea was that you could drink the potable water, which appeared to be good. I didn't drink it, but it appeared to still be good in the late 80s. And you would take and you would use the water in the barrel, and then they would use the plastic bag that the water was in to tie up after you use it as a commode. I shit you not. There was like a black plastic toilet seat that came with it. And the rest of them were filled with medical supplies, food, rations, all kinds of manuals and stuff. But it was quite a find. And that's how they would do that. They would contain their excrements and hold them in a bag and somewhere.
So get rid of it later. Go ahead.
Right. More importantly, Cha-Cha, I have a question for you.
Okay.
Bug Out Weekend 2025.
What
May
about
15th, May 15th through the 18th. Are we going to see you? Are we going to see you?
I don't know, Vision. It depends on my mother.
Okay.
Yeah. You
That's
talked about that before.
That is true. That
I
is
don't
true.
think she'll be around that long, but I don't know for sure. There's no way of
Right.
knowing.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Okay.
Understood.
I understand.
And
Understandable.
and there is a little bit of fear of going across country by myself. Honestly, with 4 little dogs, there is some fear.
Well, we can if you need now if you commit to coming, we'll arrange meetup points and caravans.
We'll have caches and safe houses for you.
We'll have caches and safe houses along the way. And I understand. I completely understand. We may have to take a road trip and come to you.
Fishing, you know what also I think about? I think, oh my God, it will take me a week to get there. What if something happens, like, the SHTF happens while I'm gone? Then I'm away from all my preps. I'm away from everything.
Yeah.
Like I said, we'll have safe houses and routes and markers and all that good stuff along the way.
What state are you coming from, Gotcha?
Washington.
That's a long way, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a hell of a bug out.
3,000 miles.
Wow.
3,000 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
oh, man, I mean, I would love to see you. I really would.
I would too.
But I
would.
I understand. I totally
I do
understand.
too. I completely understand.
But that's the thing.
Yes.
It's something I have to really give a lot of thought to.
Oh yeah, that's a logistical nightmare.
Honestly,
Mm-hmm.
I've been thinking about, just like I said, going on a trip anyway, just because I feel like I just need to get away. So you never know.
Hey, get you a big RV, house on wheels,
Good.
and just take off.
Yeah.
That's a great idea. Yes, independent Michigan. Yes, absolutely. This is
That's right. See,
There we go.
That's cha-cha, Indy. Yeah.
Okay, so all absolutely great, great points. I have to keep things on focus here.
That's fine. That's fine. I can jump off.
Gotcha. I thank you very much for absolutely adding experience and insight of someone who has been through a fire and how destructive it is. And that's talk about a major undertaking to try to prevent that. And of course, Trent coming up with, hey, maybe we just got to get out. Maybe we have to diddy mow, right?
Yep.
Carl, digging tunnels. That's another thing.
I'm not trying to belittle, what you guys are planning.
No, it's great.
But
no,
it's great.
Make it, that there are other things that
correct.
Because if you haven't lived through it, some things you just don't know.
That's right.
I've been in Tennessee. I growing up dealing with forest fires on a farm kind of basis and helping out in that aspect as a kid and doing fire breaks and doing this kind of fire maintenance in the woods and fields and farms and stuff. We ran a hunting,
Here's
but
another
it's
thing.
nothing like what you're talking about. That's just horrific.
Yeah. And here's another thing I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Cha-Cha, please.
Here's another thing. If you're thinking about a real true place that, compound that you're building, that you're going to have all these animals, your chickens, your cows, whatever, you're not going to be able to save them. So now, even when you come out of the fire and you survived it, all your animals have perished, because where are you going to put them?
Well, they make gas masks for donkeys and horses, Cha-Cha.
No, but if you're talking about a compound, are you going to put that on 50 cows? I mean, what are you going to do?
I guess you're going to have a massive barbecue for whoever made it.
I mean, maybe that's it too. We have a feast before the fire.
Correct.
But I like the idea of donkeys with 50 cows. I love that idea. With gas mask on. Carl, go ahead. You had a point.
What was I going? I was going to say that I saw firsthand what a forest fire do here, lower peninsula of Michigan. The whole northern part of it burned. I mean, thousands and thousands and thousands of acres in the mid 70s. And I remember driving through areas where it was still burning and stuff. And like I was saying all along, I'm getting out. If I know it's coming my way, I'm leaving. That's my plan. Mobility.
Right. So, okay. Say we have to evacuate the AO. What does that look like?
We take everything we can.
But there's a time factor. There's a time factor.
Well,
everything you can.
Okay. Well, I'll say this. That's why we prep, because right now, if I have 5 minutes to get out of here, I can take almost all of my preps.
Now, mind you, it's a group, right? This is
with a group. We got 5 minutes.
20, 30 people, say.
Yeah, then
correct.
You can a lot. Sure.
Well, you guys are all talking about my goal, what I got here. That was the whole idea. I've got everything I own in this truck. I mean, all my packs, all my medical kit, all my food supplies, my wood stoves in here, my propane heaters in here, my solar panels are up in here, my sewing machine's there, my bunk here, my gas mask and mop kit is over there. I've got my ghillie suit and my guns and shotguns, and I got everything I own is in this truck. And I want it to be where I can turn the key and leave. That's
right.
The whole.
I like this idea. I mean, so we have pre-staged evacuation vehicles, but do they?
Correct.
We're going to be using that. I mean, we're going to be using a lot of this stuff. It's going to be spread out all throughout the property. So we're going to have to be able to take all that stuff, put it back in the vehicle, and then take off.
So if money was no object, Chad, couldn't you just have like more vehicles, like have some already set up that are just to go vehicles that are already?
There's a lot more to that than y'all folks know.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Getting it all in there. The hardest part is fitting all that shit in a vehicle, mounting it. Having hard points to where everything straps down.
At this point in the game, getting out because of a burnout fire, I don't care if it's strapped down. As long as it's in it, that's all that counts.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I got shit strapped to the roof. I've got a whole base camp. I've got a giant.
That's what I'm saying. You're already in there. I'm in my house.
Right. My shit's packed. I got to go.
Well, I mean, we have to think about that. I mean, if we're going to leave,
and I can carry 3 litters. Or I could carry 8-10 people in the back.
I mean, we're going Mad Max, so we might have to adopt the camel car method of the bug out, of living on the road, operating on.
And that's okay. Yes, absolutely. We have supply vehicles.
I do have another place that I don't know. It take a special type to sit there, but I got a seat that mounts on the front of my brush guard. It's out of an old radio shelter, and it folds down. Somebody can sit right in the front, right in front of the truck as I'm driving, and you can check. You could be the spotter,
Right, you got a machete in one hand and a gun in the other, right? As you're breaking brush, and a windshield, right?
Right, and you're the first one to die. Yeah. Yes, Cha-Cha.
Vision, would it be unrealistic to have, those extra vehicles that are already loaded up just on a financial reason?
Absolutely not. I mean, I've got vehicles sitting on my property right now that some of them haven't been driven in over a year, which is fine.
Yeah, I guess the only thing is you wouldn't want to put perishables, but anything else.
No, yeah,
right. But I have a little 12-volt. I got a 12-volt refrigerator, a little Frigidaire thing. It works pretty good.
I'm not trying to power a refrigerator in a vehicle right now. I'm trying to load it up with everything that we need and get out of Dodge. Yeah. That's it. We'll set up base camp somewhere else.
Vision. Just get in the van,
man. No.
We have candy.
But don't put your mouth on
it. No. Yeah, I'm not going to put my mouth on it. And if it doesn't say Chevy Silverado that's black, then not getting in it.
All right, I did a video on my blackout drive light system. I can hit a switch.
I didn't say blackout. I said color,
but
black.
Reminding me of a couple points I want to make. All right, I hit a switch on my dashboard and everything goes black. You can't even use the horn. No lights will work except if I hit another switch. A little flashlight on my front of my truck will shine just enough for me to be able to see the ground in front of me. All right, I can also have what are little convoy lights, but I don't use those. I don't have anybody following me. But what I mean is I can hit my brakes now in pure darkness and nobody can see me. All right, there's nothing shiny on the vehicle or anything like that. But where else was I going to go with this? Oh, the EMP scare. This thing, I hardened it against EMPs. It's already a magneto system. There's no electronic nothing on this. This is old school 70s 318, the most basic engine you can get. Plus I keep a bunch of extra parts and stuff in basically a Faraday kit. I can also take and run it all. I put it all to a common ground bar. So instead of using the body and the frame as a ground, I've run every circuit to every light, every system in this thing all runs to the same ground bar, and I can run a ground directly to the ground if I'm parked and also save myself. But there's a bunch of things that people are always talking about.
Skull, Lady Smith. Skull Cherokee. Go ahead.
Vision.
Skull.
When you
Yes, ma'am.
have another question.
Uh-huh.
So, how much time would you give yourself to get out, based on the fact that if it was a major wildfire, and you don't know further down the road, and that was my concern, that trees that are on fire that fall and cross the road and you can't get through, maybe you're at your driveway and down the road a bit is okay, but then what do you do if you don't know about the road further down that has burning trees across it? What are you going to do?
Well, for me, that's far and few in between because I'm in farmland.
Oh, okay.
And I got no problem driving through Jim's field.
And that segues into Cherokee survival, talking about y'all have no roads.
Right?
That's a good point.
Yeah.
This is all great stuff. So having a pre-position. So having time, you're going to have to be able to ascertain. Okay, maybe we have 30 minutes. Maybe we have an hour. How long does it take to get to these pre-positioned vehicles that have everything that we need to be able to set up another camp, set up another AO, get out of Dodge. Maybe we have a secondary position that we go to,
right?
Or we're just setting up a temporary AO base camp, whatever, to continue the fight. Or maybe we just go back to our cushy little lives while the Chinese Canadians take over and make us drink maple syrup all the time. I don't know, but repositioning the vehicles, maybe we get down to 5 minutes. Maybe it's to 5 minutes. It's given you just boom, you go right. Forest fires on the way. Boom, you're about to get overrun by 10,000. Yes, snatch block.
Canadians.
That's right.
Do you hear your nephew snoring? You don't hear him, do you?
Hey, Cole.
Dead sleep.
Yeah. He's done.
Dead sleep. Yeah. He's like, whatever. He said, y'all are, I'm going to let Dad worry about it, and I'm just going to go wherever he tells me to go.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But no, these are some great questions and things to actually think about, because the one thing I personally never thought of, what if there is a major fire on the property?
I thought we were going into vehicle recovery, and then I was going to say, out of all my technical and field manuals that I've collected, the rarest and one I cherish the most is a vehicle recovery manual that shows you all the old school ways of getting trucks unstuck, and all these different, levers and stuff you can devise out of logs and chains and whatever you got. Really good read.
Blocks. Yep. Yeah, I mean
Yep.
that's stuff. So there's a lot of training that we're going to have to do. A lot of just logistical stuff, like how to unstuck vehicles, how to go over land, right?
How to
Go through
chain a
somebody's
log,
field,
how to
Yep.
chain a log that's just a little bit too big for your tire's diameter
right?
to the
Moving
rim,
stuff,
so you can.
And
moving
what
big
season
stuff.
be also,
What?
whether it's
Say again?
winter, summer.
Right, exactly. Your weather and terrain are your biggest biggest concerns.
And
Weather and
Yep.
terrain.
time
Thank
people
you, Sophie B.
doing their
He
prep.
he is spoiled rotten. He's absolutely rotten, Sophia, and yeah, he loves all of y'all. I'm sorry, Cha-Cha. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's okay.
Yes,
Okay, no
thank you. He is rotten. He's rotten to the core. If you don't believe me, ask Mad Chad. The professor can tell you firsthand.
I've chewed on him. Yes, and he's chewed on. Yeah.
Yes, they chewed on each other. Yes, they have. Literally, y'all. Literally. Yes.
He's an amazing soul. He is.
Aw.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
Man,
So now,
this y'all got me ready to throw away every notebook I ever wrote in and start over.
I love it. I love this think tank. I do.
And what
Yes.
I mean, are you guys actually planning this?
This is a hypothetical situation, and then
So-
but it does actually add to, we could.
Yeah,
I mean, absolutely.
we
But this
could.
is all hypothetical, of course.
So your hypothetical, then I
For
would
entertainment purposes only. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So your hypothetical, then I would also have people practice what their job is to whatever it is to get out. Timing them.
Right.
You know,
Of course. Yeah. I mean, that training
do it.
aspect. Yeah. Timing
Yes.
everything.
Yeah.
And running drills. Like, hey, at 8:00 we're gonna have a drill.
Right.
Or everybody's just kind of walking around doing their thing, diddy bopping after chow, and then boom, the order is given. Let's go. We got 5 minutes. Boom, hit the road. That's something I faced all the time in the Marine Corps. We would just be hanging out at the barracks or on the ship, and all of a sudden they're like, "Hey, get your gear, get on the tarmac. You're going a helicopter." There's another idea too. Maybe we have helicopters.
They used to be called Minutemen.
Right, Minutemen. Right, you have 1 minute to get ready and to deploy.
One of the things I regret, well, of course, all of my mementos, but the other thing that really was tough was losing all my guns. And some of them now I can't replace because they're considered assault rifles and they won't let me buy them now.
All right, take care of yourself, Sophia B. Good to see you.
Take care, Sophia. Good to see you.
Skull sister.
Cha-Cha.
Very difficult for those states over there in that corner, Cha-Cha.
But the other thing is the weight of ammo. Like I have a lot of ammo that I've repurchased, but think about trying to load up heavy ammo. Like you would already want that on your trucks that are going to go.
Right.
Absolutely, already there. I mean, it all adds weight, but it's also being able to know what you can carry. A lot of people have this disillusion of thinking that they can physically walk on down the road with all this stuff. They probably have a rude awakening coming. I've seen people toss brand new shit into the bushes that they were tired of carrying many times.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
People think they can carry a lot more than they can once you start walking. Right? And you got to know your limitations. You got to know what you can carry, how much of it you can carry.
Well,
and so that also may I interject? So if we're gonna E&E, escape and evade, therefore your caches come into play, right?
Yes.
There you go. So there's your resupply point.
There's another great manual.
So
survival, evasion, and escape. There is a cheap little partial one that they sell at the surplus stores, but you get a true survival, evasion, and escape field manual. They're thick and full of good stuff.
Right. So I mean, I'm talking everybody's leaving, right? So we got 5 minutes. Everybody's leaving. We're on our pre-positioned vehicles that have been engineered by Camel Car himself, right? And we are out. We are gone. We are on the road. We're stopped. We have to fight our way out. Now we have to fight our way out and get to our resupply point, cache points. And that's maybe we have 3 or 4 along the way on our route, different routes, right? We have our bug out corridor, right? So we have choices that we can go and still be moving down our corridor. We're not taking one route.
Man, this thing's already got bullet holes in it. Did you see that? This thing's full of about maybe 15 different bullet holes already in this thing that I don't know the history of them, so I just left them visible on the outside and fiberglass on the inside.
So one thing that I have thought about with my move on pack, and this is a theory, and I'm actually going to work on it this week, is I am going to vacuum seal rounds.
Right. Yeah, I remember talking about that. What, last night?
Yeah, in quantities of 30, 60, 90, 120, 120 in a bag, and lay them flat, and so that it's vacuum sealed, so you can make layers with it and put it in the bottom of your pack, middle of your pack, whatever.
Outside pockets,
outside pockets, things like that, just in case.
You could do the same thing in the vehicle too. You could stow them into your vehicle as well, right?
Correct.
Or the dash points.
Right, especially if we have to end up, allegedly or hypothetically decide to make a cache. You want to vacuum seal those and keep them dry, no matter what they're in. But just as long as those stay dry, just in case, the container or whatever's breached and water gets in.
Right. Yeah. I'm loving where this is going. I do.
I want a battery-powered, field-capable vacuum sealer. They make those?
Oh,
I've got one. Yeah. I've got one with a DC adapter that I can plug it into one of my solar generators.
Yeah, now we're talking.
Yeah, but I can plug AC into any of my solar generators as well.
Well, I went full DC with this thing. I've got an old radio truck extra battery tray, so I can hold 5 batteries in the front. I've got the 12-volt solar panel, the big one, then I got a little battery maintainer one, and then all my appliances I've got a inverter for my brushless motor on the sewing machine. I've got the 12-volt refrigerator. I got 12-volt lights and fans and all kinds of 12-volt accessories. I just wanted to keep it all 12-volt. Seemed real handy,
Right. Well, you can buy the AC to DC adapter on Amazon. They're out there.
Also, the opposite of that. I want one of those to come out of the old camper deals where it will turn 110, where I can plug into the campsite and then run all my DC stuff at 12 volt. I'm looking for one of those. I'll find one.
Okay.
It's a common item. I mean, it's another thing I wanted to add to this. But with the inverters, that's the thing, is you can use your 12 volt power and turn it to 110. That's what I do for the sewing machine.
Right.
Vision,
Yes, ma'am.
did you ever get your freeze dryer?
Yeah. Cha-Cha, I was told it's still in the box from allegedly. As soon as the weather breaks, and my intel tells me that soon there'll be a Senate hearing, and so he will be subpoenaed to leave his premises. And once that happens, then I'll go get my freeze dryer.
Yeah, okay.
The only reason I bring it up, well, one, because I thought it was funny, but
It is funny. Yes.
but also because that's another thing for thinking about moving preps for all your food that you're going to need for that many people would be. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble now.
No, you're not.
Your personal moderator is here.
Hello.
Well, I don't care. You know what? I don't care if he's here or not.
Let's continue with hello,
Yes,
Double Dog.
finish.
Let's continue with Cha Cha. She does
Finish,
have the floor.
Cha. Yes, go ahead, Cha.
We all know that freeze-dried food, it takes up a lot less space and weight.
Yes.
And so
correct.
That should be something that should be being done,
Well,
to
because I don't have a freeze dryer currently. Well, I don't have my freeze dryer currently. I have a lot of freeze dried food.
Oh, okay.
I have enough freeze dried food that when somebody's generators dies, they're going to need something to power their freeze dryer, and I'll be like, oh, you mean my freeze dryer? So,
Vision, I lost 2 years of freeze-dried preps that I did from my
oh my God. Oh, Cha.
2
You're
years
kidding.
of stuff I made. Yeah. 2 years.
Yeah.
But
Well, yeah, I'm with you. I've got ample freeze dried food, and it'll fit in a couple of totes, and they can go in a vehicle and out the door quickly.
But I'm thinking massive amount, being that you're talking about a compound and so many people with, and reducing that weight of that food and the space that it takes.
True.
Oh yeah.
Well, I hope I'm not the only one that has freeze dried food. And there's no, put it this way, there is no excuse for me to be the only one that has freeze dried food. No excuse.
Exactly.
None. Zero.
Point taken.
I gotta try
Thank you.
freeze-dried Skittles. I think it was freeze-dried Skittles that everybody was raving about a while back.
And freeze-dried Tootsie Rolls. All right. Let us of course not be rude. Double Dog Prepper, how are you doing?
Hi, Double Dog.
Good.
So you've been following us for a while.
Where's my freeze dryer?
I don't know. Where is yours? I know where mine's at.
No, where's mine that's at your house, still in the box?
Oh, you had one sent here?
Yeah, turn around. Turn around.
Oh.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Enough. Double Dog Prepper. Thank you very much for coming up on a panel, and everyone, please. Absolutely great conversations here. So you've been in chat watching. What do you have to add? What are your thoughts, concerns, questions? Please, you have the floor.
I know Chacha was talking about, the weight of the pew-pews and freedom seeds and all this stuff and the food and everything, including water. The whole point of it is you're not going to be able to take a year's worth of stuff with you on your first trip. First of all,
right.
If you have a bug out location, you should have stuff at that location, pre-staged. Canned goods, your non-perishable stuff, your sugars, your flours, your wheat berries, any equipment that you might need for gardening and stuff like that. That way, your life can continue at your bug out location. Now, everybody's situation is going to be different, whether you have the vehicle, aka a truck, a trailer, I have a section in my garage that is pre-staged with all my stuff that I need. Not all of it, but part of it, right? So I have my trailer. So if bugging out is mandatory, if that's my last resort, I'm going to the garage. I'm putting everything in the garage into the trailer, and I'm going to start packing up as much stuff in the house as I can. My thing is 72 hours for me to get out of here to my bug out location. That's it. After that,
it's whatever's here is here, so.
Okay. So yeah, yeah.
Oh, Professor, if you don't mind, I have breaking news. I need to report.
Please go ahead.
All of you TikTok fans, TikTok is no longer working. There is a splash screen when you open it up that says, sorry, TikTok isn't available right now. A law banning TikTok has been enacted in the United States. Unfortunately, that means you can't use it for now. We are fortunate that President Trump has indicated that he will work with us on a solution to reinstate TikTok once he takes office. Please stay tuned. And then there's a button that says close app.
Ooh.
Yep.
There you
And
go.
you
heard it. You heard it here, folks. You heard it here first. Thank you. Thank you, Vision.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Breaking news, folks. Breaking news. Devil Dog. So the setup and prepping of the AO, the property and the defense of it, using your background as a wisdom point, knowledge. Do you have any concerns, any kind of things that you would change, address, things of that nature?
I mean, the whole thing about it is having your routes planned ahead, multiple routes. You don't know what's ahead of you. If you have one route from point A to point B, and whatever happens, like with Cha-Cha, what happens if trees fell down? You got to be able to get around that or have a way of getting through it. So obviously having chainsaws or chains to pull stuff away from your area is one
Snap
thing.
box, winches, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
And so recon, right? Recon vehicle going ahead, recon team,
Which
ahead of
brings
the
in your
main.
communications, making sure you have communications with multiple vehicles and stuff.
I want to be the first ones on the road. I want to be there. I mean, I think I could be rolling in 10 minutes with everything I need.
Yeah.
I want to get there before everybody else. I have my routes picked out depending on the situation. I've constantly kept track of an escape place, somewhere I could go other than here. That would be better to be in a situation, and depending on how bad it was, I'm going to one of those,
Well, I mean, this of course. Let's stay focused on this hypothetical situation. We're bugging out from the AO. We're probably going to our new AO. Please continue.
Well, fortunate enough for me, I have two locations, allegedly, that I go to, that I have stuff at, ready to go. It's just the whole thing I've been saying in the chat. First you have to come up with a plan. You have to put it down on paper, and then you practice it.
And know the route.
Yeah, that's part of the training.
It's more than just knowing the route. Like you have like, okay, for like me, I have so much stuff in this house that, in a shit hit the fan situation, this right here is not going to be calm and cool per se like it is right now. I can think about what I'm doing. I can think about what I'm saying. In that situation, all you know is you have 72 hours to get as much stuff out to get to where you're going. And not only that, but you're responsible for the lives of the people that you have with you. So practicing prior to that, how long is it going to take you to get stuff loaded up into the trailer? How long is it going to take you to get from this place to that place? And put stuff in play like, all right, well, crap, that road shut off, so we got to go this way. Just do stuff like that, and then once everything's done, then you go back and you look it over and say, okay, what could we have done different? What needs to be changed? And then you practice again. But that, a lot of things, a lot of people have a lot of stuff that are still in the box. and stuck in the wrapper.
Yep.
They have no idea, you know. And I'll be honest with you, I'm just as guilty, you know. I have stuff that, you know, that like I have my water purifier that I have. I haven't got it out of the box, and I should, you know. That way I know how to use it.
About the iTel?
Yeah.
Yep. I got one coming. We just picked them up. Yep. I just picked them up as an affiliate.
Right on. Right on.
Yep.
I like where this is going, Devil Dog. Please continue.
But the
Yes.
thing, you know, there's so many things that could happen in between point A and point B.
Yeah.
Which one is, now that we have an opportunity to take stuff, you know, if that's the plan, you know, some people don't have a place to go. They only can stay in, shelter in place. That's it. There is no option B. Okay. If there is an option, or if there is a necessity for plan B, a lot of people are not going to survive it. You know, they think that they're just going to put a pack on their back and they're going to head to the woods. Not happening.
Nope.
You know,
Nope.
especially
Right.
in this area in the wintertime. I'm sorry, but you're not going to survive out in the woods when it's 20 below zero. It's not happening. I'm not saying there's not going to be survivals, but majority of the people are not going to survive that.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I agree, Double Dog.
And you know, if you're going to survive it, you got to have the equipment, the knowledge on how to build the camps and hunt and do all that kind of stuff. So I mean, there's a lot in planning that kind of stuff, and there's a lot of stuff that you have to do that you're not going to know the situation until it is actually happening. And one thing you got to do is you cannot panic if that does happen.
Right.
Good points, man. Good points. Panel, please. Any thoughts, questions that you have on
Yep.
Double Dog Pepper's
Yeah.
remarks?
Like he said, you know, he has a house. I got a house, and you know, I am not of the mindset of bugging out. The only way I'm bugging out is if my house burns down, and I'm going to do everything within my capability not to let that happen. But if it does, then we're going to take what we take and we get out. But other than that, I am bugging in. I'm hunkering down. Reinforcements are close and reinforcements are on the way. And we're going to batten down the hatches and we're going to ride this thing till the wheels fall off.
And there's a difference between my location and Vision's location. Obviously, I've been to Visions. I know what his is at, you know. Perfect situation there. Me, I'm closer to a bigger city area than that, which that would be my reason of having to bug out, because I'm not going to try to compete with 200,000 people coming my way. Not happening.
Right.
You know, I don't have a big enough group to ward those people off. Now, I go to my locations that I have selected. It's going to take a while for that town or that city to get out there, and they got to go through a lot of country folk to get there. And everybody out here has pew-pews and all that kind of stuff. So the chances of a mass majority making it to my locations is going to be a lot greater or a lot less going there than it would be here.
Right. So in this in on this live stream, the scenario is that kind of that homestead movie kind of scenario where you're at a compound, you have a force, you're facing a force on force scenario. And then of course we went into the whole bug out situation, right? So we have to bug out now. What does that look like and everything. I want to continue. Camel Carl, do you have anything to interject, ask, or comment on Devil Dog Prepper's train of thought?
No, what he said about getting your stuff out of the box. Every piece of gear you own, you should have tried it by now. You should have, if you got a tent, set that sucker up. Even if you got to set it up in your house, set the stuff up, use the stuff, try it out. Don't let it sit in a box in a corner and you don't even know if it's worthy of owning yet.
Right.
Oh, I agree.
Cha-Cha.
Yeah.
Your turn.
So if you did have to bug out and you're going to these other places that Devil Dog says that you have set up, what if somebody's already taken it over?
Wouldn't that be when communications comes into play? You could be talking to them continuously and saying, "Hey, we're getting ready. We're on our way. Is everything okay? Do you need anything, or what's going on over there in your way? And what are you seeing?" That's where your communication plan comes into play. You're just not going to assume. You're going to talk to them throughout the whole period.
So you're saying that your team will be there. I was talking about if a different team took over.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Your area is compromised.
Yeah.
Right. If their area is compromised, hopefully they've communicated that to you beforehand, because they may need to come your way. And if that's the case, then you better come up with Plan C.
Right. So yeah. This is getting quite the hairy situation, right?
Well,
I'm sorry, guys. I'm just throwing things out there. I don't really.
I love it.
No, that's good. That's good.
I love it.
For my situation, both A and B are already people there.
Right.
I'm not gonna say. I know who's there already.
Right.
They have been. So, as far as somebody else getting there before I get there, probably not. They know what to do to hold up the place until everybody gets there. So,
right.
But in a
Until
situation
reinforcements.
Yeah.
Right.
In a situation where you might have a little cabin out in the woods, and that and nobody's there, then yeah, that would be a situation. Obviously, that's where the whole practicing and planning comes into. If you have a cabin in the woods that's built specifically for point A or point B, and nobody else is supposed to be there, well, you can't just walk up there thinking, take it for granted that nobody's there, So you have the whole security aspect of approaching that situation. So
right, applying, using recon, observation, checking for any kind of detection. Trying to detect if somebody is there. Maybe they're hidden. Maybe they know you're coming, and you're literally walking into an ambush. So sending out that security team and doing some recon, that's going to be vital. That's in wherever you move, however you're moving, that's how you're going to have to move. So it might take a while, right? Because you've got your lead element. Say you're bugging out as a group, you're going to have that lead element, and you're going to have rear security as well. Then you're going to have flanks. You got to have those deployed, and lots of communication involved in that, right? And so, and if your lead element is boom, gets compromised, or they see something, everything's halt. Now you're at a standstill. And you're trying to either reroute, renavigate, or you're going to try to punch through. Maybe that's the thing, that cabin in the woods, you detect that there's somebody there. You mobilize your force and try to take it back with force. What does that look like? And
But you're talking about an army. I mean, do you guys have that? Who has those kind of resources of men?
You know what?
That's the situation.
All I need is
That's the
all I
scenario.
need is right.
Sean?
All I need is 3.
3?
I need 3 bad A's,
3?
and I can take over a country. That's it. All I need is 3.
3?
3.
3.
You're talking
3.
about sending recon to the other bug out. You're talking about having, protection up front, protection in the back.
Yeah.
So how is that only 3?
Yeah. That's 3.
I'd like
Well,
to
I mean,
take this
you can
moment
have
to
3
say
elements.
that I'd like to take this moment to say that I'm not affiliated with any groups or organizations, nor do I know Hillary Clinton or anybody like that.
Okay, I have one other.
Exactly.
This is a hypothetical alleged situation, right? So, and what is needed in certain situations. If you're going to be bugging out and you have a group, and that's this situation. We just left the compound because it's compromised. Forest fire, zombie ducks have just attacked something, right? And we
I've
have
been
to
on my own for a long time. I'm still on my own. I know what direction you guys are in. I'm keeping track of that. I mean, you guys should know what direction I'm in, because if some of us are completely on our own.
I'm waving in your general direction. Yes, that way.
I have another question.
Okay, go ahead.
So, what about resources? They say in history when there's been, a problem, and there's no more deer or fish.
Right. That's a good point. Caches, right? Resupply points. So we're talking about a system, or you're foraging, or you're just eating what you have, eating and drinking.
Dead of winter,
Right.
you're foraging.
And once we get settled, and I'm gonna say this, then I'm gonna pivot and go 180 degrees, depending on the time of the year. Once you have, let's say you've bugged out and you set up a camp somewhere, okay? If it's spring or summer, you better have your seeds with you so you can start growing. And while you're using your preps and rationing your preps, now stay in the car, because I'm hitting the gas and the brake at the same time and doing a 180. You may have to go on the offense and go find food to feed your group.
Okay, so that's you're taking on another force, another group, perhaps, or this hypothetical situation where it's so dire that you're taking on.
Yes.
Yeah, right. I wanted to address this because Sister Marie asked this question.
Okay.
And it's up there. Keeping your health up right now is extremely important. Also, alternative locations, location B. We covered that. The health, right? So you're going to have to keep your health up. You're going to have to keep your abilities up, right? That means staying strong, staying healthy, getting the right amount of nutrition, and keeping yourself mobile and lethal. Your thoughts, panel?
Yeah, that's where your medicinal remedies and things that you have been prepping come into play on a daily. Like I've said many times on my live stream, especially during the winter, the COO, she makes a batches of her get your butt up because you're better elixir. That's what I'm gonna call it, because that's exactly what it does.
I got some raw garlic I want to try to make something like that. Yeah.
Right. Everybody should have a jar of honey and garlic sitting in the back of their pantry that's like been fermenting for months. You take a daily tablespoon of that. You should have elderberry syrup. You should have turmeric and garlic and all this other stuff that the COO puts together, so that when you get that first cough, or you wake up and you feel like a trash can has been dumped on you, you start taking it before you get sick.
Yep.
Oh, that's good. But the one thing I always tell people is walk. Take walks. Not in the city where you're breathing the fumes of vehicles and stuff. Get out in the woods and walk. Walk trails. The more walking you do, the healthier you'll be.
Yeah, and get out in the sun. Get natural vitamin D from the sun.
This stuff is going to run out.
That's right. That's right.
So, having a way to naturally combat things such as high blood pressure or pain or whatever, which I guess is my going back to my point of you're not going to go out into the woods and survive, right? In a true situation like this, there's going to be so many things that are going to take people out. And this medication right here is going to be a huge one of those things,
Right.
They don't get that medication. What are they going to do? If they don't know how to keep their blood pressure down,
shame.
If they don't know how to get their cholesterol down, there are just so many different ways you could look at this. What about people who are addicted to drugs or alcohol?
Yes.
Yep.
In my case, cigarettes.
They're not going to survive. They're not going to be able to get that stuff.
When you shut.
Ooh, food corn, chocolate, donuts, and
You
coffee.
need all your supplies before the storm hits, huh?
See now you're gonna make me have to make a mad dash upstairs.
Well, Devil Dog, that's why you buy a lot of, alcohol and tobacco and keep it for bartering.
I'm not prepping for bartering. If I have the room and the space and the money to buy barter items, then I have the time, the space, and the money to buy the stuff that I would barter for. That's
true,
just my
but things
opinion.
run out.
What's that?
That's true, but things run out.
Okay, so let's just take wheat berries for an example. If I run out of wheat berries, nobody else is going to have wheat berries.
I do.
Well, first of all, you're on the other side of the country, all right? What I'm saying in my area, if I run out of it, then I doubt that other people are going to have it.
Yeah, you're right. Most likely, the average person does not carry wheat berries.
I mean, just think. I mean, the people that are going to survive that kind of a situation are the people that are prepped and they practice and they plan and they get the stuff out of the box and they learn how to operate everything and they know how to garden, they know how to hunt, they know how to do all that kind of stuff. Those are the people that are going to survive. And there's going to be other people, obviously, that are going to survive because they somehow did whatever. But it's going to be a lot different in the cities versus out in the country, too.
True. You're just not going to let me live that down about that I tell in the box, are you?
Hey, mine's still in the box. I mean, I've gotten it out, but I haven't used it. So.
Just don't use my freeze dryer.
So I've thought about this. I mean, I am a smoker, right? I am adamantly addicted to cigarettes, nicotine. I'm fortunate enough to be able to make my own. Thank you very much, Devil Dog Pepper. But I know that eventually it's going to run out. So I've already in my mindset. I know I'm just going to have to quit. There's going to come a point when I'm going to have to just quit because I can't get it on a regular basis. It's
Oh,
You might not be able to get tobacco, but you still be able to get weed. A lot of people
right.
grow weed.
Okay. Yeah. Right.
I've got
Weed.
weed.
Yeah, weed's gonna
You
be
know,
everywhere.
there's other things you can smoke, and it's just like if the coffee ran out, I'm going to be harvesting chicory, all right, because that's better than
Chicory,
no coffee at all. All right, it's
peppermint.
not the greatest. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Why
not the
not
greatest,
stock
but
up on
it's
some
better than
patches?
nothing.
Why not stock up on some nicotine
That's an option too. That I can wean myself off. But
Mhm.
I like the Zen stuff too. I mean, being able to wean myself because eventually that's because we're talking about health here, right? So
Right.
being in that prepared mindset. Right now, yes, I'm addicted to cigarettes, and
Yeah.
I do practice some abstinence from time to time, especially in my job. But I know eventually all that's going to run out, all of it. Weed, yeah, sure, but there are times when I'm not going to be able to smoke weed because I'm going to be operational, and so I can't have a cigarette. And plus, you're gonna have to deal with noise and light discipline, and and not everybody is going to be able to, deal with me smoking weed. I'm like, why you on watch and you're stoned as fuck? You're supposed to be watching the perimeter.
Right.
So you got to be responsible.
Or even
You
at
know,
night having something lit that could give away.
right? And the smell. I mean,
Yeah.
think about that.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
we're on we're on the thing. We're on the convoy, and we've posted out. We've punched out the perimeter, and here I am just lighting up a nice little doobie, and some group that's been hanging out in the woods for it's like 3 or 4 maybe camping or they're whatever the case may be, marauders. They go, ooh, I smell weed, and they come a calling. All right, so you got to be careful about that. But there is being able to wean myself off of it is my point, and having already setting up my mindset, going, hey, I'm just going to have to quit, right? Just one day quit. And maybe one day I'll run across a pack of cigarettes and when I'm
Oh God, you guys are killing me.
look at that.
That's
Look at that.
cruel.
Not to
Double
mention
dog,
a
that is
cigarette
cruel.
house has gotten people killed. That stuff can be seen from a long ways away at night too.
Yeah,
Double
you
dog,
can
that is
see it, you can
cruel.
smell it, and what if there's somebody else out there that is fiending for a cigarette and they're willing to kill me for mine, right?
Yeah.
That compromises the whole group.
Yep. Sure does.
That's
They'd have
why I
to take
don't
you
want to
out.
be anywhere Detroit or Flint or any of these places. That's why I'm getting the hell out of here as fast as I can.
Right.
If you're compromising the group, they got to take you out.
Or just leave me, right? Like, go ahead, or you want to smoke a cigarette? Well, you're going to have to go 3 miles that way, and when you're done with your cigarette, you can come back. Yeah, just don't have anybody following you.
Exactly. Or better yet, go smoke that cigarette underwater.
Devil dog, is that cheesecake?
What's that?
Is that cheesecake?
Yes, cherry cheesecake.
Shame on you. I just
Ooh,
bought one
yeah.
today at Costco. Cherry cheesecake.
Yeah.
Now, on the other hand,
That's what this is. It's
if
Costco
you
cheesecake.
It is?
on the other hand,
I bought one today.
All right, go ahead, Carl.
I'm
campfire smoke. Indians used to sit around the campfire before a hunt. A half an hour around a smoking fire. It permeates all your clothing. It'll make you smell like a fire. And you would think that would be an alert to most animals, but it isn't. Deer smell things burning all the time. It's not even an alert to them. So it's one of the best cover scents for hunting deer is to sit around a campfire, get that smell on you.
Oh. I just want to kiss him.
Right.
Is he tired or pissed?
He's sleepy.
So I have used smudge pots as well. They work.
Yes.
Smudge pots, and there's also the kind of like the whole kind of smudge sage thing. You can do that too if you don't want to just do a fire. when the whole area smells of weed and cigarettes, walk softly. Right, Stu? So what are the other, since we're on the health thing, eating good, right? We're all eating good in the neighborhood.
Got to get rest. Got to get rest.
Sleep, right? Sleep. Yes.
Yes.
You got to be able to relax and allow yourself to water, right? Drinking water, drinking fluids. What does that look like? Whether we're on the AO or we're on the bug out, all right? The E&E.
I know that sleeping very lightly has been an asset to me in my life. All right. Whereas some people, when they sleep, they're in la la land, nothing wakes them, they're snoring out loud, the whole 9 yards. I'm confident that when I sleep, if anything approaches me, it will wake me. I'm also confident to know that I don't snore and make noise and give away my location. Sleeping, especially if you're on your own, you don't have somebody watching your back while you're doing it, that can be dangerous. I've seen what my friends sound like when they're sleeping in the middle of the woods. Geez, everything knows they're there.
Okay, I have another thought. What about if it was a true, SHTF, people's mental ability to deal with things? Because I know right after the fire, I was placed in a motel for 4 months, and I was talking to other people that were in the fire also, and most of those people were not handling it very well at all. I was surprised that I was able to, but they weren't. And so, you think that people are strong, but then they're not.
You're absolutely right, because you can prep for anything, and if your mind isn't prepared, it doesn't matter. If you panic in a situation, that could be your downfall by panicking. People don't react to situations very well. You're onto something there, Chacha.
Right, and they could be a real hindrance to a mag team. They could be a real hindrance.
Yep. And that's, you need to know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's an age-old saying
beforehand and deal with it.
Yes.
It is an age-old saying, and it can be taken many ways. Is be careful who you let in your foxhole.
Yes, and
That's right.
How do you decide how to deal with it? Okay, it's a few women that are not dealing and not handling. What do you just leave them? I mean, what
No,
do you do?
you just you put them in a position where they're, what should I say, away from.
You can't use the word bait, but it's pretty much going to be where that's going to draw attention. Then you have to put them in an area you can protect them.
I mean,
right. That's what I'm talking about.
May I interject here? Devil Dog, I'm curious to see what you had to say.
So I'm going to go at this aspect or this approach of being of someone that's been to war. Okay. Being a Marine, everybody's like, "Oh, you're a badass. You should have no problem." I have seen in combat a grown-ass Marine bawling his eyes out because of the situation that we were in. Okay.
Yeah.
So everybody's talking about, having to evacuate because of a fire or because of a tornado or a hurricane. Well, what happens if a true SHTF and there's fights and war going on in this country?
Right. Right.
I was a police officer before I was a Marine, or before I went to war, and I can tell you the first time I pulled a gun on somebody, he was 18 years old, and that messed me up. I almost took the life of an 18-year-old because he had a knife and he didn't want to drop it. So I remember also, and luckily he did, and I didn't have to do anything. But I remember being in California, getting ready to go to Iraq, and all these young Marines are like, "Oh, when do we get to go kill these people?" And I'm like, you have no idea how messed up mentally you're going to be the first time you have to pull your gun. Not only that, but having to shoot somebody, seeing them die, whatever, seeing your own people die. So that whole aspect of shit hit the fan and preparing, that for one, you can't prepare for that. And that's something that you can't just open up a bag and take out something and make everything better. You know, so the whole mental
those are
health
the
thing.
situations, Double Dog, that you have to experience before you know how you would react.
Correct. And everybody's going to handle that situation differently. You know?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, these women became, honestly, the women I was around motel, they became like unfunctioning. You know, they were crying all the time. They were
Right.
and I don't know why I didn't, but
And I can speak on this being a father of 4 daughters. And the youngest is 16.
Oh, you mean on how many people you had to kill because of that?
That's a whole other story.
He digresses.
Yeah. But as our youngest is 16. And I know for a fact that she's not going to be able to handle it.
Right.
Blank, period.
Right. So I love where this is going.
Protect her.
I love where this is going. So yeah, yeah, absolutely. But say, Cha-Cha, like you said, in Devil Dog, there's, and you know, of course, I'd have to say all of us on the panel have some type of experience in this. What about the aftercare? What about the after effects, right? And how do we deal with that as a group? You know, you just say Cha-Cha, you're in the foxhole next to me, and some guy just popped up with, you know, he's got 2 rubber chickens and he's covered in grenades, and you just boom, you pop him. You know, because you had to, you made that decision, but you know, and you did it, and now afterwards you're like, oh my God, I can't deal with this. I got to get out of the foxhole. How do you deal with that and stay in the foxhole? I need you back in the fight. So you do have experience being in this fire and dealing with other women that were just non-functional. How do you contain that and continue to be functioning?
I think humor at that point with the rubber chicken.
This
is my question for Cha-Cha.
I don't know where my strength came. I think because I had a rough life, and dealt with a lot in my life, that I was able to just deal with it. A lot of people, I think, sadly, are weak-minded.
Yep.
And I don't mean that in a mean way. I mean, they're just not strong. They're just not. And I don't know why I am. I really do think it's because of the way I lived. These women, even now to today, you know, I've talked to one of them. She called me, and she was still having trouble and crying a lot and not functioning. And she's got children to take care of and a husband, and her husband rebuilt. He's a builder. He rebuilt the house for her and everything. Everything's perfect, just like it was, but she's still not dealing. And I'm lucky. My only effect is PTSD with hives. If I get upset, I get hives, and I have to be on antihistamines. That's my only. Mentally, I'm fine. It's just I get hives outbreak from it.
Actual physical, yeah, I've heard of this.
Yeah, mine is more of a physical reaction. But I think that a lot of it is just, you know, of who you are, whether you can handle it or not.
Well, okay, in this hypothetical situation, it's someone that can't. How do we as a group deal with that?
You got anything you can give them medicine wise?
And unfortunately,
it's a horrible
go ahead, Cha-Cha.
it's a horrible thought. I'm just going to say this. It's a horrible thought. I'm not saying it's something I would do, but some people would say, you know what? I have to take that person out just because they are compromising everyone. I don't,
It's going to depend on the
I
situation too.
yeah. And
right.
it depends on who it is. I mean, I'm not saying I could do that to somebody I loved. You know what I mean?
I don't
Like,
think I'd want to
Right.
do that.
I would just,
I wouldn't do that. I honestly, that person, I would pair them up with somebody who is strong yet sympathetic, and
yes,
that could talk with them
I
and
agree.
just not isolate, but pair those two up and have that other
Babysit.
person keep an eye on that person, right?
Kind
And
of
babysit
babysit.
them.
And
Yes.
put
I'm
them
just wondering, could you
away.
guys get anything that was like Thorazine? Could you legally own something that you could give somebody that would calm them down instantly?
Benadryl.
Yeah.
Benadryl?
Yeah. And those are the type of people you wouldn't, once you found out, you would not ever put them in those situations. You know what I mean? You would know
Correct.
they're liable.
Correct.
I think, being a woman by myself, I have actually came to terms with the fact that if I had to kill somebody, I would, because if they were gonna hurt me and came into my home, I would do it.
Right.
Well, I very nearly have, and I'm glad I didn't. But
I don't
the way
want
I feel is if I have to defend myself, it's me against them. Then
Right.
I'm not going to feel bad about it. All right. If they tried to kill me,
Yeah.
I'm not going to have any bad feelings about killing them.
And it's even worse if I think about they're gonna hurt my dogs. I'm really even worse.
Right? Yeah. Devil Dog.
Well, first of all, in a situation where you have your mag, that there's going to be a chain of command. There's going to be people. Okay, so take that movie Homestead. All right, you had the owner, the guy that owned the land, his wife and kid, and then you had the security people that came in, and
Right.
then you had the people that were working the garden and stuff like that. Everybody has their role in your group. Okay, so obviously you're not going to put someone that that can't handle it. And I don't mean any
Yeah.
disrespect towards women, but that was a big thing when I was there. I seen grown ass men crying, and
Yeah.
and we had very few women in the front line with us. But as a man and trying to do my job, but also having to worry about them, it
Yeah.
was not good.
And you would
So,
know better, Devil Dog, because you lived it firsthand. You would know. And I
correct.
agree with you. I think most women should not be in that situation.
I mean, there was a army female that wrote a book and became a millionaire and everything else. Jessica Lynch or something like that. I forget what it was, but anyways, they hid her under the seats of the Humvee while the guys were out fighting, and she's the one that got the $1 million book deal. It just I don't know. I'm sure there's some women out there that could handle it and could do it, but as a majority of it, we're built differently. We're built to protect a woman, and they're there to nurture men and all this other stuff. So in that situation, you didn't see in the movie Homestead, you didn't have the women out there on the front line fighting. They were what is the word I'm looking for?
Support.
Supportive. They were in supportive roles, and I'm not saying like the cleaning and cooking. I mean, yeah, they did that stuff, but they were there to do those other things,
I
so
agree.
when you have your group, first of all, you got to know the people that you have in there, and by that aspect of it, you should know who you can put where, and you're bringing them there for a reason.
Right. Right.
You're not going to have a doctor on the front line. He's there to save people. So he's in a building, not having to worry about that stuff. You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
Right.
I agree.
Interesting.
I think you're absolutely right.
So, okay, what if that is the case that we do have to have all hands on deck, whether it is man, woman, you know,
Well,
you
you'd
know,
be surprised how many people will be able to, once survival kicks in, right?
right. You know,
I mean,
Cha-Cha's calling you the female version of John Wick there, Cha-Cha. I mean, Sister Maria is calling you the female version
I
of
don't,
John Wick.
I don't know who John Wick is.
Oh
Oh,
Lord.
wow, really?
I
Oh,
haven't
wow.
seen this movie Homestead. I'm gonna have to watch
Can you
that.
give me an idea?
Keanu Reeves.
Yeah.
Yeah, Keanu Reeves. Basically, he's a ninja with a gun.
Sister Maria,
Correct.
absolutely right.
I mean, we could come up with a million and one different situations that could happen. All right. I don't see it getting to the point where we have everybody on the front line and can't give up the ship. The Alamo is under attack kind of situation. If they got that bad, my God, we didn't do something right.
No, I think we're actually entering into something really good. I think things are about to flip around here finally. 2 days away. I've got really high hopes. I mean, I have faith in this. But these are interesting topics. I mean, it's something I've thought about anyways for decades. All this stuff.
And I hope things get better too. But on the other hand, you can't just take the last 4 years and just forget about it.
Oh no,
right.
I agree
15, 20 million people, 20 million people here illegally. We can't forget about that stuff.
Not at all. I mean, neither have they. So we'll see. I think everybody's going to be surprised. I think accountability is right around the corner.
Well, I look at it this way. Before it gets better, it's going to get a lot worse.
You think so?
I mean, that's just my take on it. It's not this country. It wasn't torn apart overnight, and it's not going to get fixed overnight.
That's a good point, Vision.
I get it, Vision, because it's a survivalist way to expect the worst and hope for the best.
Yeah, that's kind of like my mindset too.
That's it. Yeah.
Well, if anybody's done any watching of Congress over the last month or so, how the Republicans have started playing their game again when they know that they only could lose one vote. And when they were voting on the Speaker of the House and they pulled their shenanigans and not vote, and we thought they were going to have to go into a second voting, but miraculously the gavel wasn't hit and they got the guy in that was currently the former Speaker of the House is now. But that's just the kind of things that I look at, the games are playing there. And then I was watching like this Pam Bundy getting grilled, taking over the Attorney General's position. And some of the things that these people were saying, it just blew my mind. You had Adam Schiff up there asking Pam Bundy if she had the audacity to stand up to President Trump if needed, if she had the intestinal fortitude to say no. And I'm thinking to myself, dude, you don't have the intestinal fortitude. And you're going to ask this person because you went after Trump all these years and wasted all this millions of dollars of American taxpayer money for what? The shit that you do?
Yep.
Oh yeah, it's not just because the Republican got the House, the Republican got the Senate, the Republican got the presidency. Trent, you're absolutely right. Things are not. It's not going to just January 20th. Suns are going to open up. Everything's going to be great.
Oh, it's the beginning of a reckoning. That's what I think it is. It's the beginning of a reckoning.
Yeah, right. But there's a lot of bad apples still on the tree that need to be picked.
They've never been so exposed either. All the
Right.
deep state players, they know, they fear, they're dropping out like flies. They're something's coming, and I think it's going to be more good than bad. I'm not saying something can't happen, that an event can't happen, that they might not try to kill him. I expect that. I'm saying, but people have had enough. It's time. We've had years of this shit, and like you're saying, I haven't forgotten none of it. And I say that often. We need accountability for a lot of things. We've been told a lot of things. We don't know what the hell's going on. We need to know. I think we're gonna.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. And I've talked about this before in past live streams. Is that they have unmasked themselves. They thought that they were being able to just move and act without impunity, right? And there's no accountability because they've insulated themselves in their positions, and they're confident that they can do their nefarious acts, but then they've lost, and now there's the now they're exposed, and that's their worst mistake, and that's actually one of their tenets, is to hide and fight in the shadows, right? To be the one that makes things happen in the background and don't expose themselves. But I think what we're seeing is those that the ones that are still pulling the strings. We're never really going to know who they are. We might know a few of them, but a lot of these agent provocateurs, they're the ones just kind of the cannon fodder. They're expendable.
Well, when you start winning, you don't let
I
up.
disagree with Case Survival 76. Trump is not a politician. He's not a lawyer. He was a salesman. So,
the thing is when you're winning, you don't hold your ground. You advance. All right. And I think that once things start to happen, everybody needs to advance. Stop holding your ground. Speak up. Get active. Do things. All right. I think that's what's going to happen. All right. It could get ugly at first, especially. I agree. But 100 executive orders with day one, I know some of them. They're already self-deporting themselves at the borders. Did you guys hear that? There are already people leaving. They know what's coming.
Really?
They're jumping ship.
Yep. There's several people that have stepped down, including the head of the border patrol has stepped down. He just quit. All right. There's a whole bunch of people that are just saying, I'm out of here. All right. And I expect it's going to start a ball rolling. We've all put up with this shit for 5 fucking years. They released a bioweapon on us. They gave us a fake fucking deadly cure. They fucking stole the election. They imprisoned fucking patriots of the United States. They kept the border open and have led us with nothing but corruption and deceit for most of our lives, all of our lives.
Yeah.
And it's got to end, man. There's got to be a time where people have had enough. And I think we are there. I think it's not just us. I think it's not just Trump. I think it's all the people he's assembled.
It's the whole way. It is. Go ahead, Devil Dog.
But TikTok is an issue. It's a national threat to national security. Are you freaking kidding me? 10 million, 20 million people coming across the border isn't a national threat to national security, but a freaking app on a phone that was not forced upon. You weren't forced to be on TikTok. You chose to be on TikTok. So whatever information they got from you, you chose to do that app.
That's right.
Yep.
I didn't choose 10 million people, 20 million people to come across this border. So the whole national security threat totally ass backwards.
I want to say this real quick because I'm getting ready to bounce. Professor, this was amazing. And people that are still in the chat, if you have not smashed the thumbs up button and shared this out, I personally am going to have the professor show up to your house with a coffee pot and his chaps on.
I don't own chaps, all right? And I'm
some
not
big-
borrowing them from Ghost Lincoln.
Well, there you go. Ghost Lincoln will hook you up. But I want to say seriously, this was amazing, and I'm going to go back and watch this again, because I was taking notes about comms and all that other stuff, because that's
that was some major intel. That was some major learning, major
yes.
knowledge being dropped right there. Yeah.
Yes, and me and Mike have been talking about that, and because the internet is going to go down, folks.
Oh boy.
And but anywho,
I get a whole lot done.
Professor, I want to say thank you, Professor.
Hey, thank you. You actually started this. You planted the seed here, right?
Well,
you planted the seed. I just picked the fruit and ran with it, man.
Well, it's called reverse poking the bear.
Right.
And you did an amazing job at it, folks. All I can say is everybody did correct. Folks, if you want to hear more uncut stuff like this, you need to attend Bug Out Weekend 2025, because our Saturday night fireside chat, this is the kind of stuff we talk about in depth.
Right. By the fire. Yeah.
Yes.
In our comfy chairs. Yeah.
Yes.
Just sitting around.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Cha-cha. I truly wish you could make it. I do. I truly do. And if you try, that's fine. But if you can't, I completely understand. But I would love to meet you in person. I'd roll out the red carpet if you showed up.
Aw.
Literally. Literally roll out the red carpet.
Allegedly, there even might be tequila.
Correct.
I told you that dog shit.
So I will say this, and y'all know me, so I'm gonna say that Cha-Cha, if I get a registration from you and you show up, I will personally bring you a bottle of tequila.
Right.
You tell Don Julio whatever you want. That's exactly what'll be there waiting for you.
I'll have the shot glass and the salt and lemon. Yeah, that's the
And
only
see,
way.
I don't even need the salt and lemon. Just give me the bottle. But
Monty Alban, Mezcal,
for you, Cha-Cha, that's what I will do. But I
lady.
Go ahead. I understand. I know that no, you're not. You're not old. You're not an old lady.
Simple.
I don't. You're what?
I'm easy. I'm simple. I don't really,
rabbit.
What do you call it?
Well, same here. I'm a simple guy. I'm easy.
Yeah, easy, just simple. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I just happen to be 6'3". That's all. So, but anyway, Professor Devil Dog, go ahead, Cha-Cha. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Vision. It take a lot to make me happy. That's all.
Oh, okay. I ain't mad at you. I'm easy, but I definitely ain't cheap.
Well, I'm not easy.
Right. I am not cheap. Right. But anyway, Professor Carl, Devil Dog, and Miss Cha-Cha, y'all are amazing. This has been absolutely. I would love to stay on here till 5 o'clock in the morning, but there would be people in this house and outside of this house that would be very, very, very upset with me. So with that, I am going to bid everybody adieu. I'm going to take y'all's fur pup outside and let him go to the bathroom before I go to bed. And y'all stay safe, keep prepping, keep growing, and keep living.
Good night, Vision. We love you.
Right on, brother. Thank you.
I love all y'all too. Absolutely. Skull.
Well,
Have a
thank
good
you.
night, everybody. Yes, indeed. Thank you.
Your input was amazing. Skull.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Skull, Professor.
Vision preparedness, everybody. Trent.
He's such a good man.
He is. He is indeed.
Man, I really look forward to that meetup, man. I really look forward to that meetup. This is going to be a blast.
You better come. You better make it.
I'm going to be there.
All right, cool. Very cool.
I'm going to be at every meetup that happens around here. There's one that's going to happen. I'll be at the Missouri. If they do the one at Pilot Mountain, I'm going to be there.
Yeah, I want to go to that one too.
I'm already registered.
Two of them? Isn't he doing one in the spring and one in the fall?
Yep. Allegedly.
So yeah, May 15th through 18th. Nobody said that, I guess, so I'll do it. May 15th through the 18th are the dates. Go to visionpreparedness.org to register. Then you will be given further details on locations and times and things of that nature.
You mean the residents?
So you think that there's a possibility I could rent the place for longer, like get it a few days early, set up?
I mean, people do that. It's at a metro park. So you're dealing with park rangers and things of that nature. They have a procedure. You can show up early. I don't know how early. It all depends on you. You're going to have to look at the actual place and what they say, because they rent out the space and they have time slots, and so you might be able to just hang out. If you get there early, a few days early. There have been people that showed up early and had their tents already set up. We're like, hey, how long you been here? So. Yeah, just check with it. Check with the site requirements and go from there. Yeah.
Sweet.
There, I dropped the link for the.
Boom. There you go. Cool. Thank you, Dove Dog. Oh yeah. Yeah, you guys check that out.
If I set up my big tent and pull everything out with the cots and the table and the field desk, all that shit. If I'm going to do all that, I might as well make good of it. I usually don't set up the whole kit unless I'm there at least a week, preferably 10 days, 2 weeks, because I can live right out of the truck or set up a smaller tent or just a tarp or something. But if I'm there for a while, I can set up my whole kit. And that's the fun part.
Right. Right. And there's people that really literally just did fallout camping out of their vehicles, and they had campers, or they had, extended tents off their stuff, and they were in the parking lot camping out. There was actually like 3 or 4 of them last time. So yeah. And of course there's a huge field that can accommodate, I don't know how many, like 150 people, whatever. We had 70 people the first time.
And I think it can hold way more than that.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have neighbors right upon you.
Yeah.
But there's room that you can spread out. Yeah. Or if you want to, cluster up. Hudson Valley and prepping, and his entourage showed up and set up Tent City, and that was just amazing.
They were all around the perimeter. We had the whole football field in the middle that nobody was doing nothing with.
Well, we had Santiago, snoring away in the middle. There was a few people that took the middle, but yeah, everybody kind of right
against the wood line. I always like to get up against the wood line where I can go right out the back of my tent into the woods.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean that was everybody, and we even actually had don't tell nobody, but people in the woods. Right, they went into the woods to camp.
Yeah, I could take my bivvy and go sleep out there if I wanted.
Yeah.
How many people do you anticipate going?
Don't know yet. I think the first time was like 73. The second time was approximately 40 or 50. I think was it.
Well, and that's only because the dates got changed because of the double booking of it.
Oh,
Right. Yeah. So we had some issues there, but yeah, this one, like I said, the first one was like 70 people, so we're expecting more because now we're on our their third year.
right.
So boom, there's the buzz, and everybody wants to plan for this now. So
Yeah. Oh, good.
okay, stand
It's pretty
by.
exciting, you know. Get to meet a lot of good people and new people and older people. You know, you meet people that you get to see people you've met before, and they have a lot of good classes. You know, it's
Boy, I
just
bet you most of you all folk are going to know exactly who I am the minute you see me.
Yep. Yes, indeed.
That thing stands out like a sore thumb until I get next to the woods.
But there's all kinds of good classes, and there's always good food and good some good talks. You know,
Oh
you
yeah.
just go around to different people's sites and check their sites out, and sit there and bullshit. And at night you might have a drink or two or whatever. Or, so it's pretty fun. So
Yep. Kids and dogs. Late night, just hanging out, making people laugh. It just, oh my god, shenanigans. And we even had some nighttime movement operation stuff going on. But yeah, the classes, what's up, Sister Marie? How are you doing?
Hey guys.
Hi, Sister
Doing
Marie.
all right. I'm doing all right.
how's the leg?
Oh gosh. It's hurting pretty bad.
Oh, so sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you're tough as nails. So this ain't gonna stop you, I know. So
It hasn't.
yeah. Oh yeah, I know. I broke my ankle. Got the steel plate in and everything.
Did they give you plenty of pain medicine?
I don't like taking pills, so I've been very sparingly using them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we gotta trick you like I tricked my dogs and put it in a piece of cheese?
Yeah, put it in a piece of cheesecake for Sister Marie.
And then they still spit it out.
For those of you that don't know, I fractured my knee Monday. So.
Yep.
Sorry to hear that. My goodness.
That sucks.
Yeah, but I ain't letting it stop me.
Healing, love, and energy and prayers for you, Sister Marie.
Well, it's stopping you from running the Boston Marathon.
Yeah, you
I'm
can't
not
do that.
doing 20 miles a day anymore.
Yeah, you can't kick high anymore. So no more flips and splits for you.
Not for a little while.
So, Sister Marie, you've been in the chat, listening to our conversations, listening. You know about the scenario. This thing has evolved from big compound full of people, doing the things, defending against a force on force threat. Now we've bugged out and went to the next thing. What are your thoughts? Any thoughts that you have, your stream of thought, please. I'd like to hear it.
Well, my biggest thing is, I mean, when you're in a group or a community, people that have been vetted and are going to be around you, if somebody tells you, oh, you're going to be doing whatever in the background, that's just as important, I think, as being on the front line.
Oh yes. Mm-hmm.
You know, every part of being in that group, every member is just as important as the next.
Right.
You know, everybody plays a vital role. You
Yep.
know,
And, I
and
mean, mutual support kind of thing, right?
yeah,
That's why you get all the
and
grandmothers back there baking and cooking, because you know an army runs on its stomach. Imagine a whole brigade of grandmothers that baking and cooking for you.
Talked about this before, yeah.
oh, geez. Well, I mean, you know, I'm a great grandmother. If I need to be in the kitchen, I'll be in the kitchen. If I need to be on that front line, I'll be on the front line, or
Am I
anything in between.
wrong, or did you get a backpack from me a couple years back?
I got a couple of them. I got a Molly and an Alice.
Did you get that Alice pack from me?
Yes, I did.
Did you get that all assembled? Because I knew I had to send it to you in pieces because the shipping was eating me alive. So I took it all apart to get it sent. I was just worried about you being able to getting it back together.
Yep, I got it all together, and I took it to Bug Out Weekend. Made sure I had it all hooked up right. Yeah,
All right.
it,
Good to know.
yeah,
I seen it.
that's part. Yeah, it's a part of what Bug Out Weekend is all about. You know, checking the gear, testing the gear, using the gear. You know, all that. And
That's
I still use it every day.
right.
All right, take care of yourself, Redneck Prepper.
Hey,
Okay, Sister Marie. So I like to continue your train of thought. You know,
hey,
please
before
continue.
you go, Redneck Prepper, if you got anybody, you know, anybody with my information, man, get the number from them, like Virginia Roots or, you know, Hawk or, I don't know, even Shad's got my information. Vision guys, get my number from them. I saw what your comment said the other day.
Yeah,
Somebody,
please email me or whatever. I'll give it to you. Yep.
thank you, thank you.
Sister Marie, continue, please. So a supportive role or frontline role, right? That's your idea.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'd like to hear more about that. What that looks like.
Well, for me, I'm not per se a leader. I'm very good at following. And it's important for anybody, if they're going to be following somebody, make sure they're following the right person or people.
Okay. I do know a little bit about you. Would it be safe to assume that it's also you could kind of up manage, kind of guide and direct, kind of thing. Like, hey, maybe you should think about this, that, whatever.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I let my ideas and opinions be known.
Okay.
Yeah, and what they do with it from there is whatever, you know.
Mm.
They're adults.
Oh, thank you, Teresa. Awesome. So what type of could you describe some roles, supportive roles, and maybe frontline roles that you were talking about?
Like for myself, I could help with cooking, obviously. Although that young man right there beside me, he can cook. Yeah, you. He can cook, let me tell you. You got to be ashamed.
The champ is here.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. I can assist in medical.
Right.
I can help it.
see, I hope Trent is watching right now. He rewatches all this. Boom!
Oh my god, that's too funny.
The champ is here. Oh yeah, right.
You know how much more we would have had to have heard if he would have won?
Right. So you're talking, doing medical, doing cooking, prepping, all that stuff. That's it, and that's vitally important, right? Vitally important. It really is.
Inventory, making sure people got what they need when they need it.
Right.
Like resupplies and stuff like that. And I've learned how to defend and protect if I need to.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Right. Just because you're in the rear doesn't mean that you're defenseless, right?
No, not by a long shot.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
Because you think about it. Okay, in your hypothetical scenario,
right?
You've got people going out to do what they need to do. If I'm staying back, I've got to be able to protect where I'm at while others are doing their thing. But there's also going to be chores. Like gardening, keeping things clean. Making sure that we keep up on health and making sure everybody's fed, sanitary conditions throughout, not just in the kitchen or in the bathroom. It's got to be everywhere.
Right.
And I feel that there would be a lot of multitasking.
Tactical.
Exactly. Like, hypothetically, I could be out in the garden, but I've got to listen to my radio.
Right. Yes, you're multitasking. Yeah. So I've been like, yeah.
But there's so many different facets to every minute of the situation. Much more than there is in daily life right now.
Seems a lot easier just to have to take care of myself. I don't have any pets. I don't have any children.
Well, Carl, I mean, come on. This is a hypothetical situation, right? You know. But yeah, I feel you. But yeah, I want to keep on. So having that support group and managing that support, that support. And it's not just you; it's others as well. And you're having to coordinate with everyone, and even those on the front lines. Okay, here we go. Right, PA. In keeping that going, keeping that support going while everything is going on, and defending the rear, defending your space, your responsibilities, and everybody else involved as well. I think it's vital and important. It's more than just us out there on the front lines in the foxholes. It's the people that's behind us. That's why we're fighting, right? So I'm fighting for you. That's my thing. Or we're bugging out together, and we're providing security for you because you are vital. Whatever the case may be, whatever your task, all that support, things are going on. I want to open up to panel, to any thoughts, concerns, questions that you might have, or anything you'd like to add, subtract from Sister Marie's train of thought.
I have a question. What would you do in the situation where you have a mag that then there's maybe a falling out with certain people? Why is that so funny? Why is that funny?
No reason.
Devil dog. I gotta
Devil dog,
change
why did you laugh?
earpieces.
You put the antagonizer out on patrol.
All right. Well, the question was for Sister Marie. So please, Sister Marie. Hello, Sister.
Hello.
Did you hear the question? What happened? Where'd you go? Sister Marie. Paging Sister Marie.
Wake up.
Passed out. Oh, okay. Well, all right. Please,
So
panel.
why did Devil dog think that was funny?
No, I didn't think it was funny. I've thought about it. I mean, anybody that has a bag has thought about it.
Oh, okay.
Man, it's truly, it is. You would think it'd be an easy answer, but it's not.
No. Yeah.
But I can tell you this: I didn't bust my ass to build what I have to give it up because of somebody that doesn't want to follow the rules. And that's the thing about it is in a mag you have to have rules, and there has to be consequences.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
There was a time where I would probably say I take them back behind the shed and put a certain thing between in the back of their head. But it's difficult. I guess you'd have a permanent working party.
That was my original thought as well. Was, and Camel Car, you said it too. Have them on patrol. That was also my idea, was to kind of babysit and bring them in to the bring them into the fold kind of thing. Like you would with a boot. right? Like, hey, I see your special needs. Let me help you out here. Here's how you spit shine your boots. Here's how you press your camis. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Micromanage the hell out of them until they get it.
What if it
Well,
can't be resolved?
for
Right.
some of the younger years of my life, several of the years, we had a whole lot of friends that were a group. We always hung out together, and we kept a set of boxing gloves for these disagreements. If somebody in the group would get out, they get into something over a girl, whatever it was, we'd go out to the garage. They'd put the boxing gloves on. We'd all stand around and watch, and they'd work it out.
Okay, Carl, but what if it's a man and a woman?
Well, that's a little different. You got to make it that much complicated, don't you? I don't know. It worked with
the
a
worst
lot of times they were better friends when it was over.
Right.
I'm just saying.
Is it a one-legged woman or a one-armed woman? Or I mean, come on.
I mean, in medieval times, if there was a marital dispute and mutual combat was the edict, the man had to stand in a hole waist high while the woman got to run around with her weapon of choice. So
I like that.
no, I love where this is going. Please.
What if it's not a marital issue, but just a man and woman that are in a mag together that just don't get along?
Well, that's one of the reasons why you have to be careful. And I can tell you this: a year ago, it's been more than a year ago, but one of my first lives that I watched was Visions, and that's one of my first questions I ever asked anybody on a YouTube channel on how do you go about making a mag? Because for me, the whole trust issue, because of everything that I have done to build what I have and to collect what I have, is not work. I'm not giving it up. Okay.
Exactly.
And so one, you have to be very, very picky on who you let into your group.
Yeah.
And then when it comes to a situation in an SHTF or a rebuilding of our country or whatever, depending on the situation, for one, they're not leaving. You're in. And I guess the whole you could use the whole motto of the 1%ers or whatever, is blood in, blood out. But you're not leaving you're not leaving the group, so you can go tell Joe Blow down, a couple miles down the road, hey, they have all this stuff. It ain't happening.
Right.
I guess that's where you have maybe like your own personal community jail, and they just serve their time out there. I mean, I'd rather put somebody in a confined space than take their lives, because even at that time, you have your rules, and being a Christian, I still have my rules that I have to follow through my beliefs. So,
right.
Interesting. Yeah. And people are an asset, and of course we are human, and we go astray, or there is corruption as well. There's evil, right? So that's
the situation may change where it causes maybe initially they don't have a problem, but then it develops.
Right.
You have to even in a shit hit the fan situation. I'm going to try my best not to change the type of person I am.
Exactly.
To a certain point, though, because there's another question that's been asked in other conversations on what happens when you have your mag and you have your location set up and you have your security and you have your cooks and you have your this and everything's going good, and then you get a knock at your door, or you see well, hopefully you see the people coming before it knocks on your door. But
Right.
if you have a woman and a child coming up to you, your
Right.
location, what do?
Right.
There's some people say, well, they have like little to-go bags to give these people. Man, that is, there's no way anybody can answer that truthfully as to what they were going to do until they're put in that position. I can tell you, I'd give them whatever they need. But is
Yeah.
that really what's going to happen? You're not going to know
Right.
what's going to happen until you're put in that position. I would hope the fact that I would never be put in that position, and that's why I pray that none of this shit ever happens. I hope that I've wasted all my time and a lot of money on buying everything that I have for nothing.
I agree.
But the old saying is, I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it.
I agree. And I think I would probably most definitely help other people. I wouldn't be able to turn somebody away. I just wouldn't.
And again, it all depends on the situation, like this year, the garden. Now, granted, I wasn't able to be out in the garden because of my brain surgery, but I didn't have to be out there to know that the bees in our area were not plentiful. So the crops were not as good because the bees weren't out doing their job.
Wow. Pollinators, no doubt.
Yeah.
So that's going to dictate the ability to help others.
Right.
And you got to think security. Now, is helping one lady and her child worth screwing over your whole entire mag group?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, true.
Because who's to say that their gang isn't at the end of the road or at the end of the block or wherever, and they're just waiting for the tip of the hat or whatever, and next thing you know, you got a fight on your hands.
Right.
In history, they use suicide vests for people like that, where they blow up after you let them in.
That's women and children are a weaponized commodity.
I've seen it. Firsthand in Iraq. These cowards hide behind women and children, and they shoot at us Americans or whatever military is there, and whatever. Then they turn around and they hide behind women and children again, not thinking that we would fire back into a crowd full of women and children.
Right.
Yeah.
I've seen them put suicide bombs on children and have them walk towards us. I've seen it.
Oh my God, double.
Yeah.
So I guess what I would say is, I think personally, I would much rather just say, hey, turn around, go away. We have nothing here for you, and I'm sorry. I think that's what I would do. I would have to do that for security reasons.
I just don't know. That I'd be capable of doing that.
Well, I mean, in a group,
if you lose everything.
Yeah, I mean, in a group, in a mag, it's not up to you. It's SOP. It's hey, we're locking this place down. Sister Marie, I seen you dropped off. Well, you were muted, and I hope you come back up. Okay, so Bob, how are you doing, Bob?
Okay, how you doing, Chad? All right.
Very good, very good. Good to have you up on Double Dog. I don't know if you know Bob 942.
Air
you do?
Force. Yeah.
There you go. There it is. Yeah, that's it. So, all right, Sister Marie. Bob, so I don't know if you've been following the conversation for some time. We're just kind of going through this hypothetical situation, basically like the movie Homestead scenario, and you're in this group, this mag, and you're having a force on force scenario, or daily life kind of thing, SOPs, as we were talking about. What is your thoughts? What is your thought stream on this?
What's the situation?
I just told you, you're. It's kind of like a homestead movie scenario. You're defending your property force on force, and you have a group of people with you.
Well, okay. I haven't run into a situation like that, but my wife grew up in a civil war in the southern Philippines. She said straight out, no one comes into our house. No one, because she's seen it happen before where neighbors will come for shelter and all that, and it always turns into bloodshed. Always.
Mm.
She's seen it with her own eyes. Yeah. She's the best teacher I've got. She's lived through Civil War as a civilian, as a starving kid with no shoes. She said, no one comes in this house under any circumstances ever. Yeah.
Wow, good point.
Mm-hmm.
Good point.
I don't want to. I hope nothing like that happens, but I'm ready for it if it does. I'm ready for it if it does. You know, I still maintain the outlook on you're more likely to be injured or killed from normal street crime than anything else. Period.
Mm. Right.
You know, the hordes of addicted out here in the Seattle area, they don't have a conscience. They'll take you down, man. You know. Yeah. Well, I haven't seen that movie yet. I haven't seen that movie.
So okay, well, I mean, just imagine that you're on a property and you're helping to on this property to live, work, and defend this property with, say, everybody here on panel, a whole bunch of people, you and your extended family, your mag, your group, and now we have to deal with, and I'm going to use what you said as segue. Now you're going to have to deal with a force on a near peer, near peer, close to tier force that's in trying to take you out, trying to take the property, or marauders. So that's a good thing too. Marauders, meth heads coming around. Even people coming at the gates, begging. That's a good scenario too. So your thoughts on that, and then we'll open up to panel for questions.
I think that's what you're most likely to see in any long-term SHTF begging, and I've been through that. I've been overseas more than 20 times and I'm used to it, voila, nothing. That's it. Can't help you. You have to iron your heart to that shit, but you have to, yeah, I mean, well, I don't know, as far as shooting back and shit like that. Yeah. If you want to dance, we'll dance. We can dance, but, yeah. The only for real mag that I have, I really don't want to be a part of a tight group of people. I don't want no part of it, really. Is if we get burned out of here, like in 2020, they were lighting fires all the way around our house, man. This place was on fire. And if we had to leave, there's some Filipino families, because my wife's Filipino, and the Filipinos don't turn other Filipinos away when they're hungry or they need shelter. They just don't. It's part of their culture, and they've all lived through Civil War and shit like that. So there's 4 other families in the area that we could go to for shelter if we had to,
Okay, well, that's good. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, using that as a template, you would have a large Filipino group that would be like your support group. I think you're right about the turning people away. You have to harden your heart, and you have to also think about it, as Devil Dog said. Are you going to compromise? Are you going to compromise the whole group just because there's a starving woman with child in front of your gates at the gates, begging for food? Yeah, that's a hard thing to say, but yeah, you're probably going to have to say go away, or
I face it every day when I go to Mindanao. Every day, every single day, every place I go. People running up with their hands out, and you just got to say no. So I guess I've got an advantage because I'm used to it.
Right.
It doesn't say that. I'm just not saying that I don't have a conscience. I do have a conscience. The only people overseas that I've given coin to is senior citizens in the street begging. You know, if you're a senior citizen, you are helpless. So I'll give them some coin, and a couple of different people who were annoying the hell out of me, and they wouldn't leave me alone, and pay them 200 pesos. That's like $2. You know, go. You know, at least go. You know.
But
That's
that's different, though. I mean, in the situation that we're talking about, I think that's different, and we've all been put in that position, and some of us have given, and some of us have said that. But in a situation where we're talking this SHTF situation, two scenarios. One, if you're in a house by yourself and it's just your stuff, hey, that's up to you whether you're going to help people. But when you're in a mag and you have a group and you have multiple families, it's not just your stuff; it's everybody's stuff. And unless you get the whole community to say yes, which I doubt you do, because it's not worth losing everything you have for one instance, and like you said, you have to harden your heart off. And I said it too. I pray to God that nothing happens to where we're not put in that position.
Well, I don't wish that on anybody in the world. I hope nobody has to go through that evil shit.
And I honestly, I don't think, and I hope that I'm right. America's been leading this world for a long time. And there's a reason why no one's come into our mainland. There's a reason for that. I don't think anybody's that stupid because of the fact of our military and the fact that behind every blade of grass is someone with a weapon.
Yeah, we have the largest private military force in the world, and we also have a volunteer force. In the
state of
military.
Michigan and Wisconsin alone has like the
18th
largest military, per se.
And then there's just plain old Texas. And then we got Florida man, right? So and Ohio man's real. I've seen him. Yeah. So I love it. It's interesting. But Bob, so you're a very mechanical, technical savvy kind of guy. In this situation, what about we're talking a huge compound, we're talking hardened structures, we're talking about vehicles as well, right? And life support services. There's water, there's power. What are your thoughts on maintenance, things of that nature in this scenario?
Maintenance for the compound you live in.
Right. Yeah. All the necessary, all the necessary things. We could be running solar. We're running at this point. We're running Meshtastic, ATAC computers, drones, cameras, early detection warning systems. We're running all kinds of things. There's water filtration systems. Imagine that the perfect compound. We even have firefighting things. There's bunkers and so what would it take to run something like that and keep it managed, maintained? Yeah.
First of all, you're going to need someone who knows how to weld. Period. Yeah. If you don't have a welder, well, okay. Now you're going to have to make everything out of wood, and wood is flammable and wood is penetrable. I'd say if it's at all possible, somewhere you've got to have a machine shop in your compound somewhere. A capable lathe and a milling machine, and you can even make gun parts if you need to. You can make extended magazines if you need to. someone who knows how to weld and someone who knows how to run a lathe and a milling machine can make anything.
Wow. Good point. I like this. I like where this is going.
Wouldn't you want like an acquisition team, people that go out while they're patrolling or looking the areas, out there trying to gather things like welding supplies, whatever you could find, anything available in an abandoned structures or anything like that? Would you want to keep trying to get supply that way too, if you were in a mag or a compound?
I suppose you'd have to.
Yeah. I mean, that's there we go in my wheelhouse. I'm sitting out of I'm going on a raiding party to get this TIG welder, right? That we've got intel on. I mean, instead of a high value target, it's I'm looking at tools. Interesting.
Well, maybe that you can do, even trading with other people to get that welder. I'm not necessarily saying taking something by force.
Oh, well, I mean, that's always the option. Right? So,
Situation. I imagine there'd be all kinds of things abandoned in old businesses and all kinds of places.
Well,
I always thought about, the
my
road
garage
commission.
shop.
If shit hit the fan, the road commission's got these, generator and solar powered little trailers that operate road signs and all these things, and
yeah,
they're really nice.
right.
I mean,
Yep.
I always thought if it really got bad, I'd be watching for one of those because that would be a handy little thing to have.
Right. So yeah, all your these your state and city maintenance trucks, right? These guys that go out and fix everything. They roll up and they've got, just the truck has everything on it, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely everything you absolutely could possibly need, and sometimes they're rolling trailers. And there's the communications guys, the water and sewer people that are running around. Yeah, there you go. I dig it. Machine shop on the compound, right? So a machine shop that's going, and you guys are not only are you doing maintenance and repair, but you're also, in research and development, and, making things better, augmentating other, the existing systems, making them better, making things, going, hey, why don't y'all try this next time you face, whatever. I like where this is going. Anything you have to add, Bob, before I turn it over to panel?
Well, I'll give you an example for real. You can see it on my channel, secure rifle rack. All right, I make everything myself. We used to live in a rental house in a not so wonderful area, so I didn't want a truck backing up that said gun safe on it. All right. I said, no, we can't have that. That'll target us for robbery. So I make everything myself out of salvaged materials. And here's a scenario, guys. All right. My scenario for you guys. All right. If I'm here at the house alone and somebody gets in the front door, I'll arm myself and keep them at a distance with a weapon. I won't kill them. And I'll go out the back door and leave because everything I own is built in steel cages. You can't even get at it. No, you can't, because I've already taken that into consideration. Now, if I'm home and my wife or son are in the house, especially upstairs, and they don't know what's going on downstairs, we're going to dance. Yeah.
That actually happened to me in 1995. I had an apartment in Oxford, Michigan, and I worked late at a bar. Most nights I'd be there till 2:30 or something, but I was home unusually early, and I went to bed with my girlfriend, and right around midnight I heard something, and I got up and I grabbed my bayonet and I snuck through my apartment and up against the wall. This person had got my window open and he was starting to step through the Venetian blinds. And I was right next to him and he didn't know I was there. I was going to stab him in the throat and kill him right there. I told my girl, I gave her the gun and told her, I'll be back. And went and did what I'm saying. And when he came through the blinds, I could see his face. And that's when I recognized he was the husband of the apartment manager. All right. And I had been working. They owed me money and shit. And I said, "What the fuck are you doing?" Because I was almost killed him. And he's like, I'm authorized to do this. And he runs into the apartment next to me, an empty apartment. And he wouldn't come out. And he, by the time I got into a payphone, told my gal, keep the gun on the door. If it ain't me, shoot it. And I ran to the closest payphone because I didn't have a phone yet. And by the time I got back, the place was just crawling with cops. All right. A lot of people called apparently. And he wouldn't come out of the apartment. And I didn't really know anything about this guy other than I'd done work maintenance on the apartment complex and did lawns and stuff. And they had to pull him out of that empty apartment. And that's when I found out that he'd only been out of prison for a year. He'd spent 20 years in prison for killing somebody, breaking into their apartment and stealing their guns and then killing them. And he got caught and he went to prison. Anyways, he got life after that. I didn't even have to go to court. They said, Carl, he broke his parole in a bad way. You ain't even got to go. It's all over and done with for him. And he went away forever. But I was going to kill this motherfucker until I saw his face. When I recognized him, it changed everything in a split second, you know?
Okay. Great story. Great story, Carl. I have similar ones. Maybe another time. Okay. Panel. I'd like to open it up to a panel for what Bob was talking about on the, having a shop, doing all these things in the scenario. Any questions you have? Anything you'd like to add, subtract? Please feel free.
I agree with having a maintenance shop in there. That way you can, do any repairs on generators or whatever you may need to do. As far as going out and searching for those items, yeah, that could be. I guess it depends on where you're at. My situation would be a lot different than others. It's out in the country, out in the country. So you're not going to have. It's just going to be a bunch of farmers. That would be a lot different. I could go because I know a lot of those people. I could go say, "Hey, look, this is broke. Can you help me out? We can work something out that way." I think the whole time frame is going to dictate the situation. I don't think anything's going to happen with anything like bartering or whatever right away because you just don't know what's going on. And I think people are more or less to save what they have. Fast forward a year or two, whatever, if stuff hasn't evolved nationally, then I think maybe bartering might kick in and stuff like that.
I already do it. I do it on a constant basis. I already do it. I've been doing it for decades. It's one of my things. I love to barter, haggle, and trade, man. I'm always willing to do sewing repairs and trade for like venison burger or army surplus stuff or something else I need. I've been doing that a long time. It's a good thing to know. It's easy. It's just that most people don't seem to think about it or something. I don't know. It's just not very common.
Well, I think the whole bartering system where it came from back in the day, it was just a way of life. Right now bartering would be about survival, and I don't think it's going to work right away like everybody thinks it's going to, because if I have water and you need water or I need water and you have it, I'm going to do whatever it takes to get that water for survival, And
So you have a welder and you can weld. Now you can ask for water.
Yeah, I mean, so you think about that when you start your mag up, and that's a great addition to a situation is those kinds of people, not only having doctors or a veterinarian or something like that, but having those tradesmen, you know, electrician or machinist and stuff like
Quack.
that.
Yeah. Yeah. I want to keep with this this train of thought. I'm digging it.
But the thing about it is you know, like I said before, you still have to have your moral compass when it comes to even a shit hit the fan situation. I'm not going to go and take it from another group just because I need it. Because I wouldn't want them to come to my place and do what they have to do to my place. Now, that's when you try to learn to talk and see about getting it something worked out. Now, if it doesn't, if you go down the road and there's an abandoned building and there's nobody there, totally different. But
Yeah.
Exactly right. And every time I've ever like gone hiking or just even on a constant trail that I always walk, I almost always find something. You know, mostly a lot of times something I can use. You know, acquiring things doesn't mean that you have to go raid somebody or steal it from somebody.
Yeah, that'd be the last result.
Right. You know, what if you walked up on an abandoned farm and there's an old John Deere tractor in there and you get it running? Who's going to miss that? You know,
maybe there's one guy there that is a farmer that's a tractor. He's got a tractor and PTOs and stuff like that, and you need a PTO, and you're willing to trade. You know, yeah. Or he just so happens to have a cabinet full of Snap-on tools that would greatly increase your maintenance and mechanics.
Man,
yeah,
I ran out of gas once in one of these trucks. One of the first ones I had, the first one I had. And I ran out of gas in the middle of nowhere. And I knew I at least had to walk in that direction to find anything. So I grabbed a can and started walking. And I come upon this, there was nobody there. All right, it was a farm and there was nobody there. And I thought, you know, I bet he might have gas. The barn didn't even have doors. I look inside and there's a whole pile of cans. I ended up, I gave him my empty can with a $20 bill hooked to the can and took one of his cans of gas and left with that. And, you know,
that works. That's a trade. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a trade. You know, and I don't feel bad about it. It got me out of a pinch. I was on a major highway, dude. I had to get that thing up there before they were going to tow it.
Right. Sister Marie, do you have anything to add to question, to add, subtract to question from Bob and his input?
Well, the first thought is you got to cross train.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would be something that the mag would need to do. Second
I'm not
thought,
opposed to female welder. I mean, you know.
You'd be surprised what we can do.
I know. Go ahead.
But second thing on the bartering. You know, you're trying to barter a skill. Okay.
Yep,
My thought.
Goods and services. Yep. Good.
Right. My thought is, if you've only got one welder and you're bartering that service, what's to say this other mag doesn't keep them and exploit you for more than that?
Bob?
I don't really know how to respond to that. You mean if they actually abduct the person or the tool?
Both.
Oh, then the fight's on. Yeah. If you come in and steal our necessity, yeah, we're just going to bide our time.
Buddy would say, of course, you know, this means war.
Yeah. Sit back with some good glass for a couple of days and watch a pattern. Yeah. Get a Carl Zeiss scope, or a Swarovski scope, and go back in there and get it back. Or wait till they're distracted, whatever. But yeah, if you take a human being from me and a necessary tool like that, it's not going to end well.
Well, to add to that, if you're bartering someone's skill, such as a welder, I'm not going to just let that piece of equipment and that person go without security.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They're not. I'm not just going to say, go ahead and take that welder, go do your thing, and I'll see you back here. For one, they're going to have to travel some length to get to the next community, or the next mag. All right. So you got to have all that in play. But again, I'm not just going to let that leave my compound in hopes that nothing will happen.
I have to go find that movie. It's called Homestead, and it's a movie, not a series, right?
Yeah, it's a movie.
It's in the theater right now.
Yep. Anything to add, Devil Dog? Anything else?
I'm gonna jump down, Chad. You guys have a good night. Thanks for having me up here, brother.
Later,
all right. Thank you, Count Carl, for hanging out with us, man, and enjoying. It's been a pleasure, brother. Thank you. Skull.
Later, Camo.
My pleasure, man.
All right, brother. Take care. Cha-Cha,
Yeah,
your turn.
I got nothing.
You got nothing?
I got nothing.
You got no questions? Nothing to add, subtract? Yeah.
No, I got nothing. I'm all talked out.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I like the I didn't think about that. What about maintenance and having a shop on the you're going to have that.
Yeah. An electrician, a welder, if you can, machine tools to fabricate whatever you need. You got to have a way to cut and weld metal at the most basic.
Right.
Period.
Plumbing, carpentry. I mean, all those things. Yeah. You would need an engineer, right?
Just look at how our lives are today. Shit breaks constantly. Stuff is not made to last like it was made back in the day. So we're constantly having to fix stuff, to rig stuff up, to repair stuff, to replacing stuff. So in a mag situation, things are going to break. Things are going to need to be fixed. Things are going to need to be replaced. And I know for my thing, I don't have a lot of extra stuff as far as non-food items, non-first aid, non-protection and stuff like that. I do have my shed out back that I got some extra stuff there,
right.
Wood and gas and nails and all that kind of stuff and whatnot. So, but
I mean, I'm the same way. I used to work, doing construction and stuff like that. So I've got a basic, prep of tools. I've got buckets with tools in it, mostly hand tools, right? So mostly hand tools. I got some basic power tools, but that's basically I can just kind of do whatever, right? But what Bob is talking about is what I love is a full on machine shop. You can fabricate anything, make anything, fix anything. I think that is a great thing to have. Man, that's amazing.
Well, for the right amount of money, you can have everything.
That's right. Well, I mean, in this scenario, there's no money's not an option, right?
Yep.
So what it would be needed is basically what I'm looking at and you would need a machine shop to keep this place running.
Absolutely.
You know, it's
Make it-
it's not just digging a hole and sitting in the.
You're going to have stuff to keep your garden going. You're going to have equipment for that. You're going to have to, evolve with whatever's going on, So, like in Ohio, we don't grow stuff in the winter, but in a shit hits the fan situation, we're going to have to come up with something. We're going to have to build an indoor greenhouse. Okay. How are we going to keep it warm? How are we going to keep it this and that, So you're going to have to, you don't have a Home Depot to go to in an SHTF situation. So that machine shop would be great because you could, you could do your bolts and all that kind of stuff, that you need and whatnot.
I learned so much going overseas, an incredible amount. I've been going to the Philippines for the last 20 years. And there's trades out there that we don't even think about. Okay, you'll see a guy riding a bicycle around with a hand turn grinder on his bicycle. You know what his job is? He sharpens knives, meat cleavers, gardening tools, hoes, bolos, all that. That's his trade. He sharpens. Another trade over there is called vulcanizing, repairing tires. A vulcanizing shop can also repair plastics. They know what kind of plastic to salvage to fix like a wheels on a wheelchair, with plastic rims. I've seen them do it. They'll go through a stash of plastic and they know on site what plastic is compatible with the others, and it'll get like a soldering iron or a hot piece of steel and weld it together with another piece of plastic. They'll do the same thing with blown out tires. Same thing. Those are trades that we don't think about here. Now, there's another trade that I think people who probably don't include it in their plans, but I'm just now getting into distilling water. I had a still that's on my channel, one I ordered off Amazon, and I warned not to buy this thing. It's a piece of shit. I've got another one on order, but inside your compound, that would be a full-time job, distilling water for somebody. 8-10 hours a day distilling water for the whole bunch, because I drank some bad water overseas one time. I learned. I was down and out for 4 days, man. Yeah, that. If your group is drinking tainted water, which it looks clear when it comes out of the faucet, looks nice, but I made a pot of coffee with some city water over there. Made a pot of coffee, and your coffee maker doesn't get hot enough to sanitize your water. If after I drank that, if I had to stand guard duty, no way. I couldn't have fist fought an ant. I was out of it, man. Yeah. That water sanitizing, you'd have to have someone who has a full time of that, of gathering the source of heat and cleaning water.
Good point. Wow. I like it. I like where this is going. Yeah.
Yeah.
Another job would be for like defense, security, making of the freedom seeds, maintaining.
I was going to say that, reloading. Yeah.
Your armory.
That's where your machine shop. Yep.
If a weapon got broke or whatever, it happens all the time, So
melt barrels, yeah.
Yeah. I was going to say also, aside from tools and parts wearing out, clothing and shoes are also
right. Oh yeah, shoemaker alterations. Sewing, actually making fabric. How is that?
I've seen that done. I've seen that done overseas, making clothes from threads of plants from the jungle, and make clothes out of that. You got to have a loom, of course, but
making a loom, yeah.
Or if it's using animals for you know,
Yeah,
the
wool,
fur.
dog hair, anything, horse hair, dog hair, know how to spin it.
No, no horses and dogs. No, no
That would
horses
be
and dogs.
A really important thing is my dad went all the way through World War II. He went from North Africa and ended the war in China. And I asked him, who was the most important guys? Who was the most important people? And he said, your cooks and your supply people. When I was a kid, I didn't really understand that until I went in the military. If you had the food to do it, you would need a full-time cook, someone who's in that kitchen 24/7 cooking, because the guys out there standing guard are still going to need to eat and take a break to go take a dump and go back to their post. You two guys were in the military. Same with me. Everybody stands guard, and even in the Air Force, we stand guard. And if you're hungry and you're starting to get tired because you're hungry, man, that's a distraction. You don't want. Somebody's got to have eyes on.
Yep. Take advantage of that situation. Yeah.
A full-time
Exploit
cook.
that weakness. Yeah. Exploit the weakness. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, this compound, this scenario is really starting to look like a freaking city. Or some kind of like almost reminiscent of a military base, right? But wow, wow. I'm wondering where this is
compound
going.
was pretty big, so
True, it was. Yeah, it was on a hill. It's many buildings. I was just right off the kind of general conception was 5 acres and a house, and there you go. But now this thing has grown into miles, I think, or
Well,
hundreds of acres.
not even that. I mean, because you think about it, a machine shop the size of a garage. You don't need you don't need nothing big. You have your butcher area where that could be outside with just a roof over it. Your cook, your kitchen. I mean that's its own separate thing. Your biggest space I think would be for your living, your living quarters and stuff. Rooms. For sleeping, for relaxing, for bathroom use.
I have a question.
Okay.
We may have an
Yeah.
answer.
What about, is it possible? I'm just wondering if it was an old military base that could be, that's empty, that could be overtaken.
That's
The bigger
that's a
the
possibility.
more people you're gonna have. That's what I was saying as far as like your mag. Depending on how you have it, you take over an army base. I mean, look how many people serve on an army base. I mean, that you would need a lot of people to keep that area secured in order for your stuff not to come up missing.
That's a fact. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you're having your own mag like on a 5 acre lot, I mean, one, unless you have it done now, you're not going to have it completely fenced off, so you're going to have roaming patrol and all that kind of stuff, so the smaller the area that you have, but big enough to survive, to have your gardens and to have your, whatever, the better. So my opinion.
Right. And so that this leads to my the second point is gardening, husbandry, right? Pigs and if this compound is going to exist and we've got everything we need for long-term survival, we're going to have food production. We're going to have gardens, crops, animals, right? Pigs and chickens and horses and whatever. Okay. Hey, what's up? Apparently we're getting raided. I don't know. Interesting. You just walked into the right room, I guess.
Gang will
Weapons.
raid.
Yeah, weapons free, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. No bitch assness will be allowed. But yeah, anyway, I mean, all are welcome if they're brave enough. Just mind your P's and Q's. Yeah, I'm getting hit up by a lot of people that want to come up on panel.
I see that on the private. Yeah.
Right. Right. So I'm sorry if I do not know you. If you are not vetted in my circle, I just can't risk it.
Yeah.
We've already had incidents, security risk. We've already had a security leak, and it will not happen again. So, that's just the way it is. Yeah, there you go. Right, canning lids and rings. There you go. Fruit production and food storage, long-term storage. So, yeah, take it away, folks, ladies and gentlemen. Panel.
Yeah, that canning stuff. I'm
He's a
weak
troll.
on. Yeah.
He is a troll.
He's a troll. Okay.
Yes, he's a troll.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, weapons free.
Mhm.
Right. Sister Marie's still here, right? Yeah.
Okay. And that's where Sister Marie was going with, and I totally agree with cross training. Right. In a long term situation, for someone to do the same job every day in and out, they're going to get burned out. You're not going to be guaranteed days off. So
right.
But learning a new skill within your mag would, one, it gives you something, another purpose. Two, what happens if you go down on sickness and you're not feeling good? You need to have somebody that's going to be able to do that. So,
yep. I mean, I'm not going to be on the line forever. I might just be in the garden,
Yeah. But having a cook, one person doing all that cooking, they're going to get burnt out. If they get burnt out and can't do it, then you're not going to have food. So you're going to have multiple people doing this stuff. Same thing with repairing stuff. Same thing with canning and stuff. That's a lot of work for one person to do. So if you have multiple people to do those jobs, or you rotate it, the better. Not to mention, what happens if that person is taken out of the equation? You got to have somebody to step up and take that place.
Right. Yeah.
And what's up with all these Gavins? Gavin's gaggle, Gavin show.
Can I weapons free Gavin show the chat?
He hasn't. No. I mean, unless they FAFO, right? Unless they FAFO.
Okay.
Right. I mean, so far they're fine.
Okay.
But it starts to get disrespectful and annoying. Absolutely.
But I mean, you just think about, like Bob. He is a man of many trades, so he would be very critical in a mag. I'm not tooting my own horn, but I know a lot of stuff. I know the security being in the Marines. I know how to cook, so I've heard allegedly. I know how to do the canning. I know how to do construction work. So I mean, I'm a man of many skills. So, but there's things that I can't do. I mean, I know the basics of sewing and stuff, but I don't know how to make thread. I don't know how to make a shirt. Or
all right, weapons free. Go for it, Bob.
All right.
Yeah. Engage. Goodbye, Gavin.
All right. Pickle switch. Pickle. All right.
I told you.
Oh, thank you.
I told you, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I was just waiting. Just waiting for a reason. You didn't give me a reason, so there you go. Right. Boom. I'm going to do the same. There you go.
There we go. I put him in the timeout. Yep.
Oh, just ban him. Fuck him.
Okay.
Scorched earth on him.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, sorry. You walked into the wrong place. You don't walked into the wrong compound.
I enjoy learning that kind of stuff. I think if you're not learning, I mean, you're
Right.
not doing it right. So,
Yeah, I'd recommend anyone to go overseas as much as you can, and don't just stay in a resort by the pool. Go in town, walk around. But that takes guts, and a lot of people have a lot of false guts. But walk around the town and see how these people in a developing country actually live. It's like vulcanization, on and on and on and on. Water filtration is a full-time job. Sharpening kitchen knives is a full-time job. And there is so much to learn. And I'll give you an idea here. When we go up into the mountains of Mindanao, which daytime only, don't go up there at night. If I had a way to do it, I would spend about 2 weeks up in Bukidnon. That's the mountains. And I've seen people up there take resources from the jungle, the forest on the mountains, and build a house with a handsaw, a knife, and a bolo, which is a machete.
Right.
Build a house, and no nails or screws required, because they know what kind of leaves to use to make lashing material and dado cuts and all that. All by hand. One dude build a whole house for his whole family. It's like,
that is.
I would love to be able to spend a week or two up there filming that. This is primitive technology, but you know what? It works.
Get them, Teresa. Get them. Weapons free, Teresa. Y'all don't know. Y'all done met Teresa. Yeah. Let me introduce you to Teresa.
even like, Jesus, man. Here goes another. Get him, Teresa. Blacksmithing,
Yeah.
Right.
Leather, working with leather and stuff like that.
Works. Yeah.
Yep.
Learning how to tan the hides of whatever animal that you're using or whatnot,
There's a prepper channel that I meet up on Shadows Live every Saturday. Canadian guy. I give him a hard time. His channel name is CR, Creative Redundancy.
Oh yeah.
He gives
lessons. Yeah. I'm so damn. Yeah.
Yeah, he gives lessons on his channel about what kind of needles to use, and he was like repairing gloves, just a pair of gloves. That guy is a good resource, because he picks up stuff from alongside the road and he turns it into something that he needs. That's the kind of guy you want to learn from.
Yeah. Gavin, I appreciate the traffic. I'm not monetized, by the way, so I mean it doesn't really fucking matter. But yeah, thank you for
what the hell does that even mean?
I don't know. Low taper fade. I don't know. Someone check it out.
Yeah, I fire CR every week at least
You're
once.
fired.
CR, that's the shit he puts in the side chat, making these corny jokes. All right, CR, that's strike 3. You're out, and you're fired.
You're fired. Low taper fade. Come on. We're in the military and we don't know what a low taper fade is. Right? That's how I take it. That's a bad haircut.
I just looked it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is it?
Refers to a haircut where the hair gradually shortens to the skin level, primarily around the neck.
Right. Low taper fade. Right. Okay. Yeah. Whereas we would like a high taper fade. I don't know. Air Force has different grooming standards, I think.
Yeah.
3510 AFR 3510. That's your dress and appearance.
Right. So y'all can have your hair a little bit longer, your mustache a little different. Yeah. An interesting Marine Corps news, because the grooming standards have changed throughout the whole military. The Marine Corps still adheres to their grooming standards and will not allow beards. That was an official statement.
Thank God.
When I was in 84 to 88, and at that time, the only one who would allow a beard was the Navy. And
You're right. Yeah.
yeah, that was it.
And I've been on ship long enough, where they would have beard competitions. The Navy was having beard competitions.
Really?
And we were on ship for like a month, 2 months, 3 months, whatever. And we were told specifically, no, the Marines, no, you can't, you better be clean shaven. And then they started like looking at us like, I see stubble, shave, right?
Mm-hmm.
We had that shit when we were in Iraq. We had the company gunny going around telling them, when's the last time you shaved there, leatherneck?
Right. I remember in the field, that was the thing too, Yeah. Where's your boot bands?
Where the fuck am I going to get a haircut in the middle of freaking, Baghdad? Come on.
Oh, right.
That's why I shaved my head always, and then every morning I can just bick it,
Well, I was in the 474th Equipment Maintenance Squadron, and every, 2 or 3 times a week, we'd have to stand 3510, shoe shine, uniform, haircut, and all that. I couldn't. I regretted it, but I just got my 34. I had just got back from the barbershop. I mean, I had regulation haircut. These guys in the barbershop know what they're doing. And and here comes the master sergeant's sleeves. He's got stripes up here.
That guy.
And he goes, yeah. And he goes, get your hair cut. And I spouted off, I just got it done. And he remembered my name. I should have just stood there at attention and kept my mouth shut. But that one time I slipped up, mouth back. I didn't. He liked me from then on. Yeah, he really enjoyed having conversations with me. Yeah.
I remember being in the field with we're out there forever, 2-3 weeks. Sometimes I think the longest was like a month, 2 months, whatever. So our in the infantry, we're like, okay, well, I don't have to shave. I just cami up, just go ahead and just boom, keep cami, keep cami throwing on the paint. Fuck it. But then the gunny would come through and go, shave, right? There was a point where the stubble had gotten too much, and it was poking through the fucking camouflage, the paint. And he was like, "That's it. You shave right now. Get your canteen cup, get your fucking Bic, and let's go." And then you go ahead and shave, and then cami back up.
Yeah. I was envious because at Nellis Air Base, all the foreign air forces would come there and they'd all compete and whatever. And I remember seeing the French Air Force, which is a really good Air Force. These guys are good, and they're out there. And the farthest down we could go to was a T-shirt. And we're in Las Vegas. It's hot, man. And we're watching the French Air Force working on their airplanes. They were issued out short pants. They had beards.
Oh, right.
Yeah, they had much longer hair. Same with the British, much longer hair than we were allowed. These guys were issued out shorts, tank top like things with desert slits in the side, and I'm standing there in black leather boots, and long pants, and like,
what
damn,
the fuck,
man?
right?
Yeah.
When we went to Africa, get them, guys, get them. When we went to Africa, we made it to the embassy, and it was we had a section, and then we had the British on one side, and then we had the Belgians on the other side. That was this was our area of responsibility. That was theirs. But the fucking Belgians, we are now, let me tell you, we have all our 782 gear on, plus we have these black heavy Smith & Wesson bulletproof vest on with ceramic plates, and we have gas masks. We got the brain bucket on. We're camied up. We're full tactical, and it's freaking Africa, 100-degree weather. These guys, the Belgians, are in the little short khaki shorts with the built-in belt
and that's it. And they're combat boots, and they might have a chest rig or something, and that's what they were doing. They were smoking pot and playing tug of war with trees and ripping them out of the ground. And we're just like, fuck you guys, man. Fuck, y'all are having a fucking party over here. Now the British, they were, just like us, they were, locked in. But yeah, every now and then you'd see them just like kind of gather around and have a drink together.
Yeah, I saw them do that in the hangars.
Right in the field, but when somebody was looking, they go, snap to it, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I was a fire team leader at the time, and I'll forget it. Russell, this dude, black dude from Chicago, cool guy, cool as fuck. He was my A gunner, for the Saw, and he he went over there to the Belgians. We played tug of war with them, and then of course we lost. I have to say the Belgians kicked the Marines' ass. The way they just played tug of war was ooh, ah, ooh, ah. They would step and pull a tree out of the fucking ground. Anyway, of course, I said they were smoking pot. Russell went over there and bought a bag of weed, took it back on ship, sold it to a Navy guy, and bam, he got captain's mass, and I had to sit there and watch it. He got confined to quarters, bread and water. Oh, he got reduced all the way down to. He was only a lance corporal, but so was I. But he got reduced all the way down, and I had to go check on him. I had to stand there and, and man, it was a horrible thing to watch. So anyway, yeah, there's my story of uniform regulations of other countries' militaries. These guys are literally in Daisy Dukes, and chest rigs and combat boots and maybe a boonie hat.
I got one weed story, just one. The guy who took me under his wing and was teaching me procedure on the aircraft and all that. He was a A1C and two striper, and I was in his barracks room one day, and he liked to smoke pot. I mean, dude, they don't got no tolerance for that stuff, and I didn't smoke the weed. How can I go home to my mom and dad? But one day he just smoked some pot. He was up on the top rack, and he's laying there talking to me, and I'm sitting in the chair by the desk thing, and we're talking, and he'd left the door open a little bit so he could air his room out. Right.
Right.
Guess what? The door came open, and guess who's fucking standing there? An SP with a dog.
Oh damn!
And he's on duty, and the only reason why he stopped by the room was because the door was left ajar, and right there is his pot pipe, and man, my butthole pucker 99. Oh shit! We're done. I mean, it's over, because even if you're in the room with him, I'm done too. And so I put my arm in front of that weed pipe so the cop couldn't see it. And he says, "Hey guys, just make sure you secure your room. I was just checking on you." And he closes the door, and both of us just. That wasn't a drug dog. I think it was an attack dog or something. But I said, "Motherfucker, don't you ever smoke that shit around me again, man."
All right. So yeah, little that was great. And that here's a segue is in this situation, this scenario, what about downtime? What about morale boosting? Maybe we do have drink, maybe we do have some drugs, games, we're just kind of, everybody's like mandatory fun day, so to speak. Maybe there's a room that you can go in and play video games and just kind of decompress from all the stress and bullshit and hassle that goes on. Your thoughts on that, panel?
Oh, you gotta have that,
Yeah.
I mean, even in Iraq, we still, you could only do so many straight days of combat, and your body's just going to give up, so you have to go back and you have to replenish. You have to take some time to decompress, or else you're not going to be no good for nobody. So yeah, I think every once in a while on a Saturday night, Iraq was a dry country, so we weren't allowed to have alcohol.
Right.
But that don't mean we didn't have it. My buddies would send me. I'm out now, so I don't give a shit. I can tell my story, but they'd send me little bottles or not little bottles. They were the plastic bottles of liquor, whether it was vodka or spiced rum. And on Saturday evenings, if we didn't have nothing going on Sunday morning, our platoon leader would allow us to partake in a couple adult beverages. So
by going overseas so many times, you know what? One of the best things to do to boost morale, and it doesn't cost you anything, is sing karaoke and dance. Sing.
Okay.
When you're feeling depressed, try it. Put on some music and start singing.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, I do
That
it.
lets all that fucking stress right out of you, and it doesn't cost you a damn thing. It works.
But is there also another side to the fact that you might have to watch resources, and most of the time you're going to have to be working to grow your food and do all the things that have to be done, and you're going to be dead tired.
Yeah.
And so how are you going to have all this extra time that you're thinking you're going to relax when you're exhausted and there's so much to be done?
You would be surprised in a situation where you've been out for 2 weeks straight, knowing you get one day off.
Yeah.
The amount of relief you get from just, I mean, I'm talking from experience.
Yeah, very good.
We had this several times, where we'd only have that one day off. We would go back and we would have our drinks. Everybody would go shower first because you hadn't showered in 2 freaking weeks. But you'd shower, you'd get something to eat, you'd get into our room that we had, and we'd lock the door and we would put on some music, we'd play cards and drink until everybody was done.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I mean, when you got time off, you're really thinking about your time management skills. I got to eat, I got to take a dump, I got I got to take a shower, I got to get a drink, and I got to play some cards, and after that,
But
whatever.
in a homestead situation, you have to give people the time off. Obviously, and like you said, Shad, that money wasn't the option. So if money wasn't the option, then you have enough people is not the option, or is you have enough people. So,
Okay, I mean, well, how many people is it going to take to run this place? And that's
well, that's
it's
what I'm
starting to.
saying. You don't want too big of a thing because
Right. It started out just thinking.
liability as well because of illnesses, sickness, all that kind of stuff.
Right.
What happens if your crops fail? Whatever, something happens. I mean, look at the movie Homestead. The grain got broken into by bugs or whatever the hell it was.
Right.
Right.
It's gonna happen. But most of your jobs, like your machinist or your gardeners, you're going to do that during the day. You have the evening off. Your cook, you're not. I mean, what are we talking? We talking 10 people? We talking 50 people? We talking 100 people? It all depends, But you're going to have time off from someone that has been to war. You have to have it off, or else there's going to come to a point where you're not going to be any good.
You break.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to have relief. So yeah, Sister Marie, Please chime in.
Okay. Here's a monkey wrench for you. You gotta have time like that because y'all are hitting on the adults. It's not an adult world in shift. You got families. The kids need distraction.
Mm-hmm.
You can get them to do some of the stuff, help out in the garden, whatever. But they've got to have that playtime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they gotta, you want to keep them as kids for as long as you can.
I agree.
You're going to have some kind of an education system set up,
True.
As much as they may not want to. But what would be the point of having a compound, having a mag, if everybody's on fire watch protecting everything? What is the point of it?
Right.
Yeah.
You have to have a reason. Why are we doing it? So the kids can grow up, they can learn, they can get educated, they can become adults someday in hopes that this is not going to last forever.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah.
You're
Future.
still going to have situations. I mean, even in Iraq, you still had sex going on.
Yep.
So you're going to have that in a mag group as well. So
right.
With that comes pregnancies, comes babies, all that kind of stuff.
This thing is growing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's why, for me, in my situation, here's my basic plan. I know the stuff, remembering from 2020, that it doesn't last forever. When they took over part of Seattle, I witnessed some of that violence and insanity myself. And it doesn't last forever. And that's how I prepare, is for guaranteed power failure. Guaranteed. That's the first thing they do when they enter your area, to go and starting fires. Power failure, then they start fires and do whatever they're going to do, and they usually leave. So you don't have a chance to fight back. They're gone. They start fires and they leave. Yeah, just temporary stuff. For a few weeks, a month or two, is what I prepare for. As far as getting the whole neighborhood together, I've already sniffed out most of my neighbors. I don't know, man. I don't know. I only got a couple that I thought were really, really solid people, and the others, one is a liberal. One is him and his wife are drunks and smoke weed every day. They're drunk. I'm not letting them anywhere near me and mine. Yeah.
Right. So I'm guessing that in this scenario, we're talking about say there's multi families, multiple families here, because and there's kids, there's dogs, maybe there's cats. I don't know. There's pets, right? Now we've got food production, we've got husbandry, going on. We got lots of work, and of course there's the fighting as well. Your fighting age males that are doing things. So yeah, kids. I mean, wow, kids. And kids, the production of kids, right? Pregnancies. Wow. I mean, I wish we had Trent back with the medical thing. That would have been an interesting question. Yeah, we're talking about plugging holes and doing surgery, but what about childbirth? I mean, it's going to happen.
It's gonna.
Somebody's going to get pregnant. And what do you do?
Oh, and that's where when you're picking your mags, you have to have your machinists, you have to have your welders, but you also have to have your medical field,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And luckily for mine, my one daughter is a nurse in the labor and delivery, so I think we're good there.
Yeah, right. The midwife, right? Remember the midwife thing, that was a thing. Ladies, and it still is a thing, midwife.
Yep.
Yeah. Hell, in old times, it was not uncommon to lose a wife during childbirth. That was not uncommon, it happens. Women die during childbirth. It killed a lot of women in their early years. That's a
women still die in the hospitals.
Yes, they do
during childbirth.
Ladies, please chime in. Really? Y'all quiet about this?
They're not talking. Yeah.
I guess it would be if you don't have the people that know what they're doing, like the midwife or whatever, then it would be it'd have to be a natural childbirth.
Yep.
Interesting, maybe do it in a pool, like water birthing kind of thing. I've heard that's less stressful on women. And then, of course, the aftercare afterwards. That woman that just gave birth to a baby now is offline. She has to have recovery time, right? What's the recovery time for after childbirth, ladies?
There's complications or
not. Right.
It depends on the individual, but I mean, average is about a week. Yeah, but they also need their time with the baby and
right.
Well, in that situation, that mother is going to have to be with that child. Who else is going to take care of the child?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. So there goes one of your perimeter guards, or someone who's sanitizing water is down, and it's all kinds of things. That's where it would take some kind of leadership that's mature, someone who's older, who's been through a lot, who can solve problems without and avoid conflict.
Well, and that's where cross training comes into play, in order to help out. And I guess that's, the bigger the mag, the more problems you're going to have, you're still going to have those problems in a small mag, but in that situation, I don't know. I just hope that you have enough people to, you think about it, you're going to have security 24 hours a day. You're going to have someone cooking 24 hours a day to feed the people that are there. So in hopes that you're going to have crews and is this going to rotate? And sometimes people are going to have, just like today in today's world, if someone calls in sick, you got to do your job and their job.
And their job. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, cross training is going to be very important.
Well, look at we have a disaster in California right now.
Yeah.
Right now. Epic proportion. Is probably the biggest natural disaster that this country has ever seen.
And that's a whole nother episode talking about that shit.
It sure is.
Right.
Yeah, but there's so many folks out there who think the government's going to swoop in and save them.
Not in California.
Yeah, I saw just yesterday somebody posted a video where FEMA has arrived in Los Angeles and they're setting up tents and generators and on and on. And how long has that fire been going on now? And you've got thousands of people there just standing around with nothing but the clothes on their back. You know, oh man, that is so sad to see. It really is, you know. But anyway, yeah, I just throw my 2 cents in, and I'll say it again. If you guys can afford to travel to a developing country, don't just stay in a resort. Go walk down the streets, see how they live, see what different trades are out there, see how they maintain and repair everything that they've got. One time when I was in Cagayan de Oro, I watched an assembly line over a couple of blocks, about three blocks, where the Filipinos would take a crashed truck or car, and this end of the block started stripping that vehicle apart, taking the whole thing apart. And you go down, and I walked down the road, and there was guys with hammer and anvil and torches straightening fenders. And the next few buildings was they would pull the engine block out and say if it needed a new. They had machine shops that would bore out cylinders and plane the cylinder tops, and then it went right down. It was an assembly line from one end to about 3 blocks down at the other end.
Wow.
The last block was a Muslim block. I don't belong there. That was one of the scarier situations that I was in. Yeah, I'm watching this whole process. They would take bent pieces of steel, hammer it out straight, put it on a lathe, turn it into wrought iron, you know. And I got down to the last block, and there was a guy with one of those Muslim caps on, and he looked up at me with hate in his eyes, because I'm the only white guy for 200 miles, man. And he gets on his phone and sends off a message, and a guy at the other end of the block picks up his phone, and he steps out in the street and looks right at me. About face. And I got out of there. Like later that day, a war broke out in Marawi City, and I'm across the hill from Marawi City, and that was the first time I've been in martial law. I've been in martial law 5 times in my life. I know what it's like. I know what it's like. Yeah. How many people here have been in martial law? Not many. Very few.
I was in the Civil War. I guess you can call it martial law. I was actually the law. Well, we thought we were the law.
Yeah. But I'm a white guy alone, because my family wasn't with me in that city. I'm a white guy alone, over 40 years old. You want to talk about pucker factor, man?
Oh yeah, I've been there.
That was quite an adventure. I've been through a lot, and then I did it all overseas, and I've learned a lot. You know.
Yeah. Same here. Yeah, I feel you. Yeah.
Our experiences, each individual person's experiences are going to come into play.
Yeah,
definitely.
I'll go off on this one little topic, and then I'll probably jump down and get something to eat or something. But in my neighborhood, I have difficulty communicating with my neighbors because they've been living in Cushy City for their whole lives. And the biggest challenges they've ever had is their golf game.
First world problem.
Yeah, you 2 GIs know what I'm talking about. That's the biggest challenge that all these people around me have ever had, is their golf game, and who has weeds in their front lawn. That's all they. I mean, that's why I'm kind of an outcast, because you've never seen the shit that I have, you know, and I can't relate to them. They can't conceive what it's like to be in martial law and to see people die. You know, I'm kind of an outcast, but I just got to live with it, you know. Well, I'm going to bounce down, and thanks for having me up, Chad. So. What?
Said, hold on.
Okay.
Well, I'm glad you came up. You added a lot to this conversation.
Thank you.
My hands are a little wet, but
Yeah, I'll be going live 7 p.m. tomorrow night.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to make a head call.
Awesome.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's 7 p.m. Pacific time. I'll be going live tomorrow. Y'all are welcome.
Yeah, man. Get in chat, drop the link or whatever. That's right, exactly what I was doing, yelling from the bathroom. So I
Peace out,
apologize
you
for
guys.
stepping in there.
No
Thank you very
problem,
much,
man.
Bob.
Thanks for
Thank you,
having me
man.
come up.
That was great.
Later
Great
on.
conversations, man. So,
Yeah.
wow. Yeah. Devil Dog said, "You okay?"
Yeah, I just got head pains. That's all.
Little zingers. Zinger. Ouch.
Well, I'll be going live tomorrow instead of Monday because
Okay.
Ohio State's playing during my live stream time. So I'm going to do mine tomorrow at 8 p.m.
Okay. Oh, I'm feeling it. I'm coffeeed out and I'm getting kind of tired here. So
There's
folks,
so many.
go ahead. No, you go ahead, please.
No, go ahead and finish what you're saying about dropping that way they.
No, go ahead, please. I insist.
There's so many different scenarios you could look at, so many different avenues you could go down, and that's why I've always said, as far as when it comes to preparedness, a general preparedness, prepping, can reach out to many different situations. Obviously, if you live in Florida, your number one preparedness is for hurricanes.
Yeah.
But obviously in Ohio, I don't know where everybody else is from, but in Ohio, we're not worried about hurricanes. We're not worried about necessarily forest fires. We're not worried about tornadoes to the most part. We do have tornadoes that come through here, but they're very few and far between. So for me, it's more so the colder weather right now.
Yeah.
Or whatever. So it can be very exhausting, mentally challenging, if you think about it, or if you let it get to you. So my whole thing is you take one thing at a time. That's it. You can only do so much. So
Yeah, I agree. And yeah, I mean, we've literally spent 7 hours on this scenario topics, and so many topics have been covered, and we could probably still keep going, but I don't know. I'm pretty exhausted right now. Cha, Sister Marie, please, your final words, thoughts.
Go ahead, Cha.
Good night.
that's all you got after 7 hours?
That's all I got. I'm tired. Good night.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much, Cha. Thank you. And Sister Marie, how about you?
Yeah.
Well, all I can say is think about what skills you have, what skills you need, and figure out how to get them and how to make the ones you have better.
Yep. Good one. I like that.
And definitely find your people.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I have to say I am just truly blessed, to have found all y'all. I mean, really. I can't express it enough, really. You basically brought me out of the wilderness, out of the darkness. So I thank you. Thank you all, really.
All right. In chat. Oh my God, chat. Yeah, if y'all been in chat and watching chat, amazing conversations going on in chat. Just spurring off of what we were talking about, and they were just going on their own tangent. It was great, absolutely great. I think this is just great. The community, the people, absolutely just amazing. And even we also had some troll practice, some target practice going on in there. So chat's where it's at, and panel, everybody that's came on panel, amazing. I thank you very, very much. And with that being said, I think this went awesome. This was great, and I hope that it stays up. Just amazing input from everyone, even the little trolls that came through. So I thank you all, and peace be upon you. And to continue to train, continue to prep, because we know it's a mad world out there. We really do. We're watching it unfold. Have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Definitely stay safe the next couple of days. Who knows what may happen?
Yeah, absolutely. Right. Boom. Yes. Good night.